Desert diamonds celebrate all the shades that make her, her, in sunlit whites.
Talks about all the time.
Yo, if you haven't...
Share it out.
Should be asleep. I should be asleep right now.
Guys, you need to start a series in December. I don't care what it is.
TikTok new feature Flip Story is finna get you.
So you still want to learn how to put the words on the screen like this? Come here, I'm gonna show you. But before I show you, I'm not giving this out for free. Here's what I need you to do. Like, comment, share, which is also repost, and watch my video to the end. I'm about to show you how to do it right now. Here we go. Step 1, you will hit the little plus sign. I already have a video going, so I'm not gonna hit the plus sign. I'm gonna go straight to my drafts.
Would you write? I'm gonna.
You say the L.
Oh, like.
Use your low, mate.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just using your comment because
it has taken me off there. There you go. It's crazy. Okay. All right. Gotta be on camera at 2:00 in the morning. It's fucking wild. TikTok is fucking stupid for this shit. All right, y'all, let's see if we can get the vibe back right in here. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open, 21 and up. Welcome back to our YouTube fam. Go ahead and like the stream. Share the stream out. Look, did Coochie say she's in there on accident or on purpose?
Accident.
Okay. All right, look. Oh, so.
Yeah.
What's up?
I think we can continue where we left off.
Okay.
So, you were saying, I didn't quite catch earlier when I was still in that room. Can you repeat that, like in the history part? Like, I get that the kidneys, if they were sick, that means it's a sin, but you were saying something else.
No, I was just saying that we were just talking about that the story wasn't about testing Job. And if it was, then according to the Hebrew, Job would have failed the test if it was about testing Job.
Okay, but really though, and the blame falls on God for making that better, right? Still.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The blame is still on God, not Job's wife, because since you said it was a mistranslation, so why not blame it on the God for giving in to a bet instead of just letting them go?
What are you talking about? Blame what on God?
Like, he made a deal. He made a bet with Satan, so with the devil, and that's why God placed all those misfortunes, or Satan did. But I don't see why they focus more on Job's wife more than God himself, because God was the one who
Hold on. Also, take over. I need to make it brighter in here so that I don't get flagged.
Huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't know if she said you or me.
Am I lagging?
She said also.
Okay, got it.
You can continue. Go ahead.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
So in a sense, since Job's wife is a mistranslation, they all only focus about Job's wife, but not God, and how he can just manipulate things to try and test Job. But for me, actually, I think the bad guy is God himself, and the devil him and the devil, since he's always curious, he wanted to know something, which made I don't know how to say that, but it was, for me, I think it shouldn't have been done. But if the writer wanted to teach the future generation with a lesson, then maybe, but I won't let that slide.
Nigga, what?
I'm sorry, but I think I should just leave the spot open. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. Please let me down. I don't know what to say or discuss anymore. Thanks, Miss Tinker. Thank you. Please let me down. Let me down, and also stay hydrated. Drink some water,
You're
guys.
welcome. Have a good day.
Have a
Oh,
good
so
day
did you
too.
scare Theo off? What happened?
No, I just asked
Oh,
him
sorry,
a
stop.
simple two-word
I
question.
need to go. I I
Why
need to
are
go. I
you running? What did you do?
All I said
Huh?
was, nigga, what?
You said that to him?
I mean, why
Just
wouldn't
because
I?
I need to go. I need to go. I'm just, I don't know. Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just gonna drive home because it's hot here. Yeah. Thank you.
okay. You're welcome, Theo. Have a good day, okay?
Have a good day.
Okay. Oh, so
Look, look, all things being equal, what I said was not crazy at all in the slightest.
you know Theo don't understand nigga what?
He said that the book focuses on Job's wife's perspective and not God, so I'm confused how.
Was he trying to say that Christianity focuses on? Like, was he trying to say that? Yo,
I don't think
is
I
anybody
is
don't
the
focuses
know.
on
lighting
her.
too bright?
Honestly, you can go
No,
even brighter.
we can see you.
You still like a
Okay.
person of color.
I just want to make sure TikTok don't start bitching again. Like I don't want to any excuses. I don't want to give the Christians any reason that they can report this live.
Nah,
I
you good.
actually do have a question about this Job story because
What's up?
there was something I was looking at a couple years ago about the word faith, and I did a search and found that it was recorded, I don't even know how many times in the New Testament. It is the overarching message in the New Testament. But I could only find it in the Old Testament twice, and it seemed to be a mistranslation.
What?
The word faith.
Oh, it's not in the Old Testament.
Right. So like I don't see how Job was being faithful more so than loyal out of fear.
Well, you know that's a Christian theological interpretation. The story isn't about Job being faithful,
Well,
right?
I mean, he at the end of the story, he's like, "You know what? I'm worthless." And that's when God steps in and changes his life,
Well,
restores all of his wealth.
but God doesn't do it. The narrator says God did it. The God doesn't say, "Hey, I'm going to restore your life." Right?
Um, doesn't it say that? Well, I mean, you technically you'd be right. I think the most wild part about the restoration is he's like, oh, and his second set of children, the daughters were so beautiful that they got an inheritance. like that's the worthwhile thing there.
Yeah, but that's the narrator saying that, right? Like, so, but the God in the story, the God is never. I'm cleaning off my desk because I have to figure out how to, because I feel like the thing needs to be down a little bit more. Is that better if I
Yeah.
move my monitor down,
Well, you look
or is
centered.
that
Almost. Well, if you drop it down a little bit more, like it was just a second ago,
like the
you're
monitor?
about centered.
Yeah, I have to move the monitor down. So I have to I have to move my pens and my staplers and all that around. But the the story doesn't, like, in the story, the God never has this conversation about Job's faith. Even with Job, it's about him being righteous. It's honestly, he says he's righteous and he's blameless, like he follows the law. Not that he believes in God or that he has faith that God will bless him or that God does things for him. He's saying that Job follows the law. Basically, he has integrity. So it's later Christian theology that makes it about Job's faith in the God.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but the Israelites didn't have to have the type of faith that Christians have to have, because they had Moses, they had the prophets, and the God was with them in the Ark of the Covenant. The God was with them through Moses. The God was with them through the prophets. So they didn't have to have faith.
I mean, they didn't even have to have. You look at the story of the Witch of Endor. They have a medium bring up Samuel. They don't need faith.
Right.
They have all this evidence. Gideon gets his tests completed by God. You wouldn't need faith if you were able to pray and have your answers show up the next day, 2 days in a row. It's one of the things that I've mentioned to Christians in the past, is like, yeah, I absolutely can test God. If we are supposed to do all these things that Jesus did and greater, so we have this authority, the signet ring, essentially. You are God's ambassador, that you're allowed to do all these things in his name. Ask anything in my name and I shall do it. Then I should be able to ask in the same manner that Gideon asked and have these tests fulfilled to show that he is who he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I saw the background. Why was Job's faith all that mattered? And it struck that memory of me doing the word search on faith, and I was like, whoa. I haven't seen anybody have this background on their topic.
Well, it's because of the song the Job song, the song I wrote about Job's wife, and all the comments I'm getting. But I did do a background before, asking believers what's the difference between the Old Testament faith and New Testament faith.
Oh.
Yeah, I did that a while
I'm
ago.
sad I missed that one.
Yeah, because I don't think believers pay attention to the fact that the Israelites didn't have to have blind faith. Like, they don't like it being called blind faith, but that's what it is, right? Like, but the they don't pay attention to the fact that the Israelites were not required to have this type of faith that they are required to have today. And even in the New Testament, the faith that believers have to have today, the people in the New Testament didn't have to have this type of faith, because when they were claiming to do these miracles, there was evidence of the miracles. They didn't have to convince people that, they were experiencing miracles. Believers have to convince people today, and if you don't believe what you don't see, then you're demonic. That I think that's why demonizing Job's wife worked so well for Christianity, because you scare people into not having faith when you are able to say that the devil used Job's wife to try to make him fail a test of faith. And so today, if somebody tells you that a God is the reason why you graduated college and you're like, no, I studied, they can scream Job's wife. They can scream demonic faith. The devil is using you because you don't believe what I'm telling you, even though you know you stayed up and studied last night. Like
Right.
it serves a purpose. Her demonization in that story serves a purpose.
I had no idea that the word wasn't curse. That it was,
Yeah.
what did you say, Barak?
Barak.
Barak? Um, that, that, that's mind blowing. I was today years old. You know the verse that talks about the definition of faith, that it's, I'm drawing a blank. I want to say it's in Romans.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for.
And
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. That one.
the evidence of things not seen. Isn't that an oxymoron?
Well, faith
If
is
it's
the
not
evidence.
seen, it's not evidence.
Well, no. The faith is the evidence. So the sentence is, it's like two sentences in one. Faith is the hope of things hope. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, and then faith is the evidence of what you don't see. So faith is the evidence of the things that you don't see. So the fact that you have faith in it means that is real because your faith is the evidence. That's what it's saying.
Right, but faith is still something that isn't seen. You can show it through your actions, I guess, but it's not able to be proven. It's this concept.
Well, you can prove a person has faith. Yeah, you can prove a person has faith. Faith can be proven. The thing you have faith in.
But isn't it?
It cannot. Like the thing is, can you prove what it is that you have faith in? But you can prove a person has faith.
Absolutely.
Isn't it something of the heart, though?
Faith?
Yeah.
Faith has to do with a belief. Like I had faith that, I have faith in a lot of things, and my actions behind what I have faith in proves that I have faith in it.
See, I would think if you have that more so goes to trust, right? Because we live in a tangible world, and the patterns establish trust. This is why loyalty, fidelity, trustworthiness were the original words, what should have been translated in the three times that faith shows up in the King James Version in the Old Testament, right? The original translation should have been those three words. But if you are looking in the New Testament narrative, like they had belief and trust in the God of the Bible in the Old Testament, but this New Testament concept, it seems like such a immaterial word that doesn't have any tangible evidence to it. And so that's why I look at this verse and I'm like, it sounds like such an oxymoron because you can replace that word with trust.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Like that
faith,
my noodly brain is like.
I think faith and trust are two different things. I think faith and trust are two different things.
Faith me, they're not.
You said faith me, they're not.
I guess because I'm so because I'm so disconnected from the actual faith that I used to have in the concept of it is like the word sin. It only applies to religion. And maybe I overthink it the further away I get from it. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, if I'm believing in something that can't be proven, and that's called faith, and I no longer believe in it. The concept of faith just seems more and more foreign the further I'm out of religion. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, say it again.
It's the word faith is like the word sin. It only applies in a religious construct. And so the further I'm out of religion, the more distance I have from that time period that I was in it, it seems more like a foreign concept to me.
Oh, like you don't.
So
So you
now
don't
I'm
think that you have
overthinking it.
faith? I don't know. You don't think you have faith in anything?
I
Like
think I
that
have
you
trustworthiness.
do you have faith in yourself to accomplish your goals?
I think I
Like whatever
trust
goals you have.
myself. I
You
trust
trust yourself.
myself. I believe in myself. Belief is a better word for me than faith.
I think you might be overthinking it.
Yeah,
I think there is a
probably.
religious faith. Yeah, I think there is a religious faith. Which the definition of that is that faith is the evidence of this, of what they believe. They don't have to. There doesn't have to be evidence of Jesus rising from the dead, because the fact that they believe he did is the evidence. The fact that there are so many stories written about Jesus, and he has so many followers, that's the evidence. Right. That's what they mean when they say faith is the evidence of things hoped for, the substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. But there's a different type of faith when you are saying that you have faith in yourself to accomplish, whatever hard thing it is that you have set out to accomplish for your life. So I think those are two different things and two different definitions.
I wonder how much faith people would have if they knew they were trying to step into the shoes of somebody who was only 5 inches tall.
What do you mean? Yeah, you talking about Jesus?
According to, yeah.
Oh. We
According
had
to
that conversation. They don't
anthropology.
care. They don't. We
No,
had
I
that
know.
conversation. They don't care.
That's so funny though to me. There are now comedians talking about that, and I find it hysterical.
You mean
Talking
historical?
about, huh?
Huh?
Oh, so said,
What?
you mean historical?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
No, your song that you played earlier about looking at you through the eyes of God. I never thought, well, I mean I did, but I used to call it God goggles. Yours was much more poetic. But my ex used to also say that when people are shunning those who have come out of the faith, it's like throwing a grenade into the situation and running. And I could feel that in your last guest. What was her name? Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could feel that. That's what it feels like. It feels like your whole world has just exploded, and not really of anything you've done. It's because of things that you thought. And it's so sad. I hope that we can make her birthday beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna do that for her.
I'm gonna go. I do have to work in the morning. I thank you for bringing me up and letting me noodle some thoughts.
You're very welcome. I am so sorry. I'm trying to get this right so that I can learn how to be on camera in the middle of the damn night. I'm redoing the post and everything at the same damn time. Give me just a second. Y'all see my ass cannot multitask. And TikTok is moving slow. Am I on camera?
I don't see
Am I on
you.
camera?
No.
No.
You are not.
Hold on. Can y'all see the new topic?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
There you are. Oh, you popped up for
Am
just
I?
half a second. Oh, so when are you guys gonna do the tens unit again?
I'm not sure. Probably in a week or two.
Okay.
There
Okay.
you are.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay, TikTok. I'm on fucking camera, bitches.
I love it. Can you let me down for the alg?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one,
Good
okay?
night.
All right,
You
you
too.
too. All right, y'all. And I'm not in front of any words. Y'all can see everything. Y'all ready to get this
Uh-huh.
motherfucker started?
Yes.
Yeah, they done pissed me the fuck off for the night. They done pissed me off. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. And let's get it going. I can't be in my dimly lit room chilling, smoking on my vape. I can't do it. So
Oh, you
they don't.
can. Yeah, you just gotta
How?
lean off the camera a little bit. Shit on God.
See, I gotta sit up and shit. I don't want. I don't like that shit.
It's okay.
Okay.
Motherfucker, you was just on somebody else shit.
Who? Who? Femme believer.
Uh-huh.
What's up,
Hey,
femme believer? How are
champions.
you? Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Which
Thanks for
which
bringing me
topic
up.
did you come up? Huh?
I said, thanks for bringing me up.
You're welcome. Which topic did you want to discuss?
I think the second prompt, like, I
Huh?
don't know if that's supposed to be a claim or some type of observation. Or, I mean, you said,
Do
what if
you?
Adam was abusive?
That's what you want to talk about. What if Adam was abusive?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
What are your
interested.
thoughts on that?
Like, are you suggesting that Adam was abusive, or
It says what
did you?
if. Like it says what if.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you just suggesting, or do you find pattern in his behavior that shows he was abusive?
Can you get closer to your microphone so people can hear what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't.
Uh, sorry. Oh, okay. Are you getting me now? Is it better?
I think I get
Also, do you
worse.
know what if stands for? I mean, do you know what if means?
If, yeah, I think if
What does
it's
if mean? If was a fifth. What does if mean?
I think like suggesting, like,
It's a it's a freaking question for a believer. It says what if Adam was abusive?
oh, okay. I didn't say question mark. I just maybe I thought you're making some type of proposition. Consider.
Do you know what the word if? What if Adam was abusive? It doesn't say Adam was abusive.
Oh, okay. So, what do you think? Do you think Adam was abusive?
What? I don't know what you just said. What did you say?
Do you think? What do you think? Was Adam
Well,
abusive?
but can you, what are your thoughts on it first?
Oh, okay. Okay. It's pretty. It's. I mean, like, I don't think Adam was abusive.
I'm not
I
gonna
don't
like
think.
bet on camera because y'all about to see all these fucking crazy ass looks I be giving their asses. What are you saying? What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying.
Clearly now. Is it better?
Yeah. What are you saying?
No, I'm saying I don't think Adam was abusive.
Okay. Why?
I don't think there is any line of line of description in the scriptures that actually shows abusiveness in his behavior.
Does it show no abusiveness in his behavior?
Yeah, I don't think unless you point it out to me.
Does it show that there isn't any? Is my question.
Yes.
Where?
No, no, no. I said there is none that shows there was
No, no,
any.
no. Listen to the question that I asked you. You are saying that it doesn't show in the scripture that there was any abusive characteristics in his behavior. Does it show in the scripture that there are no abusive characteristics in his behavior?
Just a second, let me process what the question is asking.
The opposite of what you asked. The opposite of what you said. You said that there's nothing in the scripture that shows any abusive characteristics in Adam. I'm asking you the opposite. Is there anything in the scripture that says Adam had these type of characteristics, therefore he couldn't be abusive?
Oh no, no, I don't think so too either.
Right. So that doesn't mean that Adam wasn't abusive because there's nothing in the scripture that says he had abusive characteristics.
I think what you're doing there is you're making absence of evidence become evidence of absence. Or I mean, like maybe I'm
What
saying
do
it
you
wrong.
mean evidence? We're talking about a hypothetical situation. What are you talking about evidence? This whole story lacks evidence. We're not talking about whether the story is real.
So you're
And then
bringing.
the fact that you think you being able to say that it's less likely that it's impossible that Adam was abusive because the story doesn't say Adam had abusive characteristics, and then try to say that, oh, you're arguing from a place of a lack of evidence when I use the same argument that you just used for the opposite side. That doesn't make any sense. You if you're going to say that I'm arguing from a place of a lack of evidence, you started from a place of lack of evidence. Do you realize that?
Okay, you probably brought up the hypothesis, right? So this you're hypothesizing that what if Adam was abusive, right? That's some type of hypothesis.
I'm saying, do you realize that when you said it is impossible that he was because the story does not have lines of characteristics, you when you use those words, the story doesn't have, that means you started off arguing from a place of a lack of evidence. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
No, you don't, because you wouldn't have used that. No, you don't, firm believer.
I
You
do
do
I
not.
do I do again.
You don't.
I don't think
Yeah.
hypotheses don't work the way you're putting it, right? I don't think hypotheses work this way, right? And that's why I disagree. I don't
From firm believer, honestly, I don't think you think. Listen, you started out by saying he could not be abusive because there is no evidence in the story that he's abusive. You started out by saying that. And when I said, well, is there evidence in the story that he wasn't? You go, you can't argue from a lack of evidence. You started out arguing from a lack of evidence. You don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
yeah,
You
again.
don't understand what I just said, do you?
I understand what you said. I understand what you said. I
Okay,
started off arguing from.
repeat to me what I just said?
You said I was the one that began arguing from a point of lack of evidence, right? You said I was the one that started arguing
Therefore,
from a place. Therefore, I'm the one arguing from the place of lack of evidence. I should not be accusing you. I guess maybe that's what you're saying. I shouldn't be accusing you for arguing from a lack of evidence. Is that the case? Is that what you're meaning?
the point is mute. Just because the story does not say that Adam was abusive or that he had characteristics that are abusive doesn't mean he wasn't or couldn't have been. And just because the story doesn't say that he had abusive characteristics doesn't mean that he was or that he couldn't have been. The question says, what if Adam was abusive? Right? They were human beings who had the ability to do things. They had the ability to feel things, the ability to say things.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I mean, even if Abraham was abusive, right? I think that also is some type of futile end because I don't know what would be the implication of if Adam was abusive.
What?
I'm asking you, right? Let's say Adam was abusive. I go with that. Adam was abusive. So what would be the implication of Adam being abusive?
What do you mean the implication? I just told you the what do you mean the implication? The fact that hold on, stop. The fact that there are two people living in this garden. They both have bodies. They both have hands and feet that can kick and hit. They have mouths that can say harmful shit. Right? They both have emotions and get frustrated, sad or angry. Right? They're living together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. I get that. And now I'm saying, okay, I grant, right? I can grant, let's say Adam was abusive. I want to understand the Lord, what follows after that in terms of the prompt, right? Because if I
That's
say
quite
Adam,
literally what you're supposed to be answering. You realize that, right? That's the whole point of the question is for you to answer that, right?
that's why I'm granting now. I think Adam, okay,
Okay, grant it and answer it.
there's no evidence that Adam was abusive. Neither is there
Okay,
any
so you
evidence
have
that
no
Adam was
idea.
abusive.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think there's no evidence that Adam was abusive. Neither is there evidence that Adam was.
There's no evidence Adam existed, fem believer. Why do y'all be talking about evidence when you talk about the story? You have no evidence for the story at all.
But this is an internal critique.
There is no evidence. There is no evidence that Adam existed. There's for sure hell no evidence that a woman came from the rib of a man.
Okay,
But you believe that shit.
that would be an external critique. But what you're doing, what you're posting here is an internal critique, right? So you're assuming the story to be true and then try to
Don't
criticize
use
it.
the word evidence then. Do not use the word evidence if you're going to stick to an internal critique. There's no evidence at all for this story. You brought in evidence. You don't have any outside sources that you could point to go see Adam was not abusive because on January such and such Adam did this. You don't have that. So don't bring in the standard of evidence because you don't have it for this story at all.
Also, speak with your chest. Scared to wake people up.
That would be okay to say if I was good if it was an external critique, right? That would be okay to say. But you are critiquing the text.
Oh my God, are
You're
you
going to say,
okay? Let me ask you a question, fem believer. Did they
yeah.
shit? Is there evidence in the story that Adam and Eve took a shit? There's no way that they took a shit because the story doesn't say they shit it,
Neither
right?
does it say they didn't, right?
But
Neither
did
does it
they
not say they
shit?
did.
But fam
It
believer,
doesn't.
did their bodies shit? And when they ate from the trees, did their bodies shit it out?
It doesn't say they did. Likewise,
But
it
did
doesn't
it?
say they
But
didn't. Right?
can you use logic? They're
Yes.
humans. Did their bodies shit?
Okay, great. Yeah. Probably most likely
Huh?
it did. Even if it doesn't
Most
mention, most
likely they
likely they
did.
did. Yeah.
Most likely they did because they're humans. But the text
Exactly.
doesn't say Adam went and took a dump, does it?
Yes. And likewise, it doesn't say he didn't, right? So logically, based off of the text, it doesn't say he did, and likewise, it doesn't say he didn't. But based off of human understanding, since they are humans, to assume they did. You follow,
Thank
correct?
you. Because they're humans and their bodies does shit. So logically, you can assume that most likely Adam took a shit.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And because they're humans, most likely it is possible that Adam could have slapped the shit out of Eve. It is possible that Eve could have slapped the shit out of Adam. That they got on each other's nerves in that garden because they are human.
Okay. Yeah, it's possible, right?
What is
Anytime.
this thing that y'all have with Adam? Like I need to understand why or how believers, specifically religious men, and then some religious women who have like internalized misogyny. But I need to understand what this issue is with y'all seeing Adam as the human that is responsible for you seeing yourself as this wretched human that needs Jesus' blood, and somehow still seeing his ass as divine. How do you hold those two ideas in your mind? Because y'all, it's like y'all worship Adam. Adam, in your mind, Adam is this perfect, untouchable entity. He could do no wrong in that garden. I need to understand that. Why?
Again, I don't know where you're getting that from, but I wouldn't fall in that category of people who think highly of Adam. I really don't think highly of Adam. That's why I
So
even.
is it
Okay,
possible
grant
that
it
Adam
to
beat
me.
the shit out of Eve in that garden?
Yeah, I can grant it. I don't mind granting that. So, but that's why I was asking you a follow-up question. That what would be the implication if that happened, or if that's the
What do you
case?
mean
And
the implication?
what does that? Okay, if okay,
This is
is
crazy.
I'm trying to understand if there is a follow-up to the argument, depending on what I side with, or the argument just ends there, or the
The
conversation.
initial question
What the
is
hell is
what
he
if
saying?
Adam was abusive? And honestly, this entire conversation has been trying to get you to understand that that's the question that you picked. So now that you understand the question, for you to say answer it is insane. That's your job. We just took 400 hours to get you to understand the question that you picked. It's your turn.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Maybe
Hold on for a second. Dr. Paul, bitch, I saw you the first day you came on my live with them big ass glasses, and I've been lost interest. I never had it,
Dang,
motherfucker.
dang,
And there's no motherfucking way that your ass is just now seeing me with them big ass glasses that you got on.
God damn. She said you could see through the background.
Go ahead. Motherfucker, I'm all over the fucking FYP. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I get. Anyway, I was just like thinking maybe there's some implications to if I just thought maybe there was a follow up to it. It's not like I understand now the prompt, right? You're trying to ask if what if he had this abusive behavior, and again, I agree. There's a possibility that he did have it. There's a possibility. In fact, his son Cain had extreme behaviors, so I don't think there's no chance that he couldn't have had also crazy behavior. So there's a chance that he probably had a crazy behavior, but I I don't see how that based off of the Bible that kind of affect Christianity and the biblical narrative in any way. Or I mean, I don't. That was what I was thinking. There's a follow up to it. Maybe I just not thinking right. I guess.
Who said something about it affecting Christianity? Why is that like every time someone talks to you, that's the thing that you focus on? Who said that if Adam is abusive, it affects Christianity? Who said that? Who was arguing that with you?
Like I said, I was thinking there's a follow up to it. So if there is none, then it's okay. I thought there was a follow up to any position I would hold. There's a follow up to it. Maybe there is none.
So you have no idea how
Like
to answer the
it
question.
exactly. Like you picked a topic that you can't even discuss.
I picked a topic, right? What if Adam was abusive? Okay, I think that's a question now to me. I've answered the question. I think there's a possibility that he would have been abusive, and also there's a possibility that he wouldn't have been. I don't know, but if maybe I'll go with the chance based on human nature, it's possible that he would have been abusive. So
Great. Now that you granted the
that's the
premise of the question, you want to answer it?
maybe I'll pick another topic. I guess maybe I just don't grasp that.
Well, now that you agree with the question, can you answer it?
He
I've
doesn't know
answered it.
how. He
I
doesn't
don't
know
know
how
if,
because he thinks the premise of the question is Adam. What if Adam was abusive? Therefore, Christianity is a lie.
okay, yeah, exactly.
Don't
That's
you?
what I was thinking.
Yeah. Like, why is that every time that we talk to you, that's the thing that you focus on?
Maybe because I
Why?
think
Why is that?
your life is usually deconstructing Christianity, right? So I always think in some ways your prompts will be connected to deconstructing Christianity. That's how I mean, I may be wrong, but I know you host life to deconstruct Christianity. So your prompts at the end may just be a way to deconstruct Christianity.
What? Okay, and what?
And that was what I was expecting, that it's a follow up to the answer, a position I hold. There will be a
You
follow up.
you haven't given an answer to anything, Fem Believer.
Okay, let me give you a more straightforward answer. The question is, what if Adam was abusive? Okay, yes, Adam would have been abusive. Is that an answer enough?
No,
What kind of answer are you expecting me to give? Maybe I don't understand the question.
you don't. And I've told you that 4 times.
Can you just reiterate one last time, if you don't
You
mind?
want me to answer the question for
No, no,
you,
to
give you a position to
reiterate,
have, and then you can have the conversation based on what I tell you?
reiterate the kind of answer you're expecting me to
Yeah,
give.
you want me to give you the answer to the question and then give you a position to hold so that you can
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
conversation
something.
based on that because you can't think of anything because you pick a topic, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. That may be better. Yes.
Oh, okay, well, you got a better chance of growing a head full of hair.
Come again.
Fun Believer. If let's say Adam was abusive and that's why Eve went and ate from the tree. Go ahead. I'm gonna feed it to you.
Oh, okay, okay. So, what if Adam was abusive and then Eve went and ate on the tree? Wow, that's a possibility too. I guess maybe that's why Adam too was punished by the curse of God. Because he too was an
I
accomplice.
need you to like fix whatever microphone. Why are you talking like this? I can't understand anything you're saying, and you're making me work like really really hard. I'm having to like squint my eyes. I'm wishing that I had Paul's eyeglasses so I could hear you.
Or maybe
Can
let
you
me drop
like
and come
back
back.
up?
Let me drop and come back. I
Like,
guess.
dropping and coming back is not gonna fix that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be the man in your house and talk with your chest.
Yeah.
That's what the problem is. You over here trying to fake whisper and shit. Either talk or don't. Either you're allowed to be up at this time of the night or you're not.
Are you hiding from somebody?
No, I'm with people, so I'm not trying to be loud to
Yeah, you're
disturb
not
them.
allowed to be up this time of night. I get it.
Not that. I'm just trying not to inconvenience people with what I want to do.
Right, you're not allowed to be up this time of night.
I don't know why you saying that. I'm 31 years old. I don't know why.
You're still whispering. You're still whispering. That's why.
I said it. I said why
I'm
I'm
gonna fix me
whispering.
some coffee. Also, I'll be right back.
I said why
I
I'm
don't know if you
whispering.
want to keep going with him or you can
I
break
mean,
up
I guess
somewhere.
I
I
can
don't
while
know.
you go get your coffee.
Okay, I'll be right back.
But okay, are you able to hear me now? Is it better?
Technically, I guess
Yeah. Also, who is El Joso? I never hear her talk.
that's me.
Oh, it's still you.
Yep,
Wow, that's interesting. You have two accounts.
I have way more than 2 accounts.
Damn. So you're cashing out from this Apple.
I don't know if y'all are just completely stupid, but no, not having a bunch of accounts does not equal a bunch of money. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. Wow. I thought maybe like you have like some type of many different streams of income.
Because I have more than 2 TikTok accounts.
Yeah, I mean, if you upload content here, upload content here, like both of them are amassing streams and
Anyways, can you engage with what Thinker just like gave you, or are you fried?
oh yeah, like I said, like what she said, right? What if Adam was abusive and it pushed Eve to go eat the apple in the garden? I since the scripture is quiet on that, right? And I can still grant that, and I think it's still coherent with the biblical narrative where God had to still curse Adam, meaning Adam was some type of accomplice to this garden event, although we cannot literally see where he was an accomplice, but he was an accomplice. So maybe he did something beyond just eating the fruit. So maybe being abusive to Eve, causing her to eat from the apple, eat of the tree was what he did, and so I think it's still coherent with the biblical narrative. So I don't see any problem with that, and I can grant that. Again, I'm not this Adamist where I have a high view of Adam. I don't think Adam is this. In fact, even Romans chapter 5 actually explains this huge discrepancy between Adam and Jesus, right? How that Adam is a reason for evil in the world and problems in the world, but
Why in the
Jesus is
fuck
the
are you talking
restorer.
about Romans?
Romans chapter 5, Romans chapter.
Yeah, why?
I'm trying to show how that the Bible itself doesn't even speak highly of Adam. That's what I'm saying. Like the Bible itself doesn't
What
speak
point
highly
is
of Adam,
that?
which means Adam was fallible. Adam probably may have done things beyond the scriptural narrative, which means including that he would have been an abusive person.
Okay, is that ungodly? Would that have been something that was condemned?
Yeah, it's ungodly.
Oh
It's
yeah.
ungodly. That's why I guess maybe that's why God cursed him.
You think God cursed Adam because he abused Eve?
Maybe, I mean,
What curse did God put on Adam?
I think he said, "You shall till the ground all the days of your life, and you sweat." And I mean, I can't recall it word verbatim to it. Let me pull it up
Sounds like he just cursed the ground.
for his
What did
sake.
he say about Eve eating the fruit because Adam abused her? Adam was
Oh,
abusive.
he's basically nothing. He said he can grant that, which means Jack nor shit. But maybe God cursed Adam for being abusive.
What?
Yeah, but God didn't curse Adam. So
Yeah. From I don't think you have anything to add to this conversation.
tried to bring Romans into it and say that the Bible doesn't think that Adam is favorable.
No, I was telling her also that I'm not this Adamist where I think think highly of Adam, and likewise, I don't think the Bible also speak highly of Adam, and there is a possibility that he may have been an
Why
abusive.
would your God give Adam dominion over Eve? Like, are you aware that in the story it says that Eve was an Azer? She was to be to Adam what the God was to Israel.
Like a
Are you
helper.
aware of that?
Is it like a help meet where?
No, no, no. She was the word helpmeet there means in Hebrew that word is Azer. And that means that she was a strong help, like a protector, like what the God was to Israel. There's no other time when that word is used to describe any other human in that book except for Eve. And so, why would your God put Adam over Eve when Adam didn't do anything to deserve a leadership role? Do you think Adam showed leadership skills in that story?
I don't think Adam showed leadership role, but what I do think is happening there is maybe there are certain properties that God is kind of like making innate in these two genders, right? Which that's what I see and I make of that, right? Which uh, there's no
Ducky,
justification.
I don't know. I swear I'm over here trying to figure out every other word. I have no idea what he's saying. I don't know. I wish you would just wake the people up in the house that you're with, or
Or
come
go
back
the
when
fuck
you
outside.
like goodness, because I can't understand anything you're saying.
I don't know. Nut up or turn your car over.
Something. Oh, so I have a meeting at 6. Okay,
Okay.
you gonna be still here?
I'm gonna be alive.
Okay.
There you go. You figured it out.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
In the shower with the curtain drawn is crazy.
He always talks like that though. We can't ever understand him.
I've never heard him up this late though.
Well, yeah, that's true. I can't get the box open. Are y'all able to?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Um,
I don't like
so,
sitting up like this.
oh man, I tried a lazy boy office chair at my dad's house. Tell you what, that bad boy nice,
I bet it is.
real nice. I'm just like, thought about stealing it, but he come find my ass for that one.
Gen Z. Gen Z, are you there? Okay.
Mm,
I feel like the background isn't locked, but oh, it's not. There we go. Ricky.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I believe in the God of the Bible.
And which topic did you want to discuss?
I guess I'll talk about Jezebel. Why do you say she's innocent?
Because she is. What is it? Like, she's accused of lying on Naboth. She's accused of being a whore, committing adultery.
Did
And
she
she
not
didn't do
lie on
any of
Naboth?
that. No, she didn't.
Where is
And
that in
she
scripture?
wasn't. She. It's in scripture. What do you mean?
Yeah, it says
Where
that
is that in the
she
scripture?
prescribed she can prescribe she conspired to have him unalived.
It says she conspired to have him killed.
Yeah.
Who killed him? Who decided that he was to die? Was it her?
Uh yeah.
She decided that he should die.
Yeah, she's the one who wrote the letter,
She wrote the letter, right?
right? Saying that
Uh huh.
he had this false, charge against him.
Did she say
Right.
false charge?
Yeah, it was a false charge.
She said false charge.
Yeah, she sat two scoundrels opposite of him and bring a
No.
charge
Who?
against him.
Do you know what that word scoundrels mean?
Yeah, it's like bad people.
No, it just means people who are not Israelites.
I don't
I
think
mean,
so.
not following. They were not following the law. That's all that means. They were considered not righteous people. But she didn't pick them. Who picked the witnesses in the story?
No, it says that she picked them.
It says she picked them. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you pull that up and read that to me?
So it says, wrote letters, proclaim a fast, seat Naboth at the head of the assembly, seat two scoundrels opposite of him.
No. Who picked the witnesses?
It doesn't say like exactly who picked them, but she sent people to
It
pick them.
does say. It does say. It says
Where?
it. Keep
Where's the verse that
keep
says
reading.
that?
Keep reading.
So proclaim a fast and seat Naboth at the head of the assembly, seat two scoundrels opposite and have them bring a charge against me, saying you have cursed God and the king. Take them out and stone them to death. The men of the city, the elders, and the nobles who lived in the city did Jezebel had sent word to them, just as written in the letters that she had sent them. They proclaim a fast, seat Naboth at the head of the assembly, 2 scoundrels came in and sat opposite him. The scoundrels brought a charge against Naboth. The prince
Hold
of the
on.
people.
As a matter of fact, let me pull it up on screen and we're going to read it together. How about that? First Kings 21. Let's do this. And I don't know how this is going to work with the camera. This is my first time doing this, so we will figure this out. Which one of these is on? Hold on. That. Okay. Wait. Okay, so I have to. The camera is. This is not. I have to turn the camera off. TikTok.
That would be all right.
It won't let me turn the camera off. That's interesting. Couldn't hide camera
Maybe
sources required to ensure real time. And camera source required. That's fucking crazy. This okay. How about that?
that works.
Ooh, if I do that, huh? Hold on. They have
You are
changed
not
my whole thing.
visible,
I'm not visible?
right?
Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. It says, let's go. We're gonna start with actually, is it verse chapter 22? It said as of, damn, hold on. What chapter is the First Kings 21:10? That's what just in there. Okay, we'll start here. Verse 8. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with his seal. She sent the letters to the elders and the nobles who lived in Naboth in his city. Okay. She wrote in the letters. So she sent the letters to the elders and the nobles. She wrote in the letter, proclaim a fast and seat Naboth at the head of the assembly. Seat 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring a charge against him, saying, you have cursed God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death. The men of his city, the elders and the nobles who lived in his city, did as Jezebel had sent word to them. Verse 11. The men of his city, the elders and the nobles who lived in his city, did as Jezebel had sent word to them, just as it was written in the letters that she had sent them. They proclaimed a fast. They and seated Naboth at the head of the assembly. That means they held a trial. The 2 scoundrels came in and sat opposite him. Right? They picked the scoundrels. She didn't. They brought a charge against Naboth in the presence of the people at the trial and said, Naboth cursed God and the king. So they went out and found the witnesses. The witnesses said Naboth did it. So the elders and the nobles took him outside the city and stoned him to death. Then they sent to Jezebel saying, Naboth has been stoned. He is dead. She wasn't even at the trial. They sent word to her that the trial had been carried out. He had been found guilty, and they stoned him.
And you think that's good?
That's no different than you going down to the courthouse, bringing a charge against somebody. They hold a trial. The jury finds him guilty, and he's sentenced.
But it was a rigged trial.
How is it rigged?
Where's
Do you
the
know who the
evidence?
elder? Do you know who the evidence are the witnesses? Do you know who the elders and the
Yeah, they're
nobles are?
lying. They're lying
Well, then
witnesses.
why didn't your God know? Why didn't your God know that his elders
They're
that
not
he
his elders.
chose? Hold on, stop talking. They are his elders. They are his elders of the assembly of Israel. According to your God's law, the elders are responsible for justice. The elders and the judges are responsible for justice in Israel, not the kings, according to his law. No one can issue capital punishment except for them, not the king, not the queen. The elders and the nobles deemed Naboth guilty, and the elders and the nobles issued capital punishment, not Jezebel. She brought the charge. That's all she did.
So it's obvious that you didn't read this book because they were undergoing Baal worship at the time. Israel had defected from worshiping God and they worship other gods.
I'm
And
talking about the
King
elders in
Ahab,
the. I'm talking about the elders in the.
yeah, they were
I'm talking
worshiping
about the
Baal.
elders. I'm talking about the elders and the nobles.
Yeah, they were worshiping Baal.
No, they were not.
Yeah, they were. That's
No,
the
they
whole
weren't.
point of this whole story.
No, they
Ahab
weren't.
Ahab was the king
No,
over
they
Israel and
weren't.
they're worshiping Baal. Yes, they were.
Ahab put up a
Who's
shrine
the
to
king?
Israel. Ahab put up a statue to Israel in his courts. There is nothing in this story that says that Ahab made them worship Baal or that Jezebel made them worship Baal at all.
Yeah, there is actually. There's no
Read it.
verse.
Where's the scripture? Read it. Where does it say
There
he
you go.
made them do it? Where's the scripture that
Let's
say he
see
made
right
them do it?
now.
Give me the scripture.
So Ahab marries Jezebel and worships Baal. And if it has been
Where?
a right thing from the walk in the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, he took his wife Jezebel, king of daughter Ethul, or Ethbaal, and of the Sidonites, and went and served Baal, and worshipped him. He erected an altar for Baal in the house of Baal, which he built in Samaria. Ahab made a sacred pole, and Ahab did more to provoke the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel, than all the kings before him. In his days, Hail Bethel of Jericho and its foundation, set the gates and his youngest blah blah blah. Yeah. So he was
I'm
worshiping Baal.
still waiting to hear where Ahab required Israelites to worship Baal. Where is that?
He was ruling Israel at the time.
What does that mean? So when Saul was married to all of those foreign wives, and that he was worshiping their gods, were they no longer worshiping the God of Israel because Saul had foreign wives?
Yeah.
Or was it Solomon? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
was it Solomon?
Yeah.
So they were no longer worshiping Israel?
There was probably some outliers, but a lot of them were worshiping Baal or other gods.
Like, are you okay? Like, you just make up shit.
Are you okay?
What about the prophets that Elijah hid in the mountain? Were they worshiping Baal?
No.
Oh
I
no.
told you not every single person in Israel worshiping Baal.
It says the elders were worshiping Baal. Baal.
Yeah, they're a part of the court. They're a part of the assembly.
Do you know
They're
what the
listening.
assembly is?
So,
Do you know what
so
do you know
by
what
your own
assembly
logic,
is?
by your own
Do
logic,
you know? Stop. Do you know what the assembly is?
it was the assembly of the elders and then the men.
No,
You
assembly
could just
is
say
just the
no.
Israelites. The assembly is just the Israelites. It's the opening of the town where they will hold court. That's what that is. Jesus talks about the fucking assembly.
Actually, you're wrong. It's Naboth in his city, the city that he lived in. It's not saying that's Israel.
It's the assembly is literally Israelites. It's the
No, it's not literally
it's
Israelites.
yes it is. Yes it is. It's the congregation, and the assembly would hold court at the opening of the town. The elders and the nobles of the city are the people. The nobles are the high status people, the high status men. The elders and the judges were responsible for holding the trials. Jezebel wasn't at the trial. And if your God was so upset that he had crooked elders over Israel, why the fuck is he going after Jezebel and not his fucked up crooked elders? Why is it that he wants to kill a woman and not his fucked up crooked elders?
He was worshiping Baal. You know what Baal?
Why is he not going after the elders for worshiping Baal? Why is he only worried
After all of them.
about Jezebel? Why didn't he kill the elders?
Jezebel was a worshiper of Baal too.
Why didn't he kill the elders? If the elders were crooked, the elders worked with Jezebel. The elders were the ones who found Naboth guilty. The elders were the ones who issued the capital punishment sentence and carried it out. Why didn't your God get mad at the elders?
He did. He punished Israel by scattering them across the nations. That was the punishment.
Where? Show us where he got mad here.
They were persecuted and spread out across the nations for decades, for years.
I'm talking about for Naboth. Show me where he got mad at them for what they did to Naboth.
You're saying specifically the elders of Naboth.
Yes, the elders that issued the capital punishment order, the elders that found Naboth guilty, the elders that held the trial. Yes, the ones that you are saying were crooked. Show me where he calls them out for being crooked.
Well, first of all, they were already being punished because they were living under persecution. Second of all, she brought up false witnesses in a court and had them testify that he broke the fast. She's the one who did it.
What?
She told them to lie.
She did not tell them to lie. No, yes, she didn't. She said she said find 2 witnesses. They went and found the fucking witnesses. She said find 2 witnesses and have them bring this charge. She did not say tell them to lie. Charge. There's no, where does it say it's false? If it was false, the elders would not have found because the elders found him guilty at the trial. The elders believed the witnesses. If the elders falsely annihilated this man, stoned him on a false charge, the elders are responsible for that, not Jezebel. She didn't carry it out. They don't have to listen to the king. They don't have to listen to the queen. In ancient Israel, the prophets and the judges had more authority than the king. Your God set it up that way.
She's the one that proclaimed the fast. So it could also be argued that he wasn't aware of the fast, or
who wasn't aware of the fast?
And you never even proved to me yet that the elders weren't
wait. That's okay. I will. I don't have a problem with this. I scared a fucking lawyer off with this shit. But who did it? Who wasn't aware of the fast?
The booth.
The who?
The booth.
He's just being a fucking idiot at this point.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You have no scriptural basis for anything you're saying.
I haven't even said anything to you based on the Bible, dumb fuck.
Yeah, you don't need to say anything.
What the fuck? Hold on, shut up. What the fuck does Naboth being aware of the fast have to do with anything?
Because maybe he doesn't recognize their fast. Maybe it was a Baal worship inspired fast that he doesn't recognize.
Do you know who Naboth? Like, what the fuck do you mean Naboth didn't recognize the fast? What does Naboth have to do with that?
Because it's not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong.
What does him recognizing the fast have to do with anything is what I'm asking.
Because they're stoning him for breaking a fast that he doesn't recognize.
They didn't stone him for breaking a fast, dumbass.
That's exactly why they stoned him for. He broke the fast.
Oh, they stoned him for cursing the God and disobeying the king.
How do you curse God?
The charge they brought, you are fucking dumb.
How do you curse
the charge
God?
The charge they brought against him was Naboth cursed God and the king. That's the charge.
How does one do that?
Blasphemy and lying. He lied for one. No, dumbass. He lied. Naboth lied. Shut the fuck up. You are fucking dumb. Naboth lied to Ahab when he told Ahab that it was against Yahweh's law for him to sell his land or to trade his land with the king. And the law doesn't say that. The law says that they can temporarily sell or trade their land as long as it is bought back during Jubilee. They could not permanently sell their land. It does say that. You are fucking dumb.
Crazy. This is the guy that said you clearly haven't read this and don't even know.
The scripture. That's right. You don't have the scripture. You're dumb. Go ahead. Give me the scripture.
The scripture of the conversation between Naboth and Ahab.
Where does it say you can sell your ancestral homeland? Where
does it say that you can temporarily sell it? Yeah. Oh, that's okay. It's right here. Don't worry. Don't worry. I gotcha. I gotcha, friend.
Bro, maybe this works on other people panels. Maybe you don't know where you at. This shit don't work over here.
What, facts don't work over here? I know. I
Mm,
know it doesn't work over here.
Clearly, facts don't work with whatever you got going on. Because the man was not stoned from lack of fast. That's stupid.
Why would she bring up the fast? Why would she say there's a fast?
Why
What
do you think
purpose
he
is
was
there to bring
killed
up the
by? Why
fast?
would you think he was killed because of a fast?
Because he broke the fast. That's how you curse God. He broke the fast.
That's how you curse God, is breaking the fast.
Yes. Are you dumb? Have you read the Bible?
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Dude, if you break God's commandments, you're cursing
Where
God. You curse the
does it
God
say
of
that?
Israel.
Yeah, where does it say that in the Bible?
Oh my God, bro. You want me to look it up for you right now? Here we go.
Yeah, yeah, do that.
I got you, big dog.
Yeah. Just flipping aimlessly, no direction. Just waiting patiently for something else to happen so I don't have to try to justify what I said. Flip the pages a couple more times, really make it feel like I'm doing something. If I really did know where this was, or didn't know where this was, I'd go to Google and not just kind of flip page by page until I found something. I'm not convincing anybody that I actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just flipping pages instead of finding the information that would back up what I'm saying.
What is he looking for right now?
A Bible verse that says breaking the fast is cursing God.
Oh.
Just gonna keep flipping pages. Oh fuck! Let me go to Google real quick. Forgot about that.
I'm going to read Leviticus 25:23-28. The land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. With me you are but aliens and tenants. Throughout the land that you hold, you shall provide for the redemption of the land. If any one of your kin falls into difficulty and sells a piece of property, then the next of kin shall come and redeem what the relative has sold. If the person has no one to redeem it, but then prospers and finds sufficient means to do so, the years since its sale shall be computed and the difference refunded to the person to whom it was sold, and the property shall be returned. But if there are not sufficient means to recover it, what was sold shall remain with the purchaser until the year of Jubilee. In Jubilee it shall be released, and the property shall be returned. They could not permanently sell or transfer their land, but they could temporarily do it. They could temporarily sell it and transfer it to each other, or they could temporarily sell it to foreigners. But it had to
What
be
does it say,
redeemed
foreigners?
during Jubilee. They literally had
What does it
tenant
say, foreigners?
farmers.
Yeah,
Do you
tenant
know what a
farmers is the
tenant?
same as selling it to them.
I said,
Also,
oh my
the king
gosh.
wasn't a foreigner, so who gives a fuck?
The king is a foreigner. He's Ahab of fucking Arabia, bro.
What?
What? The king of
Ahab,
Israel
that
was
fucking
Ahab of
Arab, bro.
Arabia?
Ahab, the fucking Arab, dude.
That's two L's back to back. It's crazy.
You still
This
haven't
motherfucker
shown me
said
here where it says
Ahab.
you
This
can sell.
motherfucker said Arabia. Oh my
You
gosh.
can't show me here where it says you can sell it to a foreigner for good. That's not. You can't sell your ancestral land
Hey,
promises to
shut the fuck up. I'm done talking to your dumb ass. Ahab,
exactly.
the
There you
king of
go.
Israel is not a foreigner, you dumb fuck.
Like,
He's,
nah.
he's from a foreign land, dude. That's not. He's not from Israel, dude.
Yeah, this guy has absolutely
You're a dumb
nothing to
fuck.
contribute. Yeah.
The
This is a
fact that
waste of fucking
first
time.
of all, the fact that you think it's fine to bring up false charges of someone and have them killed is just like shows your level of morality and your sickness.
Okay, Ricky, bye.
Cool, yeah. I
That's
bet you
just
think it was
terrible.
okay for I bet you think it was okay for your God to kill the Canaanites.
There you go. Yep, yep.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just show your
Yeah.
true colors.
Cool. Yeah, and I
You
give a
just showed
damn
your true
about I
colors
give a
right then
damn
and
about
there.
what you think about my morality,
There you
motherfucker.
go.
I don't
See,
care.
your morality is skewed. You think it's okay to lie and
Yeah.
have someone killed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Meanwhile, he
yeah,
been
yeah,
lying the whole
yeah.
time.
Exactly.
I didn't lie
Yeah.
not one single time.
Oh, okay.
Literally, you guys are
You're a dumb.
just
You're a
Okay.
dumb fuck.
you
You are
guys
about the
are
dumbest
some.
motherfucker that's ever been on my stage.
You're dumb.
That's crazy. Wait, what was that Bible
Ooh,
verse again? What was that
burn.
Bible verse again, Ricky? What was the Bible verse?
Yeah, I gave you guys a whole bunch of Bible
Yeah,
verses.
yeah, what was the Bible verse that says if you break the fast, you're cursing God? What was that?
Yeah, I'm not looking that shit up right now. It's too much work.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's too much work to go find God's word, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big ass book, dude. Guys
Yeah.
should read it.
It's crazy because you did go to Google, and I assume you got, I mean, you were there long enough to have typed it in. And it's kind of crazy because not even Google could give you a hint. They couldn't even give you a Bible verse to throw at me as like a smoke screen. That's interesting.
I mean, there's laws in Deuteronomy, but it's not doesn't say it explicitly that this means cursing God. But it
Oh, so
definitely
what you
implies
said
that you
was
are definitely
wrong.
cursing God. You're
Right.
forsaking God.
Yeah, breaking the fast is not cursing God, right?
Might as well be. It's just as good.
It might as well be. So that's what God meant. Ricky knows what God meant.
Yeah, Ricky does know what God
Okay.
meant
Okay.
for sure.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoy hell.
Yeah, and you guys got a bunch of problems to work out. Clearly,
Also,
Yeah,
also,
honesty
you
is a
guys
pleasure.
think it's okay to
also,
have someone
Hmm.
stoned.
also, can you mute him?
Yeah.
Also, what does this mean? Right here. 3 times a year, all of your males shall appear before the Lord your God at the place. Hold on, is this Deuteronomy 16? Did I update it? Hold on. Yeah, wait. Hold on. Starting at verse 18. You shall appoint judges and officials throughout your tribes and all your towns that the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall render just decisions for the people. You must not distort justice. You must not show partiality, and you must not accept a bribe. For a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. Justice and only justice you shall pursue, so that you may live and occupy the land that the Lord your God is giving you. So, who was responsible for
Thank you,
executing
bro.
justice?
It would be
Also,
the judges
So
appointed
much.
to make those decisions.
You're the best.
the judges, and they could not accept a bribe. So, if
Jezebel.
Jezebel bribed them, then who's
Yeah.
responsible for that?
The judges,
The
Jezebel
judges.
because they
lied.
were
Does it
told
say? Does
explicitly
it say
not to.
Jezebel bribed the judges?
It does not.
It does not say that, does it? What does this say? What does this mean, also? A single witness shall not suffice to convict a person of any crime or wrongdoing in connection with any offense that may be committed. Only on the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses shall a charge be sustained. If a malicious witness comes forward to accuse someone of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the Lord, before the priest and the judges who are in office in those days. And the judges shall make a thorough inquiry. If the witness is a false witness, having testified falsely against another, then you shall do to the false witness just as the false witness had meant to do to the other. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. The rest shall hear and be afraid, and a crime such as this shall never again be committed among you. Show no pity, life for a life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, foot for a foot. What does that mean, Oso?
It means that if you bring up a charge falsely, then whatever you accusing other people of, the punishment for that crime will be bestowed upon you. No corruption.
No corruption. And they have to go before who? The who?
The judges and the
And,
elders.
and the Yahweh.
And the God.
In the Yahweh. What does this mean? On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, the death sentence shall be executed. How many witnesses does it take to execute somebody in Israel, also?
Bare minimum 2.
Yeah. A person must not be put to death on the evidence of only 1 witness. The hands of the witness shall be the first raised against the person to execute the death penalty, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Who decided Naboth's death penalty? Was it Jezebel?
Nah, I think it was the fast.
So you clearly didn't. Paul. You clearly
I
didn't.
think the fast decided it.
You clearly didn't read the Bible at all, because you would know that Israel was in a stance of complete and utter lawlessness, and they were doing whatever they wanted, worshiping all false gods, child sacrificing,
Wow.
burning
They
people
were in a
alive.
state of lawlessness.
People.
Hold on. They were in a state of lawlessness during this court proceeding.
Yeah, they did whatever they wanted.
They
It's
were
a,
in a state of
it's a fair
lawlessness while
court.
holding a trial for a person.
Yeah, you think it's a fair?
That's
You think it's a fair
lawlessness.
court? You think it's fair?
Do you know what lawless means?
Yeah, it means they're they're
What
they're,
it
they're
means what? What does
they don't follow
lawless
God's
mean?
laws.
No, that's not what lawless means. What does lawless mean? Think about it.
All right, bro.
Lawless.
They had laws, but they weren't. They were just doing whatever
Oh,
they
so they
wanted,
weren't
running scrappy. They did
lawless
whatever they
then,
wanted.
right? Is what you're saying? They weren't lawless? Is that what you're saying?
They weren't lawless. No,
Oh, so they
they
weren't
had laws.
lawless. They were following laws. Okay, and then one of the laws was about the
It was
death
corrupt.
penalty that was pointed out here. Did they follow that law?
Dude, he still brought up 2 false witnesses to testify on and have him killed. I don't see how you think that's fair.
How are they false witnesses? What did they falsely
Because she
witness?
just told them grab 2 scoundrels.
Yeah, what did they falsely witness?
Him breaking the fast.
Is that what the Bible says?
Bro, do you know how English works?
Do you know that that fucking weird ass falsetto is not convincing us that you're telling the truth?
Bro, you said institute a fast, bring them
Wrong,
assembly,
wrong.
tell
I
2
asked you, is that
scoundrels.
what the Bible says
God,
that he
this is
died for?
dumb.
Because he's an
Bro,
idiot and he doesn't want to fucking back
why
down
would
from
she
that.
say institute a fast? What's
Are
the
you?
purpose of saying
Well,
that?
I don't even know why you would ask that question. Of course
Can
you're a
you
fucking
tell me what the
idiot.
purpose is?
Do you know why he died?
No, tell me what. Tell me why she would institute a fast.
Do you know why he died? Yes or
No,
no?
I'm asking you a question.
Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Do you know
Yeah,
why he
exactly,
died?
dumb
Yes or
fuck.
no?
Exactly, dumb fuck. You don't know why, because you're fucking
Hey,
retards.
hey, hey.
Exactly. Don't answer
That's
the
cool for
question.
you.
Spew the
That's cool
truth.
for you.
Spew the
That's cool for
truth.
you. It absolutely shows who and what you
You
are.
think it's okay
Absolutely.
to have people unalive unjustly with
Hey,
lies and
hey,
deceit? You guys are
hey. All you've been doing is lying and saying stupid
pieces of
shit.
shit.
No one cares. You don't know what you're talking about. You're up here to try to agitate us, but the unfortunate part is it's only agitating you. We hear it. Your voice is like your heart is fucking racing. You have nothing to contribute. Everything that you say is a fucking lie. You don't know what you're talking about. And you thought you'd be able to bullshit your way through this conversation.
Why
Clearly
did
you
he
can't.
get? Who flagged him? Who
Because he
flagged
just
him? What
used the
did?
R slur.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Just use the
Oh,
arse.
well,
Yeah.
I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him. You got to go. Oh my God, he got flagged twice. He must have said it twice. I
No,
was
he
over
said it
here
once, but
researching.
he a little shit. So TikTok hit him twice.
Let me get back on camera before they get my ass. I don't even know how to find it.
Curses,
I
love,
moved it
use and
off screen.
slurs.
Huh?
Yeah, you moved it onto the left.
Yeah, but how do I find it?
Oh, it's a
I
great
don't know how to
question.
find it.
It's been like 8 months since I've been on studio.
I moved it so far I can't fucking find it no more.
Maybe
Oh,
click
there it
one of the
is. There it is.
layers. Okay.
Hold on. I think I found it. How do I move it? Well, fuck it. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't give a damn. Yeah, I don't give a damn.
Is this the background you wanted?
Nope. What? Okay. All right. If you remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest box, I won't bring you up unless I see a comment from you saying that you're in there on purpose. I see a couple of you in there. I don't know if you're in there on purpose or not, y'all. Legendary Dream. Hey, how are you? Dream?
Legendary. Oh man, are you gonna leave me?
This motherfucker said the king of Israel was from Arabia.
Yeah,
I
he knew he was cooked.
motherfuckers, these motherfuckers be dumb, man.
It almost felt like he knew, like it almost felt like that's something that he actually believes, but the moment he said it, it clicked for him that it was fucking stupid.
I think he thought Arab. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he actually thought that was real, but then like realized after he said it that, oh fuck, that actually does sound dumb. So then he doubled down. And but then he doubled down incorrectly because
And then he said he got killed for not fasting.
yeah.
The fast was called because she wanted to bring a charge. Like that's fucking like what?
He didn't know, and that why he got killed. One day you eating a quiche, next day you're dead.
Oh my god. Shani,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm okay. How y'all doing?
I'm
Here.
doing good.
So I've been giving the first topic I have. You know how I give you some of my steps of my journey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, good. So the other day, like about 2 or 3 days ago, I had to go ahead on somebody that made me mad and let my mouth fly the way it needed to fly. At the end of it, though, I told him when you see me on the street again, don't say don't say nothing to me. I didn't say really nothing, but I said a cuss word. Anyway, I said, "On God, don't
You
say."
okay?
Yeah, I
Oh,
told
okay.
somebody to not say nothing to me when they see me. On God,
What's wrong with that?
I've never said that before.
It's just a colloquial saying.
No, I felt it was bad before.
You feel bad for saying it?
No, not now, not today.
Oh.
Okay. And the next time, I said, was it today? Oh yeah. So I was chilling with one of my friends that is a Christian, and I don't know how we got discussing about like their beliefs or whatever. But anyway, I said, "Don't put that on me. I ain't me and God. We not on good terms right now, so I don't want to hear that shit." But he, crossed boundaries like they always do, and so I had to tell him about, yo, I done been through some stuff. I've been through some trauma, and your God created those things too. He didn't want he didn't want to believe it. So I kept talking. And I had to break down David and Bathsheba because that's the most recent story I hear
Wait,
about how
David and who, Shani?
Bathsheba.
Bathsheba.
Bathsheba. Don't you try to correct my words. You struggle with words every day.
I know.
Yeah, everybody calling Keish, Chichi, and Coochie. Okay, okay. Anyway, I was telling the story. And I was like, yo, yeah, he did. And then as I was telling the story, yeah, like he didn't even want to hear the detail. Like he tried to stop me every chance I got. I mean, at the end of it, I think I said like fuck God, whatever, some shit. But
And who was it that you were talking to? Family members?
no, that was like a friend that I know, that my family know. So I had to break it down to him with a real story, that he probably never read about, but still want to dismiss it because he don't want to believe it. So I was, throwing that truth in his face.
That's what's up.
Yeah, give me some props.
Yeah, good job. Good
And
job. How'd you feel?
I felt great because when I let the mouthpiece do what it do, it feels great. I've taken a lot of years of keeping quiet, and for what? Let that shit out. I'm getting old. I ain't got that much space to be keeping all that shit in.
Yeah, and trying to have people gaslight your mind and mind fuck you and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fight back with facts.
Yeah, so the more I learn, the more I can throw it in their face and tell them to look it up.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, there was a couple other questions I had to ask you, but I think I forgot. I don't even know if it's late or early or both for me.
You been drinking?
Now, me and you know each other. You will leave me alone. People might
Yeah, I already know. You gonna text me tomorrow and be like, "What the fuck did I say?" you be like, "What did I say on stage?"
I have a good memory. I know what I do. This is not that bad.
No, it's not.
It have.
Good.
I think
I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad
I
at you.
think it's been worse, but yeah. I just want to at least say that I have some wonderful clapback. So if also need like a clapback assistant, you know what I'm saying? Like if I want to jump in and I say, "Hey, coach, put me in." If y'all see that, then y'all can put me in. 'Cause I might have something that really. Let me stop. Also
I
does a
got
great
you.
job, but man, some of these people, yo. Mm-mm-mm. You get a salary for this, right? They pay you? You make commission? You get something? This deserves a salary. Plus commission.
You a trip.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to go. I think I'm embarrassing enough. So help me.
I'll tell you about it tomorrow.
Huh?
I said
No,
I'll
I
tell
want
you
to know.
about it
Don't tell
tomorrow.
me shit. I want to forget things. Take me downstairs, please.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Right, it's gonna be on YouTube anyway. Draco.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm Christian. I believe in God and the Bible.
Okay. Also, do you want to start this one off, or?
Yeah,
Sure. Which topic do you want to touch on?
that's so like, are y'all saying, or do y'all feel like women have been gaslit by the church in general, or like are these bullet points like real talking points?
What?
Like what if Adam was abusive? Like I'm not gonna act like I done studied the Bible front to back, so like educate me if I'm wrong. Like, but why is it speculated that Adam was abusive? Like, are these like real questions, or is the topic just have women been gaslit by God in the church? Is what I'm asking.
Um, the topics of conversation, you pick one and then we discuss it.
All right, what if Adam was abusive? That's one I pick.
Okay. What if?
I don't think he was.
Okay, but what if?
What do you mean? What if? Like, what if he was abusive? Like, then that would force that would mean she eat the apple that God told her not to eat.
Explain.
I think. Can you explain that? Like, you. What is the
I
point?
didn't pick the question. You did. What if Adam was abusive? You said that she would have ate the apple. Okay, explain.
That's why I asked my initial question. Do you guys think women have been gaslit by God in the church? If the answer is no, then I'm gonna leave because I don't think they have.
Okay, goodbye.
There's a fucking statement there that says women have been. Like the fact that we have to explain that to you. It says women have been gaslit by God and the church.
I don't think they have.
Then that's what you talk about then. Like you coming up asking if that's what we think when it's on the screen is like
Okay.
wild as fuck.
And and then you say, what if Adam was abusive? Like, what type of what if Adam wasn't abusive? What do you mean?
You
What
don't
if he
know
was
that. How do you know that how do you know he wasn't?
It's you see how y'all are serious.
How do you know he
Crazy.
wasn't abusive?
I feel like maybe I'm a believer in God. So I feel like God probably would have
And
wrote like
your God is abusive. Your God commanded for the men to sell their daughters into slavery. Your God watched while Israelites threw out women to be raped by men. Your God commands the raping of women. Your God is abusive. What does it mean you believe in God? Who cares? How do you know
God
Adam
commands
wasn't
the raping of
abusive?
women.
Yes.
You got a scripture for that one?
Isaiah 13. Isaiah 13:16 to be exact.
And what does it say? Like, what's the verbiage?
Read it. You asked for the scripture, read it.
Isaiah 13:16, you said?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go do that later. So I'm not even God commanded for the rape. Okay, of women. What? So
The more you say right now, the more stupid you're gonna sound later. The more stupid you're gonna feel later.
okay,
Like it
let me
literally
see.
says that. So for you to sit here and pretend like you know it doesn't when you have not read it,
I'm not
the
gonna act like I
fuck?
know it doesn't. I'm
You
not saying
just
I know it
did.
doesn't.
You were like,
But you
oh,
just told
okay,
me
God said
God
that.
commanded
Okay,
for the
Shane.
rape of women. You
Go
just said
fucking read
God
it,
commanded for the
dumbass.
rape of women. Like
Go
I'm not gonna
fucking
act
read
like
it.
that.
You asked for
I'm
it.
not
Go
gonna act like
fucking
it
read it.
sounds right.
Okay,
I
go
just said
fucking
I'm
read
gonna
it.
go read it, bitch. I'm not finna go read it right now. I told you when
Bitch,
I was
read
gonna
it
go
right
read it later.
now.
What the fuck,
Read it right
nigga?
now, then,
The
dumbass.
fuck you talking about, nigga? I'm not gonna read it right now. I don't. What the
Oh,
fuck
you
you
such
talking
a
about?
fragile little bitch.
Nobody fragile. Like you telling me to go
You are
read some shit I said I
fragile.
was gonna
Go
read
read the
later.
shit
Like,
you asked for it. Go read it.
so I'm going to read it. I don't got to do shit on your time.
So
So
I'm
not gonna
going
lie.
to read it.
What
So
the hell?
what's the
I'm
point
gonna
of
read it.
asking for it then? You could have just asked
So
Google then.
why do I have to read
Go,
it right now?
because we're having the conversation about it right now, dumbass.
Okay, but God commanding the rape of women isn't the. I'm not. I don't want to focus on that. I don't want
Why?
that. Like
Why?
because first of all, I feel like it's
Why?
crazy. And you said, "What if Adam was abusive?" I'm trying to do it. What if Adam was
Nigga, you
abusive?
can't.
Is what is on the fucking
You
screen.
you've already
What if
explained
Adam
that
was
you
abusive? Is on
cannot.
the screen.
Shh.
That's what I
Calm
picked
down.
to focus.
You can't talk about that. You've demonstrated that twice, but you can talk about the fact that you just asked for that Bible verse. Go fucking read it. Tell me what it say.
Why do I have to do that right now?
Because you clearly can't talk about Adam. You have no idea. The prompt says, "What if Adam was abusive?" And you don't even understand that part.
I understand that,
You're
but I feel like that's a
accepting it.
crazy. You talking about what
Shh,
if
shh, shh,
Adam was
shh,
abusive?
shh, 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 shh. There's a mental deficiency. Listen, listen. You can't talk about Adam because you have no idea what that topic entails. You have no clue. You're left out there on a fucking island with no hope of rescue. But you can talk about the Bible verse that you just asked for. Fucking read it. Tell me what it says. Let's talk about it. You don't think that the women are gaslit by the God in the church? Let's read about it. Uh-oh. It's on the screen now. Can you read it now? Where you going? Bitchko, where you going?
Did you call him Driscoll?
Bitchko.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? I'm not going nowhere. Like I'm screenshotting and zooming in. I have bad eyesight. Like I actually can't read that.
You should ask your God to heal that. Oh, wait. He kind of won't.
Okay. Well, that's the whole verse.
That's what 13:16 says. Could you read it for us? What does it say?
I just read it.
We can't hear you if you're off the app. You need me to read it for you?
I mean, I can read it. I read it like to my like you clearly know it. So you want me to read it to you?
Yeah.
Dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered and their wives raped.
Interesting. Who do you think is saying that?
Probably God.
You know why God's saying that?
No, I would have to read the entire chapter. I would have to read in totality. That's why I just did
Interesting. Do you think that this is something that God wouldn't say? Because it
Hmm?
kind of sounded like you said earlier, this is something God wouldn't say, but
From what I do know about the Bible, I know that God is a God of wrath. So I'm not gonna say that they did anything to deserve that. Like it say that their houses will be plundered too. Like I'm
Wait,
not.
women deserve to
what?
be raped.
I never said that. I
You
never said
said,
that.
I'm not going to say that they didn't do anything to deserve it. Therefore, you think that women can do something to deserve to be raped.
No, I'm talking about their houses being plundered.
We're
We're
not though.
talking about women being raped. We're talking about your
Okay, yeah.
God commanding people's wives to be raped.
Okay, I'm not gonna like I agree with anybody commanding anybody to be raped, but it's clearly more context to this. This is
Oh,
one
what would be
sentence.
the context? What would be the context that your God would command wives to be
No,
raped?
probably
What would
some
be the
context
good?
that
What would be
was
the context to make it
established
good?
during Christ thousands of years ago. I mean, it's
What would be
2025.
what would
What are you
make
talking
this a
about?
good line? What would make this good?
Nothing will make it good. I don't think anything will make that good.
So
But
what context are you fucking looking for?
I'm trying to. The times of the Bible are not the times of today.
Whoa.
What are you talking
What's your
about?
point?
My
What's your
point is
point?
that
Is
this
your
is
God
like.
the same God? Is he a
Mm,
different God today?
I don't think he's a different God. No.
So then what's your point? The same God that would command the raping of women as a punishment, the same God that commanded for men to sell their daughters into slavery, the same God that sat and watched while men threw their daughters out to save the assholes of other men, is the same God that would have been in the garden with Adam.
Okay,
And the
God gives
same
us
God
free
that's with
will.
y'all motherfuckers today.
God also gave us free will.
I said command. You're
Did
saying Adam wouldn't been abusive because he was with God. That same God is abusive.
dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their
Those are
wives
babies,
raped.
by the way, in case you
Yeah,
were
by the
curious.
way, those that's being dashed are babies. Their infants will be
Their
dashed to
infants will be
pieces.
dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped.
Hey,
Like I said, I really wanted to.
what do you think God had? What reason do you think God would have for you to want to kill babies and rape women? What reason do you
I
think God
don't
has?
think. I don't think God commanded for that. I think people
You're
have. I don't.
reading
That's
the
why I don't
Well,
words right
understand the
there.
hold
context.
on,
Who are they
hold on.
giving?
Let's
Who are
see.
they giving? Like
Hold
who?
on, hold on. Oh, so let's see who commanded this.
Like who is doing the
Let's
raping
hold
of the
on. Let's
wives?
hold on, because I don't like doing drive-bys,
God's
Jody.
followers.
Jody, I don't like doing drive-bys. So let's see
What are you
who
talking about?
commanded this shit. They know who the fuck I'm talking to. The oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah son of Amos saw. On a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself. He made it clear. I
I can
myself
comprehend. Just read it or let me read it
shut
myself.
up. Have
He's not talking. He's very
commanded.
clear.
Have commanded. I myself, Jody, have commanded my consecrated ones. I myself, Jody, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones, to do what? To execute my anger. That's what your God is commanding. And the anger, and just to let y'all know, Jesus
Why is you
quotes
skipping
this.
all this shit?
Shut up. Just to let y'all know, Jesus quotes this in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming. Because Jesus says, they lied. That ain't about Babylon. The consecrated ones there ain't the Medes. That's not going to happen to Babylon. And the Medes ain't going to do it to Babylon. That's about me and my followers. And when you see the stars of heaven and the constellations not giving their light and the sun going dark and the moon not shedding its light, that's my day. And the consecrated ones, those are my people. Those are my followers. Listen,
A tumult on the mountains, as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of heavens. The Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole earth. Well, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of Jesus Christ is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. Jesus said, when you see this happen, know that I'm coming. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I, Jesus Christ, will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like a sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. And whoever is found will be thrust through, like he says in Luke 19. Those who didn't want me to rule over them, bring them before me and stab them in front of me. He says, whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. This is your God talking. This is your God saying this is what's going to happen on his day of his return, and his consecrated ones, those of you that are in his army of the Lord, will execute his anger, and y'all will rape women and kill babies. You motherfucker.
The
I'm
consecrated
not
ones.
doing none of that. I don't know what you're talking
We
about.
going to hell then, I guess.
So if I don't, I feel like y'all are taking, okay. So if you genuinely believe if when God comes back, if the supporters of Christ, the men, I guess, if they, or women, because women can rape too. So if the followers of Christ don't rape women and kill babies, we're not going to heaven. Y'all believe that in y'all heart of hearts?
I believe that Jesus himself said that there are some of you that claim that y'all are down for the cause, but he's going to say, I've never known you. I believe that the big test will be whether or not you are down to fuck shit up with him. It's in your book.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ones that are like real fair weather fans, the ones that's just like, well, he helped me find a parking spot. I don't want to do all that. He has no use for you. You're not doing what he says. That was life on earth. Eternal life, you don't get that option. It's do what I say, or well, actually, that's it. So yeah, no, I think that the test is going to be this, and if you don't want to do it, that's fine, but you'll be in hell with the people that you condemned your whole life, and I think that's actually pretty funny.
Okay.
It's
Well,
fucking hilarious, really.
thank God you
But
don't know everything.
you know who won't be in hell.
Ooh, if you
Also,
read the book, you might not be thanking them. Go ahead.
you know who won't be in hell.
Who?
Satan.
Satan. Satan will be on the new earth with all the motherfuckers that was willing to rape women and dash babies and stab men.
Mm. Well, you guys have some real radical beliefs. I don't
Well,
think
you should just
Adam.
read the book.
This
It's
is your
not
book.
radical. You should
Yeah.
just read the Bible.
It's the way y'all are
The
interpreting it
crazy
though.
thing is,
Like it's
nobody
hundreds of
interpreted shit.
interpretations
No
of the
one
Bible.
has
What the fuck are you
interpreted shit.
talking
And the
about?
fact that you have to fucking reinterpret shit because you don't like what comes out of your God's mouth is fucking hilarious to me.
What version of the Bible is this?
The
The one
Bible.
true and living
The fuck you talking
version.
about? The Bible, bitch, is multiple versions. Which version?
Bitch,
Hey,
don't
calm
fucking
your
call
little
me a
ass
bitch. Your
down.
mama a bitch.
Okay, well that don't really phase me because I
Just
don't know you.
because
But
you
like,
hurt.
which version?
No. What's phasing you is the fact that you haven't read this fucking book. And you're up
That's
here
not
acting like a
phasing me either.
dumbass. That is
I'm asking
phasing you,
which version
Draco.
this is.
That is phasing you, Draco, because you have no idea. You have no idea what we're talking about. And the fact that you think it's a translation thing and not the fact that you have not read the fucking book is insane. It's getting to you. You don't know what the book says. And the fact that you came up here trying to talk like you know some shit, nigga, go read the goddamn book. Circle back to us in a year when you read it.
Never came
Motherfucker
up here
believe
trying
a
to talk
God that
like
he
I
don't
know
even
some
fucking
shit.
read. Bitch, you ain't even scared of your own
I
motherfucking
saw
God.
prom.
Like you ain't
The
even
only
scared of
thing
your
I
own
fear is
motherfucking. Shut your dumb ass up. You ain't even scared of your own motherfucking God. Like you up here repping a God that you don't even fucking know. Just because something your bitch ass mama told you to.
I got my own relationship with God, bro. You don't know me.
You ain't got
Neither
shit.
y'all know me.
You ain't got shit but ignorance, motherfucker. That's all you got.
Okay.
You up here
What do you
repping a
think this
motherfucking
is?
God. You up here repping a motherfucking God that you don't even know. The fuck up. And that makes you a bitch because you doing something somebody else told your motherfucking ass to do.
Damn.
Somebody else told your motherfucking ass. Somebody else told you to worship this God and you said, okay,
I
where's
don't
Dick
think
at?
nobody else told me to worship this
Somebody
God.
else told you to worship this God and you said, where's Dick at?
I
That's
did
what you
this on my
did.
own, bro. I feel like, I mean, you don't know
Thanksgiving
me,
was a
so
couple
like,
of days
that's
ago. Why
not
you still
true.
gobbling? Why you still gobbling?
Y'all boys as hell. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Yeah. You should read your Bible though.
I mean, all right, bro. Like, you just,
Okay.
this is crazy. I don't think Adam
Maybe you will be
abused.
less of a disappointment if you
Y'all
do.
He
talking
talking
about
about a
God. This is
disappointment.
my God. Like God, but I got that. I'm gonna talk about my God, motherfucker. No.
I ain't even phased by that for real.
Nigga, bitch got me fucked up, motherfucker.
You never said motherfucker not one time, actually.
I'm not even
Y'all,
phased
are
by
y'all
that.
black? This is like, I ain't gonna count. Y'all, hey.
Man,
This is crazy.
niggas worship this God, motherfucker. Y'all ain't black, bitch. Like we in bondage, motherfucker. When you talking about free, when you talking about critical thinking, motherfuckers, y'all motherfuckers dumb than a motherfucker. We God over here, motherfucker. We fucking slaves of Christ, bitch. Chain gang, chain, motherfucker, chain.
Every time I walk up in the bit, chain.
I'm wrong with me. Do you hear these people? Y'all in these comments like, but y'all is an echo chamber. Y'all, but
Yeah.
God bless y'all.
Yeah.
God bless y'all.
You should read up about how he do that.
Shit, he need to bless you.
Yeah.
Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic, yeah. It's demonic. Yeah, you saying I'm lost? Let's talk about that. Yeah, so I've been in my search for truth, I conclude the Bible don't make sense and neither do you. When I apply critical thought and a little bit of logic, the serpent didn't lie in the garden, God did. Ironic, I had questions so I took a second look. Now I need to know why what you preach ain't in the book. Curiosity led me back to history and biology. There ain't no way life started with Adam, not Eve. I don't believe, now you telling me. Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teaching. Gotta be them demons, it's demonic, yeah. Yeah, it's demonic. Or maybe it's honest. You say I'm possessed, yeah, probably true. My brain gives me understanding, and that's what's haunting you. You were taught that curiosity is something to reject. You call it Satan, I call it intellect. If knowledge is sin, that's a mark I have to miss. Without facts, logic, or evidence, I can't believe this. It's like you're scared of the mind, you want an exorcism. Cause we thinking, and that's attacking your religion. You saying I don't mind is the devil's playground, so you leave yours filled with doubt instead of finding out if any of this is true. And right, don't be you repeat it. Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic, yeah. It's demonic, it's iconic. Yeah. It's demonic, it's iconic. Oh yeah, they scared of the brain lords. Lean out under your own understanding, they say. Well, baby, that's exactly why y'all don't understand anything today. His ways are not our ways, yeah. I agree, cause my ways involve thinking critically. You say, touch not God's anointed, but you ain't immune. When the lies fall apart, y'all be confused. You gotta have faith, yeah, that's your escape. But faith without reason is fear wearing grace. So if knowledge is the devil, then I'm fully possessed. I'm thinking, I'm reading, I'm questioning the rest. You can quote your cliches, it won't make them true. Cause faith without thought, that's the demon in you, yeah. Rejecting faith over reason is the demon. Gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic, yeah. It's demonic, it's ironic. It's demonic, it's iconic. It's demonic, it's stinker. Bionic. It's a reason.
The crazy thing about it is, Marciano, that demons ain't scared of your Jesus. That's the crazy thing.
Steve, where's your integrity? Save the sleep for
Hey,
later.
Fee.
Hey, y'all. Good morning. I woke up
Good
jamming.
morning. Little buddy got scared than a motherfucker. Yeah, like it's just dumb as fuck. You're saying that we slick representing demonic. I don't even know how you represent demonic. But slick
Slickly at
representing
that.
demonic is crazy as hell. But like demons aren't scared of your Jesus. Like that's the crazy thing.
I don't think they know
But
how
y'all
to.
scared as hell of demons, huh?
I don't know if they know how to engage in hypotheticals. Like that last guy, he was really stumped at the concept of what if Adam was abusive. Like I feel like the narrative that they have been told is the only one they have access to because they haven't given themselves permission. Like, okay, well, what if this were the case? I don't know that they know how to engage in an actual hypothetical. Definitely not one from a biblical perspective.
His
Absolutely.
dumb ass said it's in the lyrics. That came from a Christian. That hook came from a Christian. A Christian made a video joking because y'all won't let them use their brains and saying that anytime they ask a question, a believer shuts it down and says, that's demonic. The hook came from a Christian. Dumbass.
Yikes. You know, Christians are slick illiterate. I was gonna say the same thing. It's
So
crazy. What? Um, I was gonna say it's crazy because the topic gets people to come up and talk about it. And for whatever reason, between the time it takes for them to request and get on stage and talk about it, it never registers that they have no idea what the fuck it is. Like, it's crazy to me. It baffles me every time.
Because they're misogyny. They're misogynistic as fuck. All they really want to talk about is them being a man.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't even articulate that shit. You miss Film Believer. Like he was getting on my motherfucking nerves.
Oh, not him. What was he talking about? What topic did he pick with his misogynistic?
He was saying, that's what he said the whole time.
Yeah.
Amber Sapien.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, well, as you know, I've been here for a while. You guys bring the receipts. I love it. Oh dear. Yeah. Hi.
So, are you a believer? I'm sorry, I can't remember. I know you said you've been here before, so I apologize. I do not.
I know it's the first time I've stumbled across your live, and I've been watching and listening. So, yeah, I'm a believer, kind of deconstructing a little bit. But yeah,
Okay. All right. And what topic did you want to discuss?
so
And can you state your age for TikTok purposes, please?
yeah, sure. I'm in my 50s, so yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
an
And
old
which
hag.
topic?
So yeah, I kind of want to go along the it's the popular one, right? It's the what if Adam was abusive? Because that's
Okay.
a kind of interesting topic. Yeah.
All right. Fee, do you want to do this one?
Yeah. Good morning. What are your
Okay.
thoughts on the topic?
I think so. For me, sort of reading that little bit, he was the one that was told about the fruit, and then if you follow the scripture along, Eve then came along. So who told Eve, right? So I can only assume that it was him that did. And then when she was tempted by the serpent or whatever it was, he was stood there. So that's a form of abusive as well. And also, he threw her under the bus afterwards. So I think it's an interesting thing to consider about because there's different types of abuse, right? So in a way, yeah, there was abuse there because he's kind of gaslighting in the fact that look, it was her. I didn't do anything wrong, but he was stood there all the time.
Yeah. Do you think that there would have been any factors that precluded him from being abusive in any way? Because that's usually what believers say to us, that sin hadn't entered into the garden of the earth or wherever they think the garden is. And they
Sure.
believe that he didn't have the capacity to be abusive because of that.
But my counter for that, even as a believer, is that if they don't have the capacity for sin, then why did they eat from the fruit?
Right.
It was always there,
Yeah.
so it doesn't track.
Yeah. I think the story, like as a whole, like to anybody who's thinking through it, it has a whole lot of plot holes, right? It has a whole lot of space for inference. And it seems like the inferences that are drawn by those who believe are going to be, of course, positive and aligned with what the moral of the story is intended to be. But there's nothing that would preclude Adam from being abusive. There, we don't know how they lived. We don't know what their relationship was like.
Yeah,
But I
exactly.
think the inferences that are drawn are usually those of a positive nature. But in Thinker's song, if this is your first time on the platform, you probably aren't familiar with Thinker's songs, but she wrote a song that I felt like just captured the reality of the garden in this hypothetical in a really great way, because we don't know what type of life she had. We don't know if this fruit that promised death at the moment you ate it would have actually, we don't know how she saw that. We don't know any of those things. So the fact that there's nothing in this book that indicates that he couldn't have been abusive. I mean, I think it's worth having the conversation of what her reality would have been, because let's face it, like this Bible doesn't really speak on a woman's perspective very often, if at
No,
all. So
no.
until we actually engage in these hypotheticals and talk about it, we'll never get that vantage point.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a few positive ones like Ruth and Esther and stuff like that, but they were still, they had to be fairly sly with how they dealt with it because, man's world, all that sort of jazz. And the thing I found most about when I've been looking at the Adam and Eve thing is that there's some Hebrew texts where they think when Adam was first created, it was both sides of the gender spectrum that was there. And then when they were separated, the side, the rib, so it's translated as rib in a lot of translations, but it means side. And that's that hits different, right?
I mean, I think it hits just as unbelievably. Like I didn't
Sure.
know
Yeah,
no
yeah,
woman came from a man. Um,
yeah,
I mean, I get what you're saying. Maybe the intent was equality. I don't know, but
yeah.
like
I mean, I
patriarchy
don't
clearly.
take I don't take the Bible as like a science book that it's literal.
That's
Um,
good to know.
maybe I'm wrong for that, but hey, I'll deal with that.
My
As time goes by. But yeah,
Yeah, your fellow believers don't necessarily take such a literary perspective on it, because they come up here telling us that it was an actual apple, which the book doesn't say. It was a real ass talking snake, and the
yeah.
snake was Satan. And yeah, so definitely take it literally. And I think it's a difficult thing for them too to engage in a hypothetical outside of what this narrative is. So the either the stories represent real people, and these real people lived real lives, and we know that unfortunately in real life sometimes people are abusive to others. So there's a
Uh,
possibility that he was.
yeah, there 100% is the possibility, and I think the fact that when if you follow that story through, they ate the fruit, they realized they were naked, hid from God, all that sort of stuff. Adam was the first one to say, "Hey, don't blame me. It was her. She made me do it." That's abuse.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think the idea that he was abusive, it tracks.
Yeah. I mean, the concept, the crazy part about it is like usually, specifically when we talk to Christian men, they constantly like to harp on this idea of headship and the man being the lead and all of those things.
Hmm.
Well, if that were the case, then why do you not hold Adam more responsible for what happened in the garden? If he's the head of this family, he's the household, he's the one responsible, that yet they're quick to place the blame at the feet of Eve. So if we want to be consistent, be consistent. But I think
Hmm.
it's more about preserving the narrative they want to portray as opposed to consistency.
And that's what I've always struggled with that part of the Bible as well. In that, she eats of the fruit and then hands it to Adam. He was stood next to her,
Yep.
listening to what she was being told. He could have at any point said, "Oh well, no, that's not what we shouldn't be doing that. Let's walk away." He never did that at any point. So he stood there, watched what happened, knowing that she might just drop down dead, but he allowed it to happen. That's abuse.
I mean, as irresponsible as well. Like if you're supposed to be the head and you see that the
Mhm.
person that you're responsible for is about to make a decision that you know can harm them, why sit by and watch? That would be like a kid, a parent sitting there watching their child reach for a hot stove, or me sitting there watching my husband about to drink a cup of bleach, thinking that it's water. Like I wouldn't allow that to happen. Yet they never look at this and say, "Well, wow, what he was right there." They like to now. I grew up in a religion that told us that he wasn't there. I don't know how they pull that one off, but a lot of believers come up here believing the same thing. Like she had to take it to him. He wasn't there because they aren't taught what the story actually says. But there's never a question of what his responsibility was in that situation. He's the one in authority. He's the person who has the power, supposedly the headship. Then he should be the one that should have corrected her. He was right there, which means he's just as responsible as she is.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. um, it's it's wild that guys don't seem to get that. Um, but I think it's almost like the Bible's kind of used as a weapon in a lot of ways. Um, and I loved what Thinker was doing with Isaiah. That was like, whoa, I need to think about that one. Um, that's that was like, wow. Sorry, tangent. But yeah, I think
Hold on, with what? The what now?
Isaiah.
when you were going through Isaiah,
Oh, Isaiah.
yeah, I was like, whoa, I've never read it to that. Yeah, um, yeah, um, yeah. I think guys, because the idea of being the head of something and being in charge, it's appealing, right? So if you've got this book that you're seeing as a literal way of living your life, why would you not then follow that through? But with that comes responsibility, and I think that's where that failing comes, and I think that's where the church definitely lets women down because we're not seen as equals anymore, if
Yeah,
ever.
yeah, I'm definitely not in this book. I mean, I think that, if we look back through the annals of history and find all the records that we can, there were plenty matriarchal societies. But when this one came around, they did a whole lot of work to take out any references of the female deities. They ensured that women were positioned under men. And I
Yeah.
think it's consistent throughout the book. So I'm curious, what keeps you as a woman that's aware of these things attached and associated with this religion?
Um. Well, as I say, I'm kind of deconstructing a little bit, but I think just I don't want to not believe. I found my faith about 15 years ago, so I'm fairly new to it anyway. And I've explored lots of different faiths and ideas and philosophies. But when I was basically challenged to read the Bible because I've always sort of questioned people and said you can't make your mind up about things and not read it, which was, fair point. I think for me, when I was reading the words of Jesus as they're interpreted there, that kind of got me. And I'm going through the rest of the Bible, so I've never read Isaiah. So the fact that that's there is like, okay, I need to have a think there. Yeah, so I think what I'm holding on to is the teachings that Jesus was saying about we should treat people equally. That that verse of there's no Jew, Gentile, male, female. That's a big crutch for me. That sort of stuff. That's my honest answer with that one.
So the scripture where he's talking about no Jews and no Gentiles,
hmm
what resonates with
So
about
basically,
that?
that everyone's equal. That we shouldn't judge people because of where we're born, what our religion might be. We're just equal, and we should treat each other as an equal, like we want to be treated. That kind of resonates.
Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. He absolutely didn't respect other
Well,
religious beliefs. I mean, Christianity doesn't respect other religious beliefs. The huge tenet of Christianity is proselytizing to bring people into their way of thinking. There's no acceptance.
Even Paul, like with that, there's no Jew or no Christian. Like he literally says when he goes around the Jews, he pretends to be a Jew so he can win them over. He pretends to be, someone enslaved so he can win them over. Like he's manipulative,
sure.
for the purposes of proselytizing.
Yeah, I
It's not
think the way
love
I
and
read it.
acceptance. I think it's a recruitment strategy.
Yeah, I think the way I
Yeah.
read it was that I wasn't seeing it that way. I was seeing it more as everyone is an equal regardless of. And I
Hold on,
fully get
Amber.
what you're
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Yeah.
One second. Marcino, you are scared of the fucking word demon. Like a song that says a song that says it's demonic to critically think, that believers think it's demonic to critically think, has you fucking scared.
Why
You,
do they act like
you
they've seen demons like shudder at the name of God? Like, why do they say things as though, like, it's funny to say that demons aren't scared of my God? Like, how would you know that? They just say shit.
He's saying it because he fucking scared. I play Gotta Be Them Demons, and he been talking about, we ain't play. It's been 10, 15 minutes, and this motherfucker is still talking about Gotta Be Them Demons. You are scared of the word demon, motherfucker. Sorry, Amber, go ahead.
That's all good. I'm just answering someone about my locks. The reason I have them is because I like the
Oh,
whole.
don't. No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not I'm not sort of trying to be anyone. I'm not. I just like Nordic stuff, and it's a fashion thing. If that offends you, that offends you. Um, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So the way I read that part about the Gentile thing, I didn't see it as sort of trying to manipulate things. I just liked the sort of the idea that everyone's an equal and we should treat people as that. That's what resonated with me. Um, yeah, and I think the church now follows Paul more than it does Jesus, which I think is problematic. Um, I think church as a rule, as in some cases, maybe in the most part, has gone a little bit off message, whatever that message might be. Yeah.
I don't know that they have though, right? Like I think like yourself, a lot of Christians kind of gravitate to that particular part of the Bible where your preacher has told you that it's a message of love and acceptance of all as they are. But in reality, that's not the overall message of this book. And if you read what Jesus's words were, who he was talking to, what he was talking about, if you look into the disconnect between how Paul talks about what Jesus wants, who never met Jesus, by the way, how he kind of rebranded and remixed what the message was, it's not this message of love and acceptance. The scripture that he referenced when Thinker was reading earlier from Isaiah, it talks about how he sees those who don't want to be ruled over by him. So people like me, right?
Sure.
People who have read this Bible and say to themselves, no, this doesn't represent a God I want to align myself with. I think what happens with this book, because it is a book, and because with any piece of literature, how it's the impact of it is decided by the reader. So oftentimes I think what happens is the character of the reader is revealed in the scriptures that resonate with them. So people who are kind and accepting and loving will find a way to pick out and cobble together a kind, accepting, and loving version of this God. People
Mm,
who are vindictive and mean spirited and cruel and want everyone who doesn't agree with them to suffer like for eternity, they can find
yeah.
that in there as well. But my question is, if this God is love, why would they be able to find anything to resonate with them? The reality is that this Jesus and his story has been remixed repeatedly throughout the centuries. We have
Sure.
45,000 different denominations of
Uh-huh.
alone. Christianity is a bastardization in a way of Judaism, and we see that when something has been taken and changed and molded to become this tool for control, I think that's what we see in this world. I don't know that there's anything wrong with wanting to believe a thing or wishing that things were different, but wanting and wishing does not make them reality. And the fact of the matter is that the concept of Jesus that you have, no one else shares it. The idea of the God
Yeah,
that
yeah, I
you
agree with
believe
that.
in, that yeah, it is very individualistic. And a part of me oftentimes thinks when people say this, I have a personal relationship with God, I have a personal relationship with God, like you are the person that you have the relationship with. You're just labeling it as a God. And
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I follow. I follow what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, did you have anything else to share on this topic?
Um, no, I think that's all I wanted to say really. But I love this format. I've found myself over the last month on a lot of atheistic, um, is that a word? Atheist sort of panels. And maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe it's because I'm questioning and things like that. But I think that it's important to think things through and be critical in your thinking. Because if you're not, then everything sort of falls apart, right?
But why do you think that belief that's not a tenet in most, like with the believers that we talk to in here? It's not. All of us on the panel were Christian at one time. Questioning was not encouraged in the religion I grew up in.
Sure.
Why do you think there's such a resistance from Christians to do what you're willing to do as a Christian?
Because it challenges your belief, and if there's a risk that your beliefs will change, and you're fearful that of what that means, that's where the resistance got to come from, right? Um, Christianity is an Abrahamic religion, so Judaism, Islam, Christianity, they're all under the same sort of umbrella. The Jews are encouraged to question their beliefs, so why can Christians not be encouraged to? Um, and it either deepens your faith or it makes you question why you believe. I think they're healthy qualities.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We say in here all the time, like, if you don't examine your beliefs at some point in your life, you could realize that they aren't yours. They're just things that you've inherited. And I think that this fear of hell, like you see in the comments, people, what is your fate? Where are you gonna go? Like, they use these threats. They use these, I guess, what they consider to be intimidation
Hmm.
techniques to try to convince people to love a God, which is wild to me. Like, you can't threaten someone into love.
No, definitely not. I
You
mean,
just can't.
that's basically red flag big time, right? I mean,
Right.
don't get me wrong. I've been attracted to red flags a lot of the time, and yeah, thankfully I've grown from that. But yeah,
You learned a lesson, but
uh-huh.
but not
Yeah,
not without a few scars.
sure, yeah.
But I
Um,
think anything that's encouraging you not to think, like, the scriptures about not leaning on your own understanding, about, they come up here constantly. You don't question God. You can't do this. You can't do this. And they make these bold assertions and assumptions as though what they've been told about this book that, let's be honest, most of them have not read, not even in its entirety or even partially. They might be familiar with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but they also think someone named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote those books, which says that they haven't researched this book. And I think that the tendency in our society, you're not in the States, I would assume by your accent.
No, I'm UK.
Yeah. The reality in the States is pretty bleak. I'm not gonna lie. We
I've
have,
visited. I've visited. Yeah.
yeah, we've
Yeah.
got politicians, wanting to put the Ten Commandments in the schools, requiring Bible
Yeah.
lessons and all of this nonsense over a
It's
book that
happening
most of
here as
them don't
well.
know.
Yeah,
Really?
it's happening here as well. Yeah. We've actually got a lot of those sort of same politicians trying um, to influence ours as well. And if you're going to put one religious text in, then why not the next? Why not the
Exactly.
Satanic Temple? Why not,
I thought Christianity was dying out in the UK.
No. It's so the church, the congregation I go to, we've actually grown massively. I think most Church of England churches have got a congregation of about 40 people. We've got 40 odd kids, let alone the rest. But I'm part of the worship team, so we put on good music. And that's not what it's about, right? It's about connecting. But I think church should be about community as well, and I think that's what is reaching people here. Yeah. I think that's the beauty of what a church should be, is that it's about community and supporting people.
I don't know. I think church literally means the house of the Lord, like the house of
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
Right? And in that house you do what the God wants. It's not really about community. It's about reverencing the God and obeying the God, right? And blessing the God and worshiping the God.
I think in part that should be true, but I think also the way I see it is that it should be about being of service to your community as a whole as well. So,
Why do you
putting
need a
on
church for that?
you don't need a church. I mean, some Christians seem to think that Christians have the moral high ground, and that's not the case at all. I know lots of people. I was one, an atheist that you know looked after my community. It's just 15 years ago, something resonated, and I now label myself as a Christian.
So do you believe or do you label yourself as a Christian? Because, well,
No,
let me take that back.
no.
An atheist is a person who doesn't believe. What convinced you of the truth of this?
Um, I think I've always been spiritual, and there are things that science can't understand that I've felt, experienced, whatever you want to label it as. And I think, I don't know, there was just something about the translations of what Jesus was saying, that just resonated. I think that's the best answer I can give you.
So were you, as an atheist, what was your, did you grow up religious? And I'm just
No,
trying, I
no,
find
no,
it fascinating
sure.
specifically for women who are critical thinkers and opt into this particular religion,
Yeah, no,
right? So
I get what you're asking. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
I
Um,
understand the need for community. I understand the, desire for connection. I know how powerful music can be, get all of that.
mhm.
But if this religion, the one where, your God commands
Yeah,
10 women to be raped for something David did, like this
yeah.
religion where, his consecrated ones as a form of punishment, like you believe God is powerful enough to snap his fingers and make anything happen, but he
Hmm.
has to use
But why
men
allow that?
to,
Yeah.
yeah, to humiliate and abuse women in this way, bashing babies' heads, like this religion, like that's the piece that my brain
Mhm.
cannot wrap around. I don't understand that one.
And valid, definitely valid. I think so. As a kid, I went to Sunday school, but that was so my mum could have some peace and clean the house. And then we came back and messed it all up again. And then for the longest time, I had nothing to do with faith, but I was always interested as to why people believed whatever, and I looked at different ones, from Hinduism, all that sort of stuff, all the mythologies, and then the best answer I can give you is that I was challenged to read the Bible, and it was the parts about community, the parts about doing unto others as like you perfectly said. If you're a good person, you can cherry pick those things and see that resonating. If you're someone that's controlling, you can cherry pick those to find ways of controlling people. So yeah, and maybe I just missed the bits out that I didn't want to see, because that's human nature, right? And I think I've read probably about, I don't know, maybe 40-50% of the Bible. But I started off in Deuteronomy and Leviticus, and then went into Romans, and so I started with the sort of the harsher parts, maybe.
Yeah, I mean
But
the laws are hard to read through.
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, like the
yeah,
bit about slavery, like that's problematic. Like, why would a God not know it's not cool for humans to own other human beings? Like
yeah,
Chevrolets, that's not
yeah.
cool.
I think the way I justified that in my mind is that it was of the time, and that and I'm not condoning slavery at all. It's awful, and be that wage slave, be it chattel, be it it's wrong, 100%. Moralistically, hopefully everyone agrees to that. But I think in my mind I was kind of, well, of the time, because slavery's existed for so long, right? And I think the parts I was reading was about, so if you find yourself that, then accept it so that you're not then further punished. I think that's how I justified it in my mind.
But why would that be okay for a God that can do anything?
Yeah, valid. And I think the way I justified it in my head is he's not really justifying it. He's just saying, look, this is how it is. And I get what you're saying. If he can snap his fingers and make it all okay, why didn't he?
I think at the very least, if to be internally consistent and honest with yourself, if you're going
Mhm.
to make that justification, then you have to drop the omniproperties of God, both omnibenevolent and omnipotent. Because
Yeah,
if you're believing that he has the power, if you're believing that he holds the goodness, it's incongruent for him to then say, "And the slaves whom you may have, this is where you get them from."
Not only that, like, does the power that you believe he have, is it less than the power to say don't own other people? Because it's something as
yeah,
simple
yeah,
as
100%.
that, right?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. I can't disagree with that at all. And I strongly agree with it that, yeah, why isn't it? Look, just don't own people, But again, it goes back to that one bit, and I know I'm cherry picking. Um, that if we're treating people how we want to be treated, do we want to be treated as slaves? No, of course not. So why are we treating others that way? That's my best
But
answer.
that, like, yeah,
Yeah.
but that treat people how you want to be treated was in the same law that said you could own people. That's a
Hmm.
Levitical law, right? And that law meant treat Israelites the way you want to be treated. But anybody that's not an Israelite can be enslaved. That's what
Yeah.
that
There's
law
holes in
meant.
it, big time. Yeah. Yeah. Um.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's a whole. I think that's the design. Like from the beginning, this God had his focus on his people, and it was like fuck everybody else. That's
Yeah.
baked into the framework of this belief system.
I think when I questioned it, it was explained to me that the Israelites were sort of given as an example of how we should be living, and I think I probably just took that as read because I was looking at lots of other things as well.
But if you took that as a
appropriate and suitable answer, then that means that you would have agreed that people who are of one group deserve to be treated one way and those on the outside deserve to be enslaved, because that's what early Christianity did. Early
Sure.
Christianity took the example that the Israelites gave, enslaved non-Christians,
Mm-hmm.
non-European Christians, non-European non-Christians, and then European Christians were the indentured servants, just like in ancient Israel. The Israelites were the indentured servants, and then non-Israelites were the lifetime chattel slaves. And
Yeah.
Christianity followed that example. If you are taking that, Israel is the example to follow.
Yeah. I guess at the time I didn't think it through because I fundamentally disagree with the fact that that's the correct thing to do. Um, so yeah, I think because I know it was very early into me sort of reading the Bible and getting my head around things. I think I just sort of parked it and went, okay, I'll look at that later, and then never have. Um, so yeah, but that's why you got to think things through and relook at things, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't have an answer for you. Is what I'm rambling. Uh,
No, I mean, I think it's a good conversation. I
yeah.
think that we have conversations with believers all the time, and
Mm.
a lot are like you, a lot are not like you. Like a lot are not even open to engaging honestly with this book. Like we'll read the exact verse that says God says the slaves whom you may have, and they'll say, no, God didn't give anybody permission to have slaves. Like what? And it's not. It's
Yeah.
just absolute and utter denial. But
Yeah.
another thing that we talk about is the fact that this Christian nationalist movement that's happening in the
Mm-hmm.
States, for sure, you mentioned in the UK, I think a lot of people like yourself who are still Christian but don't subscribe to or support the problematic features of it, even if not actively, passively are contributing to that because membership in it gives it power. The size of an organization or the perceived size of its members gives it power. Every single religion is a
Yeah.
cult, right? Like every single religion
Yeah.
starts out as a cult. The only difference between a cult and a recognized religion is size, numbers, and political influence.
Sure.
That's just how it is. In ancient days in antiquity, religion was the government. There was no separation, and I think we still live in that in a certain way. But I think it's bolstered by so many people who don't read this book, who still wear the badge of Christianity, but
Mm-hmm.
they don't know what that badge really represents. Because for you, you won't go out and do harmful things with this ideology, but there are many people who will. There were just two men who were caught in this scheme to go do exactly what this God told his people to do,
Yeah. Yeah.
to go to a far off land, kill all the men, and turn the women and children into sex slaves. That's what they were planning to do.
Wow.
And it's those types of actions that are not forbidden in this book, that are actually endorsed in this book, that I think that tacit approval just by proximity and association or even labeling it's important for us to recognize how our allegiance to certain systems empower those systems.
No, no, yeah, I get that. Yeah, and for the most part, I don't call myself a Christian because of those negative connotations. So if I struggle with the word Christian, why am I then labeling myself as believing that is what I have to ask myself, right? It's like if you look at my profile, it says follower of Jesus, as opposed to Christian. Um,
But
yeah,
how do you feel that that's separating you from the negative stuff? Because Jesus, it's still the same God. You just
yeah, yeah, yeah.
aren't claiming the identity, but you're still claiming the same God with who said the same
It's
thing.
semantics, right? Yeah, it's
Not really.
semantics.
What do you mean it's
Um,
semantics?
I think it's kind of justifying that I'm cherry picking the good bits in my own mind. That's what I mean by the semantics.
But
Um,
I'm saying, like, how do you feel
yeah,
like
yeah,
you are separating yourself? I want to, like, I'm asking, like, how do you feel like you're separating yourself if it's the same God? You're just
sure.
not carrying the title, but you're still carrying the same God
Yeah, because
that those who
I
carry.
suppose
Hold
it's
on,
cognitive
one
dissonance.
second, one
Sorry.
second, one second, please.
Yeah.
You're still carrying the same God that those who carry the identity of Christian
Hmm.
carry, who did the things that you don't agree with. And they did the things that you don't agree with because the God that you are calling yourself a follower of gave permission to do these things in this book. So how do you feel you're separating yourself?
I think it's cognitive dissonance, in that it's kind of that's them and that's how they are doing things and that's wrong. I wouldn't do those things, so that's why I can kind of I know it's really flaky, um, and yeah, that's it. It is problematic. I'll give you that. Um, and I've got people in the congregation that you know agree with things that Charlie Kirk was doing, and I've called them out on it, and they've fallen out with me over it. But they do that in the name of you know the same text that I'm reading. Um, but it's a journey, right? We're all on a journey, and maybe that's where my journey's taken me. And I don't know.
Well, I mean, it is a journey. I agree with you on that. I think that recognizing the distance, we can't change anything we don't first acknowledge. So I think that's step number one.
Hmm.
But I do think it behooves every single one of us. And it's not just, um, Christianity, it's all of these religions. We focus on Christianity here because this is the one we were all indoctrinated into. But these
Sure.
are realities, and these realities have real life impacts for people. So if an like I'm a AAA member, right? So sometimes if something goes down with my car, I need to get it repaired or towed. Cool, and I'm cool with that membership. But if I found out that AAA also did heinous things to little girls, or
Hmm.
commanded the total annihilation, or had members that were doing that in the name of AAA, I would immediately back away from that. It would give me pause, because although I am not doing those things in the name of AAA, I'm using it for the way I feel it was designed, is to help me when my car breaks down or if I run out of gas or something like that.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
power of the association of the organization is something I can't separate myself from. I am tied to it by virtue of my membership.
yeah, yeah. That follows, and I think that's why there's so many denominations of Christianity that they disagree with certain bits and then follow the bits they do like. Um, yeah, I get what you're saying, 100%. Yeah, but
Someone
if the
asked
core,
earlier
yeah.
tonight if
Mm.
there's a if there is a such thing as a good Christian. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, I think that there are good people that do bad things. Is my core belief. Um,
But is there a such thing as a good Christian though? I think a good person and a good Christian are two different things.
I like to think that I'm a good person that is a Christian, so hopefully I'm one. Um, but
So
that's
you
not
would
down for me to
consider
judge. I think
you
it's
would
how other
consider
people
uh,
judge
well, the reason why I'm asking
others.
this question is because we're talking about the fact that you don't even identify as a Christian, and
Sure.
you're saying that you are a good person who is a Christian. But the purpose is that the reason you don't identify as a Christian is because you don't agree with what Christians have done
Um,
with that title.
sure. Sorry, I've got someone that's phoned me about 3 times. Can I just come back to you?
Yeah.
This is what we were just talking about the other day, Thinker. Like that demographic that's starting to prop up now, that I don't know, this tangential Christianity to shield themselves from the impact of what it actually represents. I don't know that they have the distinction that they think they have.
Yeah, because they're still perpetuating it. Like
Mhm. What time did you say the meeting was again?
6 a.m.
Sorry, that's a
Central,
work thing.
6 a.m. Central.
Or
Sorry, I have to go. To answer your question, I think yes, there can be good Christians, but they can be good, but only because they're good people, not necessarily because of having a certain faith. Is the best answer I can come up with.
I think that's still two different things, right? You're saying that they're good people, but because they carry the identity of Christian, and that makes them a good Christian. Being a good the requirements for being a good person and being a good Christian are two different things. A good Christian obeys the God. A good Christian obeys the Bible. A good Christian
I,
obeys the
yeah, yeah.
authority, right? The authority that's over them, regardless if they agree with it or not.
In which case, I think we're all going to fail on that. So, by definition, then no, there won't be.
I don't think everybody that identifies as a Christian fails on obeying that. I think there are good Christians out here, I'm not saying they're good people. I think they're good Christians because they, obey what the God says. They think that slavery is okay, so they did it.
What, really?
They
They
think
still believe that now?
you know, only like prioritizing those that share their Christian identity is the right thing to do. So they do it. They think that women should be subjugated and quiet and, you know, not have authority or power. So they follow that. They think that it's okay to beat children because that's the way that, the Bible says to rear their child. So they follow that.
I mean,
So
that's
I think that there
problematic, right?
are people who are good Christians, but I don't think that they're good people.
Sure. I mean, if they truly believe that is what makes a good Christian, then I think they're missing what I've read, or I've misinterpreted it.
Well,
Is my comeback for that?
we're talking about what the Bible says. Like Jesus
Sure.
does not condemn slavery. This book doesn't condemn slavery in any shape, form, or fashion at all. Jesus is an Israelite supremacist, as Fee pointed out. Jesus prioritized those within his cult. He was in the cult of Israel, the cult of Yahweh, and he prioritized those people, and he saw them as superior to any other ethnicity of people on the earth.
Sure. I have to go, but I think I've got a lot of thinking to do, and I've loved this. Yeah.
It was nice talking to you. Hopefully, you'll come back and we can chat again.
Yeah, 100%.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I have to run off. Right.
No worries. Have a good day.
Take care. I don't know how to leave the live.
I got you.
Thank you.
I think when Cleveland came up and asked that question, I was telling her that I think that might be a topic that I end up running because I think it's a good
Question.
yeah.
Because, so your point, to be a good person means a certain. Be a good Christian means to obey this God. This God does not always command the right thing. So, which path do you take? I think that's a wonderful question.
And I think because we have people who say that they would obey the God if he told them to sacrifice their kid, I think a lot of people who fear this God would choose not being a good person over being a Christian.
I agree.
Chap 76.
Oh, shoot.
Did you come up on accident?
Yeah, I came up accidentally. How y'all doing today though?
I'm doing good.
good. What's up, man?
All
I'll
right.
take you down. Have a good day, okay?
Pardon me.
I said I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
Okay. Okay. You too.
All right.
Y'all ever need a Bentley, chap sells them.
I hate when I can open the guest box one motherfucking time, and then after that it doesn't want to work anymore. There you go. Legendary and Lone Dro, y'all are in the guest request. Legendary, you came up once and didn't say anything, so I don't know if you're in there on accident again. Lone Dro, are you in the request on purpose?
That's Drow.
Army Girl? Army Girl, are you there? Army Girl? All right.
Hoorah.
Mhm. Legendary, are you in the request on purpose? Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist 21 and up.
Come on down.
Was it a Christian that asked you that question earlier, Thinker?
She's deconstructing. She's a deconstructing Christian. It was a really good conversation. The believers disliked the conversation so much they started reporting the live. That's why I had to do a reset.
Are
And
you
I
serious?
yeah, I played a song that I wrote called "You Don't Know Me." Um, and I guess the conversation around believers don't not really knowing their non-believing family members and trying to see them through their God's eyes and rejecting them and causing so much division in the family. Believers in the live didn't like it and they started reporting the live.
Insane. Is that song on Discord?
No, I'll play it right quick though. I haven't released it yet. I haven't posted it. Like literally, I just named it in the. It's just it don't even really have a name. It's just called Hook right now because I started it out as a hook. So it's just named Hook.
You don't know me, although you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see me when looking from your worldview. You can't see me. You don't know me, but I've known you my whole life. You can't see me. You can't see me, 'cause you're looking through your God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. I wish you see me and accept I am who I am. Stop trying to fix me, like judging my life is part of your God exam. God exam. I had a dream about you last night, and when I called to tell you about it, you wanted to fight. You started pushing Jesus again, yelling Jesus loves me, and how you think I'm living in sin. I just said my goodbyes and hung up the phone. I thought to myself, they wonder why I don't ever go home. They act like my existence is the water to their fire, like loving me without converting me turns their whole religion into satire. You don't know me, no, although you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see me when looking from your worldview. You can't see me. save my soul from hell, but won't meet about big bro who's been in and out of jail. I ain't doing no lazy living. Just cause I'm not searching doesn't mean I'm out here sinning. Do you know what makes me laugh? Do you know what makes me cry? Do you know my favorite color or my favorite slice of pie? I wish you'd see me, but not through Jesus' eyes. I wish you'd see me, not as your mission, but as someone you recognize. You care more about converting me than seeing me. Care more about me sharing your Christian identity than loving me. Like my individuality is more dangerous than hellfire. You turn every conversation into a sermon about me being an outsider. You refuse to see me by using your human eyes. You only want to judge me with your spiritual mind, as if my authenticity is erupting your life. So the only eyes you view me through are your God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. You don't know, though you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see. You can't see me. Love you. You can't see me. You don't know me, but I've known you my whole life. You can't see. You can't see. 'Cause you're looking through your God's eye. God's eye. God's eye. I wish you see me and accept I am who I am. Stop trying to fix me like judging my life is part of your God exam. God, do you God exam? You don't know who I am. You only know the version your faith requires. You never learn to love me without trying to convert me. And every boundary I set looks like rebellion in your eyes. I hope one day you realize I'm not the danger. Oh, I'm only the daughter and the sister you never try to know. But I'm finally learning I don't have to bend to be loved. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore.
That is amazing. Like, I'm so many people can relate to that. So many people.
I wrote that after dumbass tagged me in that video that night when I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking when you started playing it. Have you shared it yet?
No, not yet.
You're not gonna share it.
I was going. I did post and then I deleted it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. And then something else happened yesterday, and I'm like, I'm just sick of this shit. So.
Really?
Huh?
That's the same kind of thing.
Same situation. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It is what it is, and I told him like I'm not about to let y'all undo all of the healing that I've done. Y'all got to deal with that shit. Like y'all still in the same place.
Yeah.
I'm not finna go backwards. And it
You have
is what it is.
absolutely no obligation to. Yeah, like that is their choice and their loss, by the way. Hugely. Like, if I could use a Trump word, hugely. That is absolutely their loss.
The crazy thing is that they know that religion is the issue. They said it yesterday, and I told them I was like, if y'all know that, but y'all looking at it like it's too holy to touch. Y'all, it's too holy to address. Like I'm the only one willing to talk to it. I'm the
So
only one
they
willing to.
they
Huh?
recognize the issues with it?
Yeah, but everybody's, have that God fear. So, and I said it's like y'all got it. Like there's an atomic bomb sitting in the living room, and everybody avoids the living room because you don't want to go in there because the atomic bomb is in there. Like I'm the
Yeah.
only one that's willing to say, "Hey, motherfucker, you fucking our family up."
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but if don't nobody else want to address it, like what can we do? Like all I can do is keep living my life, and like I told them, y'all are my babies. I love y'all. I don't care who you believe in.
Right.
Like I love y'all, but I can't let y'all, you know, keep hurting me in this way. Like I can't do it.
Exactly.
Good morning, y'all.
Good
Good
morning. How are
morning.
you?
Yeah. Uh, pinched a nerve in my neck, took pain meds at 8 o'clock, thinking, okay, I'll set an alarm and wake up.
Oh goodness. Would you take a muscle relaxer?
Yeah, and that
Oh,
alarm
I
watched me
hate
sleep.
that. Yeah. I hate taking muscle relaxers.
Yeah, that thing took me all the way down. Ugh.
I would rather hurt. Like I gotta be in a lot of pain for me to take one, and then on top of that, I take a
Mm-hmm.
half. Like I cannot. Like them motherfuckers be. I don't like being drowsy. I don't like my mind being gone. I don't
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, and it was really, really. I mean, it had me hurting real bad. So I was like, all right, I gotta take one. And I said, let me set the alarm. That didn't work. That did not work.
How do you feel now? Is it better?
Oh, it's much better.
That's
It is
good.
much
That's
better.
good. That's good. BTA.
Oh, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
25.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer. I was just wondering about what if Adam is like abusive? Like what's that about?
Exactly what it's about. What if Adam was abusive in the
Yeah,
garden before
yeah,
eating from the tree?
yeah. Are you saying he was abusive or?
And if I was saying Adam was abusive, that statement would say Adam was abusive. Like I would say it. I don't have a. Like I would say Adam was abusive in the garden. I'm not saying he was abusive. That says what if he was abusive in the garden before they ate from the tree?
Oh, okay. I just didn't know what that meant. Like because there just doesn't seem to be any like evidence to even kind of make that a hypothetical.
Is
Do
there
you know what it
evidence
means?
against?
Oh, sorry.
Is there evidence against it being a hypothetical?
I mean, yeah, but like lack of evidence doesn't mean there's like evidence of absence or whatever. Like that, like
Well, but
there's
you
no.
realize that. Hold on. You realize you just used a lack of evidence as an argument for why it wouldn't be possible. And then when I ask, well, let's use it the opposite way. Is there evidence against him being abusive? Then you go, you can't do that. So you started your argument off with the thing you're now telling me that I can't do.
I don't believe I made an argument. Like
You said
maybe that's
there's
not
no
how I
evidence.
formulated it.
I'm sorry. You said there's no evidence in the story that says that he could have been abusive. Correct? That's what you said, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, is there evidence in the story that says he can't be? And you goes arguing from a lack of evidence. You can't do that. But that's how you started it all
Well,
by
no,
saying
no,
there is no
because
evidence.
right. Let's say we take a judge, and the judge is going to be there's a case, and they're like, hey, he like ran over my foot in his like Honda Civic, and the judge is like, well, you don't own a Honda Civic. His foot isn't damaged. Blah 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 blah. Right? There's no evidence for it, so the judge wouldn't even take that case. Right? Much like this, there's no evidence to point towards Adam being aggressive in any format, Adam being manipulative in any format, Adam doing anything by coercion or force in any format. Like he just doesn't reach any kind of tenets of like abusiveness, right? Like in my understanding. So that's why I'm saying there's a lack of evidence for it, right? Like there's a
Well, if
lack of
there's
Is
evidence.
there a lack of evidence? Is there a lack of evidence that they took a shit after eating?
Yeah, that's a little bit different. Like a bodily function
How
is a
is it
little bit
different?
different.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
hold on. Is
so
our
okay.
emotions bodily function?
Yes,
Do hands hit? Can you hit someone with your hands? Is that a function of your body?
yes.
When you speak, can you say mean words? Is that a function of your body?
Mm-hmm.
So bodily functions, along with shitting when you eat, um, are in the same category, correct?
Yeah, but in the text, nobody's mentioned taking a shit.
Shitting.
ever. Like
Right,
I,
but
I
did they
don't.
shit? But logically,
Yes,
could they shit?
but yeah, but that doesn't have any relevance towards the overarching narrative of the Bible, right? Like at all.
I mean, it
Like
it it means that there were two humans in the garden who had human bodies that function like human bodies, and logically, it doesn't say that they ate in the garden, but logically, if they ate from those trees, they would have shitted out what they ate. Logically, there are two humans living in a garden who had human emotions. And if they got frustrated with one another, logically, one of them could have hit the other. That's just logic. I mean, you don't need it to say Adam took a dump by the tree and wiped his ass with a leaf. Damn, that's a bar. I wasn't even trying to rhyme.
It really was.
It
I
was.
also think that if we had evidence for what we're talking about, we wouldn't need to establish a hypothetical. That's quite literally what the what if represents. It's encouraging you to think about things from another perspective, not saying that this actually happened or there's evidence of it in the story. If there were evidence of it in the story, then we would just be talking about the verse that says it. If we started off with what if, that establishes the hypothetical.
I don't see what the like discussion of him being abusive really does. Like what's
Well,
the
let me
objective?
ask you
What's
this:
the point?
what is your objective to the discussion? Like, was Adam so divine that he could not have been abusive?
I
Like,
just
does
feel
it
like
bother? Hold on, does it bother you to even think that it's possible for Adam to have been abusive?
yeah, it bothers me to think that a perfectly good creature abused
There
his
it
wife
is.
at
Hold on,
random.
hold on, hold on, hold on. There it is. First off, I've been waiting to ask this question. I'm so fucking excited.
I knew
Okay,
it was leading to
hold
something
on,
like
chill,
this.
chill, 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 chill. Hold on, hold on.
Hmm.
How are you holding that he is a perfectly good creature, but also believing that he sinned and now you're not perfect? How is it that today in 2025, this this creature is still seen as perfect and he's responsible for you possibly going to hell and Jesus having to die for your sins?
Oh, the
How
reason
is he
he's gonna
still
be
divine in your eyes?
okay. All right. So the reason he's gonna still be good, right, is due to the fact that even though he turned away from God, he still had a divine nature of goodness instilled inside of him. Right? We all have a divine nature instilled inside of us, and we can all turn away from God. That doesn't make us like these. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I misspoke. When I say perfectly good, I don't mean as in every action will be this like higher attaining good. I mean that he's going to be pointed towards the highest good, which is following God. And everybody slips up and makes mistakes, right? So it doesn't even really matter. Like the question is just kind of like strange.
I
Anyways,
told y'all, hold on.
What
I
the fuck?
told y'all they see Adam as like a god or like this supernatural. Like
Wow.
I
it is
see Eve as
so
a god
funny.
too.
Hold on, hold
Like
on,
I
hold on.
see them
Wait, wait,
both.
wait, 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 wait. Like this is
Mm-hmm.
hilarious. I told y'all like this is what I've been experiencing like in my comments, and then when I asked this question, no, but they never answer me. But to them, like I think they see themselves as Adam, and so when I asked the question, what if
Oh
Adam
no,
was
no, I said Eve
abusive?
is
Hold
good
on, hey,
too.
hey, 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 don't talk while I'm talking. That's abusive. When I think
What?
they see themselves as Adam, I was being sarcastic. They see themselves as Adam, and so they take offense to it. And what they hear me saying is, what if BTA was abusive, or what if James was abusive? Because
That's
in
not what I
their
think at all.
mind,
You're putting
and
words
stop
in.
talking while I'm talking. In their mind, Adam is like Adam is them, and they're like the god. They're like a mini god. They're like, it's crazy to say that he still had this divine goodness, and then say, oh, we all have this divine goodness in us, therefore because he had this divine goodness, it's impossible that he could have been abusive, while ignoring that there are so many men on this planet that are abusive to their wives, that, and then that there are some women who are abusive to their boyfriends and their husbands or their sons. Like ignoring that. Go ahead.
So he
Or
also,
Talina.
you're fine. He also said that everyone slips up sometime. Everyone slips up, but isn't Adam a everyone? Couldn't Adam have slipped up? That's for you, BT.
Oh, I didn't realize I was able to like speak again. Okay, cool. So yeah, sure. That really weird like tangent you did there, where you were like, "Oh, he imagines himself as like Adam." I don't, and that's a complete misrepresentation of my character. So that's not how I feel, right? So that was a blunder, and I don't know why you made that assertion. I think that was some like psychoanalysis or something. But back to the point, when I'm saying we can all slip up, I mean we can all turn away from God sometimes. But what I don't mean to say is that we are all capable of beating the shit out of our wives or that we're all capable of physically harming another person. So, like, I don't
Did you
know
come
what
from?
that
Did
was
you come
doing.
from Adam? Did you come from Adam?
Did I? Yeah, yeah.
You're made like Adam,
Uh huh. But as I say again,
and your
and like,
God, and your God's image, and your God's image.
yeah, yeah.
And did a Eve come from your rib?
Yep, yep.
And so you don't see yourself as Adam. That was
Nope.
psychoanalysis.
I don't see myself as Adam. I don't sit there and say that like every woman has come from my rib. Because one, I wasn't
Oh,
in the
but a
garden
woman came
dating.
from
Hold on.
your rib. A woman came from
No,
your
no, no,
rib,
no,
though.
no,
Not.
no, no, no,
You
no,
just
no,
said
no. I said
yes. You
Adam's rib.
just
I
said
said Adam's
yes.
rib. I
I
made it
asked if a
very
woman
clear.
came from your rib. You said yes.
No, no, no. You said Adam's rib.
I
No.
said yours. I said yours,
Oh, then
and
why were
you
you
said
asking me
yes.
that question? Yeah, so I misspoke. Yeah, sorry. There you go. Yeah.
Listening.
Oh, I mean, I misspoke. Wait, hold on. Wait, you think that someone misspeaking equals them not listening? That's crazy.
Yep, you weren't listening because you said
Wait,
yep.
so you think automatically
Without
someone
thinking. Yep,
misspeaking to
yep.
answering a question
I
is
think
going to be
you.
them
I
not listening?
think. I think you misspeaking on that
I
question, or
wasn't even
you
talking, or I
responding
was
to
not.
that question before even thinking about it, was you not listening.
No, because she was
You were just waiting to respond, hun.
35 questions at one time, and then I'm expected to
You
answer them
responded
all. And if I
right
mess up,
after
I
she
get like
said it.
misquoted.
You responded
How
right
how
after she
do
said it.
how does someone ask 35 questions at one time, motherfucker? I asked
Are
you
we are we
three questions.
really gonna
I
start
asked
doing
you
that?
three questions back to back, dumbass. And then I asked you a question, you
So you
answered
asked
it,
them all.
and then I asked you another one, dumbass. I didn't ask you 35 questions at one
Why?
time. And yes, you should be able to
Why? Are,
answer a question. Yes, you should be able to answer a question if I ask you. And then once you answer it, if I ask you another one, you should be able to answer it. And the fact that you are saying that you messed up because you couldn't means that you are a dumbass.
wait. So just because I misspeak in a dialectic, that means that I'm automatically unintelligent? What? What the fuck
No,
does that
because
mean?
you're
I've
a
seen you blunder
dumbass.
so
Because
many
you're a
times where you
dumbass claim
failed.
that
It's
I
not even
asked you
funny.
35 questions at one
Yeah.
fucking time when you
Yeah.
answered each damn question that I asked. That makes you a dumbass.
Wait. You just said I. Oh my god. You guys are so dishonest. That's crazy. Like that's so
What?
crazy to make
She
that
just
claim.
said you what? She just said that you what?
I don't even care anymore.
Okay,
You guys
yep,
are like so
exactly. Because
fucking
you're about to make a
dishonest.
claim that didn't happen.
No. You guys are just so dishonest, right? And then you guys like the tag team, the theists. You get like five people on panel, and they all like jump on the theist at one singular time. Then you
Only
guys
two
take this
have
weird like high
spoken to you.
ground stance of
Only
winning in the
two people
argument.
have
That's
spoken
what
to you.
happens every.
Only two people have spoken to you. So, and then one person up here
This is what you.
never says anything. But you have three people with you, bro, don't you? You have three
This is
people
what
with you?
usually.
You're supposed to have God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. So why didn't I help you?
What? What does that even mean? You think that every Christian just has like epistemic access to like God's knowledge? That would make us God. That's why we don't have epistemic access to His knowledge. That's the second blunder from you. Good job. Um, so that was the one.
I don't think
So your
I
God
don't
is
think
useless to you?
Well, I also don't think anyone listening to this conversation would think that you have epistemic access to any knowledge based on the way that you're
Why'd you ask me
conversing.
that question? Wait, any knowledge at all?
How old was he? Because he sounds really young. He converses like a child.
Like a child. Wait, is your host or is your host?
35.
Really?
No, I'm just joking.
I
That's just
said,
a number I remember him saying.
good job.
Yeah, there's no way the child is 35. No, I just don't. It's interesting that the conversation devolved the way that it did because it started with not understanding a hypothetical, not understanding how to engage in a hypothetical. When you walked through like just the basics of okay, did they have the capacity to do this? Did they have the capacity to do that? Does biology work differently? Like to not be able to do that without contention is just weird, and it's not necessarily the mark of a mature person. That's why I said you're a child.
Wait, so when your host called me a dumbass, was that the mark of a mature person or no? Go ahead.
Oh, I
Is
never
that
claimed to
mature?
be mature. I never claimed to be mature,
Oh,
motherfucker.
so then why are you taking this moral high ground? Why is anybody taking this moral high ground of being like super mature when
Who
you're insulting
who
me?
said that
No,
she's a
Fee.
different
Fee.
person.
Yeah, I know, but
Fee is
she's on
not
your
me.
panel.
Fee isn't me, motherfucker.
Why is she
And
not?
I never claimed to be mature. If I want to be
But
immature, I will fucking be immature and be proud of it.
why is she not calling you out? Then why is
Cause
she?
what the fuck? Because this is my motherfucking panel, and I'm not the
Oh,
one
then
up here claiming to. I'm not the one up here fucking whining. You are.
I'm not
You
whining.
are
I'm just
whining. Yes,
calling
the
you out
fuck
for
you
your like
are. You are whining.
absurd viewpoint.
Call on
Yeah, I was like,
Jesus.
calling.
Call on
I don't know
Jesus.
what that. I don't know what that's doing. That's really
Ask
weird.
Jesus to help you. If you're gonna whine about 4 people talking to you, fucking call on Jesus about
I
it.
thought you just said that only 2 people were talking to me. Now you're gonna say
You
4 people
dumb
are talking to me at
motherfucker.
one
You
time?
dumb motherfucker. I said if
That's a
you
second
are
blunder.
going to whine about 4 people talking to you, you are the one who's whining about it. About multiple people being on stage with you. The fifth person is my backup account. There are 4 people on stage with you, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, again with the insults. I haven't insulted you a
I don't give
singular
a
time.
fuck. I
So
insulted
you
you.
just
You are
insult
dumb as
people. Do you
fuck.
think that's
Okay, and
do
I'm
you
gonna do
think
it
that's not
again.
even biblical to
Use a
deconstruct yourself
dumbass.
to
And I'm
start
gonna do it again.
insulting?
Use a dumbass.
Do you think any Christian's gonna listen to you when you talk like this? Like seriously?
Okay, use a dumbass.
No, dude, and you're calling me out for being 25 and like slightly immature in words,
Okay, I'm
saying shit,
45 and a grandmother, and use a
45 and
dumbass.
you're acting like this. That's crazy
And
work.
use a dumbass.
45 and calling
And I'm
someone that you're a
confident in it.
dumbass.
And I'm confident in it.
Crazy work, dude. That's crazy.
Cry about it. Go pray
I'm not
about
even
it.
crying about it. You're just like totally dishonest. Like just totally dishonest. And I think
You
what
don't even know
happens
what
is
that fucking word means.
it
You
means that
just
you're
say
just being a
shit. You just say shit.
yeah, no, it just means you're terrified of engaging, dude. Like you're just
Yeah, I'm
terrified.
so fucking scared of you.
I don't know why you talk like that. That's so weird. That's not your
So
normal
goddamn
voice.
scared. I mean, I feel like the reason why your PFP looks like that is because you want to attract girls that talk like this, and that's why you're in
What?
there with with the flannel shirt on, with like your shirt
Dude,
open and your phone and your camera phone because you want to be taken
what are you
seriously,
talking
and
about, dude? Attack
you
women?
want to attract girls that talk like this.
What? No, I'm attacking you because that's not your actual voice. So that's like the first
Sure,
like section of being dishonest
sure,
is not actually just talking
sure,
how you normally talk. Yeah,
sure,
that's why I'm calling you dishonest. I don't attack women. Like
sure.
that's really strange. That's a really strange
You're
thing to say
so
about somebody.
smart. Oh my god.
Woo.
You're so intelligent.
What are you talking about? Like this has devolved into you like making baby talk. This is not how you talk. Just talk like a normal person.
You're
That's not
so
how you talk.
intelligent. I
I
know.
don't
Oh
know
my
why you're
god.
doing this, twin.
Oh
Come
my
on, let's lock
god.
in.
Look at
Let's lock in.
his epistemology is just so top tier.
Can you name me a tenet of epistemology, please?
Sure. 10.
What's
10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Oh, you're actually funny. Like, I don't know why you can't just have a constructive conversation, right?
I
Like,
can't. I'm so distracted.
if the whole point is to
I'm
make
distracted
people,
by your abs and your PFP. I can
what?
barely think. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm like proud of my
It's the
physique because I used to be
epistemology
morbidly obese.
on me.
I used to
Oh
be like
my
really
god.
obese, and I post it so that people who are now obese can maybe look at it and go, "Oh shit, he's like in shape now." I don't do it for like egotistical purposes. I know you're
You're
trying to
such
like,
the image of God.
wait,
So
what?
motivational. Oh my god, the image of
What? What are you?
God and
I don't
so
know why.
motivational.
You're really strange. I know you're trying to rage bait. I know you're trying to. Like I know you're like trying to
I'm
like get me like
listening to
really
you,
hyped and
Adam.
shit. You're
I'm
not. You're
listening
not.
to you. I'm listening to
This
every
looks
word
really
that you
bad for
say.
you, dude. like,
I'm
like
listening to
notice how
you.
I'm keeping calm and you've been reduced to baby
I'm
talk. Like
listening to you. Am
that's
I
just
getting under your
crazy.
skin? Am I
No,
getting under
you're
your
not.
skin? I mean,
I'm like
then
I'm
stop
laughing at you
whining.
with all of my friends that are
Then
watching, and
stop
I sent this to.
whining. Hey, friends.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
everybody.
I'm just like laughing at you.
Hi, friends.
Like
Yeah,
laughing.
it's
Adam's
just
ribs are
it's
fire.
hilarious.
I'm gonna be one
I
of
don't
those ribs
know.
one day. Let me see. Which
That's
rib am
really
I?
strange. Didn't you say
Which
you're
rib am
married?
I? Which rib am I?
Didn't you just?
Wh-
Aren't you married? Yeah.
I'm gonna be the rib right above your belly button.
So you want to be, while being married, want to be a part of another man's
Yeah.
rib?
Mhm.
That's really fucking
That's why you
strange.
got him in the picture. That's why you got him in the
No, no, no.
picture,
I
Lamar.
just explained you weren't tracking why I have him in the picture. You
To
weren't
show us
tracking
that you
where
are
they fuck.
you're the perfect
Nope.
image of
Nope. I
God.
didn't. No, I'm actually
You're
a
the
complete failure in life. I fuck up every single
perfect
day.
image
I
of
make
God.
mistakes.
Fee, which
I
rib do
sometimes
you want
point
to
during
be?
conversations.
Can he have more
Sometimes
than
like
one rib?
sometimes I
Whatever
eat really bad,
can.
right? So like I am not the epitome of health, but like
So maybe I'll be the one that's a Mac rib.
you're just
I
like a
don't know.
weirdo. You're just really strange.
Whichever one.
You're really strange.
Mac rib is
That's why you can't
amazing.
engage.
I love it. Sorry if he was talking.
Well, no, I mean I was, but you guys always mute everybody who
Yeah,
comes
he
on
was
panel anyway,
talking.
so it's just like kind of on track. It's kind of on brand.
If you know it's
Um,
on brand, BTA, why do you come into the room? Like seriously, if you
oh,
know
because
that
I
you
just
can, like, hang on, let me finish my question. If you've been in this
was
live
being
before, can you let me finish my question? Like you say, you want to
I
engage
was in the
civilly. If you want to engage civilly, let's do that. If you've been in this live before, you know what conversations that we have. You know how we joke. You know, I guess you know what we talk about. Why come in here? What's the purpose?
Because he's not a Christian and he just wants to debate.
wait. So when she asked me a question or they asked me a question, and you automatically mute me when I start talking, do you think that's honest? Do you think it's an honest
No, but
mute?
it's
Do you think
also
it's
not
I
honest
just
to
start
ask
talking.
your question when I'm still asking mine, right? Like
I
to
was
respond to my question
literally
when
silent the entire
you would not have been muted if you were silent the entire time. I actually stopped speaking, just like you're doing right now. Like I'm literally speaking right now, and you keep trying to interrupt me. That's why you keep getting muted.
So am I free to say words now or no?
If you hear silence, that's usually your indication that it's your turn
I
to
heard
talk.
silence and then I
Well,
got muted.
well, I was still talking just then, and you started speaking. So I don't know if your hearing is off or maybe there's
Oh
a
my.
delay, but I was still speaking.
Oop. I did he drop? I didn't get to choose my rib.
Selena, I think you're gonna take rib number 5 on the side.
All
On the
right.
left side. Left side. Nigger got the one right under that right nipple. So that's
Yeah,
fine.
she got the good.
He ran. He
He
laughed.
did. He
Oh
did.
my god. My rib.
He left once Maddie once I said that, you know, what Maddie said. He's not a Christian. He just does this to debate and he's bad at it.
Oh,
Hey guys, how's it going?
good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I
How old are you?
joined because 26.
I'm sorry.
I
Okay.
joined.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist? I don't need an introduction.
Nah, I'm a believer.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Uh, all of them. We could discuss all of them.
One topic, please.
Um, if Adam was abusive,
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I think that people are definitely gaslit by the church,
and women are not made from the rib of man. Like I think this is.
Yep.
Oops.
Oh, what his little friend that was laughing. Oh.
Oops.
But why do they all sound the same though?
Exact same.
Because they all are in the same group.
I missed something.
Oh, you missed
I
it?
miss what?
Whatever the last two people were on.
I don't know.
Yeah, you
They're on
did.
a weight loss journey according to their bios.
Nice.
That's what their bios say. Motherfuckers lost weight by giving their brains up. Mimi? Mimi, are you there? Okay. I haven't seen a hairstyle like that in a long time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please.
I'm trying to get the box open. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Also, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest box, remember that I will not bring you up unless I see a message from you that you're in the box on purpose. And then if you are a theist, but you don't want to call yourself a believer, but you are a theist, don't come in here fucking with us. And then start whining about that shit. Kenny, you're in the request. Snotty Pippin, you are in the request. Is Snotty Pippin Yala?
Yep.
Yes.
Yala, are you in the box on purpose? In the request on purpose? Or on accident? Rancho Cucamonga. Are you Rancho? Rancherito? Rancherito?
Ranch.
You're commenting in the chat, so I'm gonna take it that you came up on accident, so I'm gonna go ahead and take you down. All right, y'all. The guest box is open.
Come on in the room. Come on in the room.
Are you not gonna finish it?
Jesus is my doctor, and he write down all my prescription.
Where I thought it was medicine.
Nah, he write down my prescriptions, baby.
Now she said scriptions.
Mm.
Granny said scriptions.
No, you're not. You're not in there anymore. I took you out. Dryfoot.
Drift.
Drift.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it does say that, but spell better, son.
It does.
So,
I apologize. I'm sorry. One second. How old are you?
34.
I'm so sorry. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Atheist.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, well, do I have to pick from the board here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can go with um, if Adam was abusive.
Okay. And what are your thoughts?
Um, and this is before the apple, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, he wouldn't know it would be wrong if it was before the knowledge of good and evil.
True, but does that mean that he could not have been abusive?
No, like you were saying earlier, he's human, and human emotions, are there.
But does that mean he would have been right after eating the apple? Like, what
No,
difference does the
he would have
timing?
known he was wrong if he did it after eating the apple. He would have known it was wrong. Um, I was just I was going to just ask a question um, with a problem I've been having, and I would like to get thinkers' thoughts on it.
What is it?
All right, so I'm co-parenting, and my ex-wife, she's a believer, and I'm not, and um, she's teaching the children the faith, and I'm not cool with that, but I'm not entirely sure how to approach it.
That is a tough one. Um, I mean, I think the only thing that you could do is have a conversation with her and see if y'all can come to an agreement to allow the children to make that decision on their own and just teach critical thinking. Um, like if she's going to take them to, who changed their name to Dryfoot? Who is that? Oh my gosh.
Somebody changed their
Um,
name to Drawfoot?
yeah. Who changed their name to Dryfoot?
That is that is
Yala? Oh my goodness,
that
Yala.
is that happens in this community. Drift. It
Yeah.
yeah. If when thinker fucks up a name, it's gonna be somebody's screen name. It is nothing personal.
I swear I think I might be dyslexic a little bit. I don't know.
Just a little bit.
I don't
I
know.
love that.
But that's very tough. And I think the only thing that you really can do is see if you can compromise with her and if she will at least agree with you that y'all allow the children to make up their mind on their come to the decision on their own and just teach them critical thinking skills. And if she's going to take them to church, teach them how to question what they're learning and not teach them the fear mongering behind not ever questioning the God. Because do they live with her or do they live with you? Or do you like do
Yeah,
50-50? Yeah.
50-50.
Okay.
And an issue, like I was talking to my daughter one day, and she was like really short with me, and I was like, "What's really going on?" She like, "You're not a follower of Christ," and she started saying all these things about, you know, her concern about me and my stances here and my lack of faith. And I thought it was kind of effed up because I never told her I was atheist.
Is she just assuming because you don't go to church?
Nah, she was told by her mom. And then, like, for a while there, she wouldn't even talk to me because of
That
my
is
kid.
wild. She wouldn't let you talk to the kid?
No, no, my child wouldn't talk to me because I'm
Oh,
not a follower of
oh.
Christ.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's going way too far. That is going too far and that's heavy indoctrination early on. You don't tell me the child's age, but are we talking adolescent? Are we talking teenage?
Yeah, it was preteen years.
Okay. Damn. That's really tough. Um and she might not be willing to listen to you. The mom might not be willing to listen to you and compromise when your daughter's with you. I think the best thing for you to do is just to
encourage critical thinking and remind your daughter that belief is a should not be forced on anyone, and that she can come and talk to you and ask why you don't believe anytime she wants, and you'll be willing to explain to her with facts and research and you know whatever reasons you have, you'll be willing to explain to her why you don't share the same beliefs that she share. But reminding her that she's important to you, that she's your daughter, you love her, and that family, putting reminding her what y'all's relationship is, so that she won't be willing to throw your relationship away for what she's being indoctrinated or fearmongered into. It might be on you to do, because it doesn't quite sound like the mom is going to be willing to compromise with you on that and work with you on that. And the more you fight, if you do fight or argue with the mom about it, the daughter is going to hear about it, probably from the mom. And so I wouldn't give the mom any ammunition to use in further indoctrination. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, just move very strategically here. Selena, you said you had something you wanted to add.
Um. Oh, I was gonna say, because my husband was in the same situation. He non-believer, and his I'm his me, and I was a Christian, and like he let the kids know from the beginning and was very open and honest with them. When they had questions, he was available to answer them. And he never, it. I know one of the kids was kind of like, "Oh, so why?" They had a bunch of why questions, and Thinker, you were spot on. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, she said everything I was gonna say. Just be open. I would ask, are y'all open to family counseling or family coaching? It doesn't have to be therapy, just like somebody who can be a mediator
Well,
to
they live in Texas, so like
Zoom.
it's hard.
Yeah, Zoom mediation exists because of the the intercity or interstate co-parenting relationships. And I'm speaking from experience, because I used to do blended family coaching or co-parenting coaching. Um, and it's just having someone there that can mediate the conversation and be a unbiased party. I would find someone who is not religious, because if that's a route you would want to go, um, because they can be very biased and lean toward the believing parent, or just be that person, be the show the kids, because I'm you haven't shown them anything outside of you are a good person. Just have you spoken to them and said, hey, I'm the same person I was before you found out I wasn't, that I
Yeah,
was an atheist.
yeah. I spoke to one of my daughters in specific, like, because she was the one that took it the hardest, because she's the one that's falling for the religion the hardest. And I
Hmm.
was telling her, like, well, I'm not going to tell you what to believe, but just be cautious and conscious about the fact that if somebody tells you, like, they know exactly what happens when you die and all these things, they're probably lying to you. I try to, like, softly put that seed in there, like, hey, like, this stuff is really kind of BS, but I don't want to, like, lean in too hard,
Right.
because that'll probably push away.
Hmm.
I think questions are really powerful in this type of situation. If you ask your daughter, does your God value honesty? what's more obedient to the God that you serve, honesty or what's more important, honesty or obedience? I think those gently placed questions, I know it's got to hurt as a, as a parent to have your character maligned just because you aren't convinced that something is true. But I think those, like Thinker and Selena were just talking about, those conversations, it's not fair to you as a person for assumptions to be made about you based on what you believe and what you don't believe, as though belief is a choice. But sometimes when children are being fed this information, I ask questions. How do you know that's true? If they bring something to you or they bring an accusation, like, what have I done to demonstrate to you that I'm a bad person? Like, just name me one or two things. Put it on them, and not in an accusatory way, but in a way that prompts them to critically think. The reality is, and I like what you said about, her telling her that if somebody's telling you what happens after you die, they don't know. It's just, it should be a red flag. But when you've been indoctrinated, you don't necessarily believe that. So questions about epistemology will always work. With any religious claim, questions about epistemology will always be effective, because at a certain point it's going to have to land on faith. And if they understand what faith is, being belief without evidence, then if their minds are wired in that way to think through things logically, then they're going to land at a logical conclusion. The problem is that, again, religion doesn't teach you to be a good person. It teaches you how to be perceived as a good person. So what makes it, ask her that, what makes a person a good person? Is it their behavior, or is it their belief? Is it their behavior, or is their belonging to a particular group? There are a lot of, I can follow you, because there are a couple of documents that I have on this thumb drive from that I used to keep when I was deconstructing, that went through a lot of questions specifically around children, because I was kind of preparing myself. I didn't know what was going to happen with the things that my son would be curious about. But there are some resources that I can share with you if you're interested in that. But I would focus on asking her questions, not telling her another thing to believe, because you have to think about it. You don't want to start a tug of war. And that's what this thing can often, these situations can often devolve into. Teach her how to think. Drop those open-ended questions without telling her what to conclude. And that gives her brain the ability to start kicking in and saying, oh, well, I hadn't thought about it from that perspective. But if you come in with a nope, don't believe that because it's really this, or they can't know that, as opposed to her landing at the realization herself using critical thought that if nobody has been dead before, how the fuck can they tell me what happens when I die? Like, let her reach that conclusion. I think that's a really, that was a really effective way for me with my kids.
Yeah, and that's a lot of good advice there. Because like the one time I did talk to her, I felt like it was because she was just really quiet. When I was bringing up the whole, if somebody tells you what happens after you die type deal, or if somebody swears they know the answer to everything, to not really believe them, because she was just really quiet, and like I could tell she was just straight up confused and not know what to say back, because I am her dad after all. She probably don't want to say anything to start any type of conflict there, but it was it was just really awkward, because this was like a month or two after her mom told her that I didn't believe in Jesus, and she just seemed so shocked when she found out. Like, how can you not believe in Jesus? Like, I can't believe you're saying that.
What subject, like what's something that she's into, like a subject at school or something that she finds interesting?
She's a musician.
Okay. Thinker may be able to speak about this. Like, and what I was gonna ask is, talk to her or use what she loves to teach a lesson. Like, say for an instance, she was into science or into like biology or some branch of science. Use the methodology that she does that with, and ask her how she would do that with God, how she would do that with a belief system, how she would do that with any claim. So what's the process that you go through? It may be a little bit more difficult with music because it's a little bit more intuitive. It seems like it's more creative. type of situation. So it may take some creativity on your part to utilize something that she loves to teach a lesson of thinking through or having a process or being able to identify like fallacies and things like that. I don't know how old she is, but there are books that teach children how to identify logical fallacies that are designed for children to teach them to kind of give them a guide through critical thought. So here somebody tells you something, how do you determine that that thing is true? If you can utilize that with a subject that she finds interesting or something that she can relate to, it might be a little bit more impactful in the same way like analogies are impactful because they teach a lesson using something that's familiar. Can you think of a way to use music that way, if you follow what I'm saying? Because I know you write music. Um,
Not off the top of my head, but like if I sit down and think about it, I can definitely send you some stuff. I'll think of it. Think of some stuff.
Yeah, and then music is like a big thing for churches too. So it is.
mm.
Uh, well, thanks for the advice, guys. I got to get back on the floor. I still got a few minutes left of work to do.
Yeah, I wish you could hear the song Thinker just wrote.
I heard the one she just played, like what, Through
Yeah.
God's Eyes.
Yeah, like that's literally what you're living right now. And it's unfortunate that it has to come at the I don't know, the narrative that someone else has painted of you for her. But if that's not her experience, at a certain point, you get to an age where you realize that what people have told you about an individual doesn't match with your experience of that individual. When she spends time with you, you're not like sacrificing babies and cutting up kittens. Like you're not doing any of that shit. Like you're living a regular dad life. So what is it about what you're doing that would lead her to believe that you're automatically this bad person, and teaching them how to ask those questions early on is the most effective way to do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did they tell you what they think atheists do or non-believers
Uh,
do? Or,
no, it's just the fact that not being a follower of Christ was something so foreign to hear, because I wasn't always atheist. Like when when we were all still together and everything, I was Christian, but not to the point where I took them to church or anything like that, or hardly ever talked about God. But there was never any doubt that I was a Christian. But when she found out, I think it was just so much of a shock. Like,
mm,
what?
that's understandable.
Cause
Some
it, cause
adults
it,
don't even know how to how to
yeah.
handle somebody being non-Christian.
Like
Sorry.
there's this lady that commented on the Joe video, and she said, "Are we writing these songs to praise God or to question God because we're not allowed to question God or something like?" And I asked her, I said, "Why the fuck are you talking commenting in we?" It's like and saying our. She's like, we're not allowed to question our God is what she said. I said, why are you speaking in we, and who is our? Like, that's your God. You are not allowed to question this God. And there is no we here. And like for the black community, for some reason, it's expected that black people worship this God. And if you don't, then something's wrong with it. You've got to be demonic if you're black and you're not Christian. And that's passed down. And so when she hears daddy's not Christian, she, in her mind, she's thinking daddy worships Satan.
Or that I'm going to go to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
that
you're
was the.
choosing to go to hell because you like Satan. You rather worship Satan than God.
And the
It's
reality
been a
is,
while since we spoke about that. Like it's been over a year now, and I still just want to, you know, I don't want them to get sucked into this abusive relationship with this false God. And um, like it's all my children. Like they all go to church with their mom and stuff like that. And even with their mom, it's like, because she wasn't this big believer until recently. And I feel bad for her too, because now it's just like, you can see that I guess she's happier, but like it's always, oh, well, I'm going to just ask God to fix this, or I'm going to ask God to do this. I'm going to pray on this and all that stuff. And I'm like, but that's just robbing you. That's a thought stopper. Like for you to solve these issues that you're going through, if you're going to just sit there and just wait on a God to do it for you. And I don't want that to trickle down to my children at all. But I can't tell their mom anything. She's a grown woman. But when it comes to my kids, I don't want them to fall into this abusive relationship with this deity.
Just keep pushing critical thought. Don't let their mama or the church stomp out their ability to look at things critically and question things. Their curiosity, try your best to keep that alive, even in just everyday conversations, even if it's not about the God. You know, make them like entertain their curiosity. Let them know that you're interested in their questions, or propose questions to them and let them know you're interested in their thoughts. When they see that they can open up to you and talk to you, they're going to lean towards your train of thought more than the one that shuts them down.
And invite their questions about your atheism. Just it doesn't have to be this tense like situation. Like I know a lot of people try to make it that way because of the fear, but let them know if you have any. I can tell you why I don't believe. I can tell you why I'm not convinced this is true. I can tell you what my issues are with this belief system. I can show you in the Bible the problems that I have with it. As long as there is age appropriate, which is fucking crazy that the book that's supposed to guide everyone's life needs to be age appropriate. Certain things you wouldn't read to like a 5-year-old. That is a red flag in and of itself. So invite that curiosity, encourage that curiosity, be willing to share with them unapologetically without shame or any of those things. They have no control over what their mother indoctrinates them to believe. The only thing that you can do is be that space of clarity for them and that space of safety to invite them to explore their curiosities. Because as they get older, their brains change. Like there are certain neural pathways in children that are not even connected until they're a certain age. So we can only expect them to do so much critical thinking, specifically with the prefrontal cortex as undeveloped, and then the impact of indoctrination. But if you are a place where they can come and they can be open and they can be honest and they can be authentic, those spaces are always going to be more comfortable, as long as you can kind of chip away at the fear that religious indoctrination tries to build.
I'm just hoping this don't backfire, like, and run them straight into the arms of the God, because it is scary. It is scary to think that there is no comforting man in the sky to solve all your problems, and I can understand that. Um, but like you said, I can't be like apologetic about it. I can't be timid about it, but at the same time I got to be skillful, surgical, but at the same time I got to kind of stand on what I'm saying.
And you also have to own that you can't manage the outcome. Like you can't decide for them. So in the same way you don't want to indoctrinate you don't want your wife to indoctrinate them into a belief system. You don't want to indoctrinate them into how you see things. Like, because the we don't own that outcome. Our children are not our possessions. We can have like desires and wishes and wants for them to be a certain way or have a certain life, but that's going to be on them. And if we want them to live authentically and we want them to have full experience of their time on this planet, and we want them to do so in a way that reflects who and what they are, we have to teach them how to find that. And part of that is letting go. My dad used to use this analogy of parenting like shooting a bow and arrow. He was like, you can aim it as perfectly or as spot on as you can, but when you let go of that arrow, where it actually goes is going to be impacted by so many things, by, wind speed, like all of these things. So when we look at our children that way, we have to accept, and it's very, very fear inducing. I'm not going to lie to you. It's terrifying, but we have to accept that their destination is not our decision, and how they think through things. I always wanted my son, I used to say this when he was growing up, I don't care if he grew up to be a Jehovah's Witness elder or a Buddhist monk or, a bishop or whatever, it was going to be his decision. And my responsibility as a parent is to be there for him as he goes through those journeys. I'm not the same person at this age that I was 25 years ago because I've learned and I've changed. So if you're rooted in the fear of who they will be before they've gotten the chance to get to go through the journey of becoming who they want to be, then that's going to color a lot of the way that you engage with them. So it's hard, but if you could think about it from the standpoint of realizing that they get to determine this too, the only thing you can do is put that information in front of them and let them synthesize it the way that they individually do.
Right, right. I wouldn't, think of them any other way if they staunch believers or whatever. But when I was deconstructing, like my parents damn near lost their shit. Like you can't even use the word atheist around me. I'm like, wow, that's how you're really gonna feel about me now? And but I would never do that to them. My babies, if they are believers, So I still got that. I'm gonna love them regardless.
And that's insane that you as a believer, I mean, as an atheist, is able to do that, but as a believer, they're not. And I would just bring up like what the belief that you have. You say it's about love. Ask yourself, why am I able to, as a non-believer, able to respect you as a believer, still love and see you as a believer, but you're not able to with me if you're saying that the God that you believe in is about love. Like those type of critical thinking questions, I think should be proposed to them. Even your parents, like how are you with your parents now? Like, are they okay with your deconstructing?
Well, my dad's a deacon, and he took it better than my mom because my dad is more of a rational man. But me and my mom don't talk about it. Like we pretend that a conversation never happened. But me and my dad talk about it all the time, and I tell him like, hey man, these are the reasons why I walked away. These are the things I can't get down with from this God. And then when I told him that I believe that God is evil, he kind of looked at me um, like, what the hell? But then when I explained to him why I feel that God is evil, he was like, yeah, but he tried to preach a little bit more.
Something happened to your
Um,
phone.
oh, it's probably my headphone getting ready to die.
Oh, you said he looked at
Um,
you like, yeah, and said what?
he looked at me like I was crazy when I said that I believe that God is evil because nobody comes that hard, at God for real when you're talking to a deacon, you know, and he kind of looked at me like I was crazy. But then I started to explain to him why I feel this God is evil, and he he's like, all right, and he tried to preach to me a little bit more, but he saw that it wasn't getting through, and then I kept quoting the Bible against him. It was just like nothing he could really do in that situation. So what he ended up telling me was like, son, you continue to look for the truth, and wherever it takes you is where it takes you. And we kind of left it there.
Well, that's good. That your dad is, able to listen to you, even after saying you can't even say the word atheist around me. I think it's good that you still have that outlet, um, and are able to still have that relationship with them. Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Goddess. I'm thinking your dad probably knows too.
Mhm.
He's just probably indoctrinated with the fear and the reverence, and that's the hardest thing to get over is that reverence. And for me, the word Christ was the thing that kept me hanging on for the longest because it's like, how do you see the word Christ as something not good and not holy? And it took a minute for me to get over that. And so a lot of people hang on just because of that. Like with your mom, I think her way of dealing with it, like you said, like not is not dealing with it. But I think that is also an indicator that she's not willing to let you go over it. And so she's choosing you over the belief. And I think that's a loud statement too, because a lot of our parents are very vocal about not choosing us over the belief, over the God. So you're kind of in a better position with your parents than a lot of us who have very religious parents. And so I think even looking at your own situation when dealing with your children might be helpful too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like like the acceptance. Like I was really shocked with my dad. I thought he was gonna be like, oh hell no, blah blah blah, you know. But he was the one who follows the faith harder and was more open. So um, I I see it from my kids. Like they kind of had this, standoffish, cold shoulder towards me, and I'm like, damn, like if one generation down and one generation up, what do I do?
Yeah.
I'm getting it from both sides, but you know,
And they just keep having conversations with them. The older they get, they may end up coming out of it themselves. Like right now, they're being heavily influenced by their mom and by the church, and they probably don't feel like they can make their own decisions right now. And this is the time to teach them how to do that, right? And teach them that they can, if they know that they can share with you their true feelings, and they learn how to do it in a respectful way, but be honest and open with you, that'll teach them how to do it in other areas of their life, so they're not feeling like they have to please mom all the time. And if they tell mom that they don't agree with something that she said, that they're disrespecting her, because that's a big barrier too. There was someone on stage tonight that they're same age as me, 45, but they feel like they can't tell their mom that they don't agree with her views, or that she's saying and doing things that's harmful to her, because if she does, then it's disrespecting her mom, because that's the indoctrination that we've been taught. I'm your mama. You don't tell me
right?
that I'm wrong, right? But if right now at the age that they are, if you teach them how to verbalize in a respectful way, so that it can't be misconstrued as being disrespectful, when they get older and they know that they can make their own decisions, they'll probably end up deconstructing from it if they're critical thinkers. If you nurture that ability for them to think critically about a belief system.
Yeah, I
So
think I think they're
does that
gonna
make sense?
develop that for sure because they're and it's hard to get them to believe any BS. But I feel like the religion thing got them harder because it's coming from mom. So once they get a little bit older, and develop a little bit more, I think they'll be able to shake this because I'm not
Yeah.
even sure they really believe it themselves. They're just doing it.
Your phone went out again on it.
I was just saying, like, I think they're going to be able to shake it when they get older because they're pretty smart kids. And I think they'll be able to figure it out, and they're just doing it right now because it's something that their mom is having them do. Um, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. They're pretty smart. It's hard to trick them, and we'll see. Like, but either way,
Yeah, absolutely. And then, like, don't be afraid to be like, hey, it it offends me as your dad if when you treat me like you can't talk to me because we don't share the same beliefs. If somebody likes red and you don't like red, are you gonna not talk to them because you don't see red as the same? And they say no, like, well, then why would you do that to me? I'm your dad.
right.
You know, don't be afraid to share how that made you feel. Because if they love you, they're not gonna want you to feel like that again. And I know they love you. They're not gonna want you to feel that again.
Yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate the talk. I got to get out of here.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Good day.
No, also, it doesn't surprise me that Magoo's kids hate him.
Not at all.
At all.
Who is Magoo?
Glasses.
Glasses.
Dr. Dorky Glasses, dumbass. It's the fact that he came out and was proud as fuck. Don't worry, mine hate me too. Like, nigga, that's no problem.
Exactly. Naisha?
Yes.
Naisha? Hi, how are you?
hmm I'm good.
That's good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
36.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Um, I'm deconstructing, like, definitely, yeah.
Okay. And which of the topics did you want to discuss?
Well, Jezebel, I remember, like, hmm, uh, okay, don't flame me. I can only say what I can remember from.
Oh, I don't flame people unless they're disrespectful to me. So,
Okay, so what I remember, I just remember the story of Jezebel only because my stepdad would call me a Jezebel. And I don't remember the whole story, but I do know something, and she was evil, and something about a covenant, and don't touch it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I just know he would call me that, and something about. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let
I'm
me
so
not.
sorry. You're
Let me
probably
not.
not wrong.
I don't want to speak on it because I don't know the full story, but I do know it was a woman in a way of just from what was given to me and what was told to me as he related to me as that woman was someone who had something to say, and because it wasn't his belief, then that made me a Jezebel. That's, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going.
Go ahead.
That's where I'm going with the whole Jezebel thing. Um, if Adam was abusive,
Hold on. Let's just address the one thing, the Jezebel.
huh?
We you only address one topic. Do you just want to address the Jezebel?
Well, yeah, if you can tell me about it, yeah.
Yeah. So, first off, when people call women Jezebels, they're meaning it as an insult most of the time, unless you're aware of what Jezebel represents and the story, which is an independent, intelligent, strategic, confident woman that men are afraid of. And it's the thing that women were not supposed to be back then, especially in the land of Israel. In fact, Jezebel is a slur for without a king, or where is your man? Because Ahab was the king of Israel at that time, and Ahab would allow Jezebel to make decisions as the queen. She was she was a Lebanese uh, princess who married the king of Israel in a peace treaty. The true history behind these two people is in a book called The Bible Unearthed, Biblical Archaeology. And they actually built one of the most successful kingdoms in the ancient Near East in Samaria. A lot of the architecture that was attributed to King David
was actually the Amrite dynasty who built a lot of that stuff, and a lot of it was built under Ahab and his wife Jezebel. Isbal is her name, but she in the story she doesn't do any of the adultery, the whoring around that her name represents in the church community. The story is that she calls the Israelites to worship her, the God that she was raised on. She was raised on the cult of Baal. She her father was Ithbaal, and because she was Canaanite, like she came from them. That's what she believed in. She wasn't a Israelite. She was under no obligation to worship the God of Israel. She wasn't an Israelite. She wasn't in covenant with the God of Israel. But because her husband Ahab allowed her to continue her worship of the God that she believed in, that pissed off the prophets in Israel. Some of in the north, they were polytheistic anyway, which is interesting that the story was written the way it was written. But they were polytheistic. They worshiped multiple gods anyway in the north. And so because of Jezebel's worship of Baal, they blame her and say that she caused or made the Israelites worship her God. And there's nothing in that story that says that she did that. So basically she's used as a example of what type of woman not to be. And instead of men saying don't be an independent, confident,
Well,
diplomatic, wise woman, they say she's a whore. So they say don't be a
that makes
Jezebel.
sense. It does make sense. And I'm talking about from when I was a little girl. My stepdad was telling me, you have this Jezebel spirit. And I didn't understand it. Like I would hear the stories of, but I didn't understand the story of Jezebel. I didn't really get the whole meaning of it. But throughout my life, he was telling me this, and it was because I was always questioning. Like I had something to say. I didn't want to just you tell me something and that just had to be that. If I couldn't understand it, I wanted to ask. I wanted to, you know, I had questions. Damn it, you know.
Yeah, and which all children are curious, and you shouldn't get in trouble for having questions. Or you definitely should not be called what they intend to be a slur. But a lot of
Well,
women are taking the power back from Jezebel, from that being a slur, after they learn the true story of Jezebel in the Bible, and then the history behind Ahab and his queen, the true history behind it. They were a powerful couple.
let me ask you this. I
And
don't know. I
hold on.
just
Let me finish. Let me finish. So yeah. Um. So, oh man, what was I saying? Oh shit. Yeah. So a lot of women are taking their power back, taking the power back. And so if like now, if a man calls me a Jezebel or another religious woman calls me a Jezebel, it's a compliment to me because I know exactly who Jezebel was and what she represents, and that is a confident woman that the church doesn't like. So I'm okay with being called a Jezebel. It doesn't have anything to do with sexuality. Go ahead.
I never. Well, it was never said to me about any type of sexuality or anything like that. Um, from what I remember about what I was taught, it was something about something of the Ark of the Covenant. Again, I grew up a Jehovah Witness, a JW. So, um, from what I remember, it was. something like that, but in a way, like if you were questioning anything about what you were taught, it was kind of like a Jezebel spirit. Like you don't have the right to ask a question or to question anything that you're taught. Just take it, believe it, and that's it. And if you don't, then you've got a spirit of Jezebel against you.
I don't know. Fee, is there a different version of Jezebel in J Dub?
No, it's the same
Y'all,
one. Yeah, I grew up as a J-Dub too, eldest daughter, pioneer, all that good stuff. But no, the story of Jezebel didn't have anything to do with the Ark of the Covenant. I think you may be conflating a couple of the stories. But you're right
I
in
might
that,
be, I don't know. I might be. Lots of
yeah,
things I was taught, like it's all jumbled up, you know?
yeah. But no, it didn't have anything to do with the Ark of the Covenant. It's the typical story of her being vilified for being a wicked queen. It talks about how after King Jeroboam died, each king who ruled the northern 10 tribes of, they said that he was a king that ruled the northern 10 tribes of Israel. That was bad. And they talked about Ahab being the worst king of all. And the reason he was the worst is because of his wife. So it said that she was a daughter of a king in Sidon and she worshiped Baal, all the typical stuff. But they just painted her as someone who was power hungry. Even in the depiction of her, she's like all made up and, makeup and jewelry and clawing at some men before they toss her out of the window. They have this in one of the children's books, but the problem is that they feel like she doesn't know her place. So anytime, like to your point, Naisha, questions are not encouraged or allowed or in any way, shape, form, or fashion under Jehovah's Witnesses. So yeah, it would definitely be considered Jezebel like to ask questions or to be inquisitive.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, it still is. Like, I love my mom. I love her so much. And though she does believe what she believes with the JWs, and I don't necessarily believe all of it, or I don't even know what I believe of it, but just what I was taught, like I've always questioned and I've always been met with, that's not your place. You shouldn't. You can't. You don't have no right to ask anything because we're giving you this and that's it. And I could never get with it. I couldn't get with, you can't ask this, or you can't have an opinion, or you can't, it is what it is, and that's, I just couldn't get with it. So I've always been an outsider. I've always been told that's not your place, and I can't get with it, but I also don't know where to go from that because I've only known that.
Well, I think you start by, well, I'll tell you how I start, not you start. I started by asking myself, what do I believe in compared to what I have been told to believe or what I've been taught to believe? And I found that the what do I believe list was really short because most of what I accepted as true is what I had been told to accept as true. And if I didn't understand how it's true, if I didn't understand why it's true, I had to put it to the side for further investigation. And I think for me, that systematic approach was more impactful, and it helped clarify like all of the cloudiness that I felt was in my brain because of the indoctrination into this belief system. But I think parsing out those things, there are certain things that are true about Naisha that only Naisha knows, right? There's certain beliefs that you hold, certain core values and things that are important to you. Put those down on the list, right? Then there are certain things that you're like, I'm not quite sure. Investigate those. The things that you're curious about. You can find out who Jezebel is. You can find out who Ahab is, and you can find that out outside of a theological explanation. Go to historical records. Go to the information, and the Thinker has a tremendous amount of info in her Discord. I don't know if you're a community member or not, but you can research these things. Research where Jehovah's Witnesses started. Charles Taze Russell is buried right now under a fucking pyramid with a Masonic symbol on that gravestone. Like, there is a reason for that. There's a reason Jehovah's Witnesses do not tell you that. There's a reason. There are quick build committees to buy this land, build these kingdom halls using free labor, and then turn around and sell them after a few years. Like, all of this stuff is, you can research it, but go where your curiosity leads you. I don't think that there's a template for deconstruction because different people are interested and curious about different things. I think for me, I started off being really curious about the biblical stories and the Bible, how it was canonized. Once I learned that, I'm like, yeah, all of this makes absolutely no sense. And so I focused in more on like the idea of critical thinking, understanding how our brains work. Why is religion so effective? What does it do to humanity and society? Like, those are the things that were curiosities for me. So I mean, in growing up in an environment that does not allow you to question anything, when you step outside of it, you kind of don't know where to go first. But that's why I say let your curiosity lead you. It's going to be different things that kind of jump out at you. If Jezebel is something that you've been called, dive into Jezebel, learn who she was, figure it out, understand it so that you can equip yourself to be able to respond to the next person who calls you that accurately.
I I understand that, but I think the one thing that kind of like stifles me is kind of like, okay, all these things I've been taught, I'm not able to question it, and if I want to, I can research it. But at this point, like, it's just so much false information. Like, I don't trust anything. You know what I'm
then
saying? Like, I don't.
then find a template, right? Like, true things don't have a need to fear being questioned. If it is true, it's going to be true after you investigate it. You just have to be willing to put in that effort. Like, there are systems of inquiry that you can use to identify your bias, to put aside your presuppositions, to ensure that you're utilizing critical thinking skills. Because I get what you're saying. I didn't trust my own mind coming out of this religion.
Yes.
I'm like, I don't even know where to start because I've been told this for 30 plus years of my life. I'm now realizing that none of this makes any sense. None of it is true. And how did I not know to question it in these 30 years? Well, I needed to understand why that was because I'm not an unintelligent person. Like, I worked, I had a family, like I did all the things that normal people do. I'm like, why didn't I see this? So early in my day, even before I started looking into the Jehovah's Witness stuff, I needed to understand what indoctrination does to the mind because I needed to trust that my brain could process information in a way that wasn't coded and clouded with theology. So maybe start with that, right? Like, work with your mind, even if it's not on a religious perspective. Look up logical fallacies, how to spot them, find a critical thing. I can email you a critical thinking template, like a step by step. These are the questions I ask myself when someone tells me a thing. Where do I go next? And then you can follow that template until your mind becomes the template and it's just the way that you think through things. Because of critical thinking, there's a lot of information out here. You can find a topic and you can find the best information for that topic. And you can also find the best information against that topic because everyone has their own opinion and everyone has their own analysis of stuff. We're just getting to the point in a place of being deconstructed to trust our own analysis because for so long we've been told not to. So I would say learn how to do that first. Get comfortable doing that before you dive into any of the deeper topics of the Bible.
I'm trying to trying to find a way, or not even a way, just like you said, somewhere to start. And it's just been so hard. It's been so hard with the indoctrination, my whole life, just someone always step by step telling me, no, you're not right, you can't ask, or we got this going on. And just a little story time, just if you'll allow me, just um growing up in the environment I grew up in, and you're what I was taught, you're supposed to, this is supposed to be the thing, the one thing, right? we're teaching you this. This is the only thing that's right. We have something that is without question, without anything like this is. We are a part of an organization that is the right thing, the only thing. We have something that other people do not have, right? And I grew up that way, and in that scheme, that bubble, that whole thing, I experienced something that was horrible, right? So then I went outside of that, right? I wanted to see what else was out there because, again, you said that if I did this and I did that and nothing else bad could happen to me, if you followed these rules, if you did this, then nothing else could happen because you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're serving the only true religion, right? So after that, after I experienced what I experienced, then all these questions, and someone else said something earlier, um, and it's kind of like, I love my mom. I love her so much. I don't, but I just feel like if I don't keep it going, if I not keep it going, but if I don't uh be positive about what she's got going on, then I don't know. I don't want to lose her. I love her. I don't want to lose that.
I mean, do you think being honest with her would cause you to lose her?
In a way, yes, but also I do know my mom loves me. Like, I know she loves me and she'll accept me, but also too, a part of me has been so docile, so I just
And you aren't obligated to share everything with everybody. Like deconstruction is not a team sport. It could absolutely, it can be. And I think honestly, in a lot of ways, it's more powerful as a solo journey because for our entire lives, we've had people in our ears telling us how to understand a thing, what to think about a thing, and getting used to that silence and that voice that is you, that guidance that comes from you, that doesn't necessarily have to be shared with anyone. So this outside pressure that it seems like you're feeling right now about how to engage or how to move around this elephant in the room with your mom, you're not required to point it out until you're ready to do that. I did the same thing with my dad. Like it was years into my deconstruction journey that I did not tell my father. Like we would still talk, as frequently as we did. We would catch up. I think he kind of knew it because a lot of our conversations centered around like the truth, as they called it. And like the Watchtower lesson for the week, or some point that either he or I had like done some personal study on, and he noticed that trend had changed. Well, it also kind of made sense because it was around the same time that my son was born, so we would talk more about him and what was going on in his life and things like that. But it did get to a point, but it wasn't until that I wanted to share this with him for the purpose of being authentic, but I needed to adjust my oxygen mask first. I needed to make sure that I was solid enough to be able to have this conversation from a space of authenticity. I personally have a rule where I don't talk about a thing until I'm not feeling about it, where I've kind of thought through how I feel about it, tried to do a big 360-degree view of whatever the issue is before I tackle a conversation. And so I wanted to do that same thing with my dad on this issue because it is huge. And we do love our parents and we do value those relationships. But sometimes we do have to accept that our parents don't have the capacity to be who we want them to be. They only have the ability to be who they are. And it could be that their indoctrination is so deep that they don't have the mental faculties to be able to pull out of it. And that's their journey. But your journey and your path doesn't have to be dictated by them. their comfort does not have to be your compass. You could utilize it to help determine, how far left or how far right you want to go based on how you want to maintain that relationship. But that's for you to decide.
Oh
And I
man,
get
15
that,
minute.
but also
One
too.
second. Naisha, 1 second.
Oh,
Yeah. Also, Fee and Selena. In 13 minutes, I have to go. I have a meeting.
Okay.
Just to let y'all know. Okay. Go ahead, Naisha.
I get that. I definitely get that. It's just that like, I've carved out my life in that way of I haven't had kids. And I haven't had kids because didn't I didn't know how to navigate not celebrating Christmas or birthdays. Like, what would my mom think, or what, you know, so many things I sacrificed for, not just because I didn't believe in it, but I also, the love for my mom was so great. It was more than, it made me feel like I had to skip that just so I didn't have to deal with it, you know?
Yeah, I said this a couple weeks ago, how I realized how vicariously I had been living my own life. How every decision that I made was it was ultimately made through the eyes of someone else. So whenever, even to this day, like literally to this very day, if I find myself thinking through something, or like pondering, or being kind of like rolling a thought over and over again, I ask myself, whose eyes am I looking at this through? And if I'm looking at it through someone else's eyes, I ask myself why. We do that because we've been conditioned, specifically in this religion, that, honor your father and mother is tip number one. My deconstruction started with me regurgitating the statement that if my child no longer wanted to be a Jehovah's Witness, he was going to have to find somewhere else to live. And when I let those words come out my lips, knowing full well in my heart I would never do that, I had a personal reckoning. I had to decide, do I want to be the person that people are telling me I should be, or do I want to be who I am? And y'all, this community knows I love my kid. Like, just the same way everybody else loves their kid. I would never, ever in a million years decide that my child can no longer live under my roof because of what his brain is convinced is true or not, as if that is his choice. So when I knew that, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. And it's okay for you to recognize the decisions that you've made because of the indoctrination that you've experienced. Moving forward, what decisions you make moving forward, of course, they're also going to be up to you, but are you going to make them through that same limited lens? And that journey and what that looks like is going to be up to you. No one knows your relationship with your mom, your family dynamic, or any of those things better than you do. So how you navigate that is your choice. But I think to opt out of navigating it just allows you to stay in that same space and not truly living your life the way that you want to.
Yeah. True. Yeah. I mean, I know my mom loves me. Like, I do know that. There were time periods in my life that I felt like, oh my God, like, if I do this or I don't conform, or, you know, would she really kick me out? Would she really? And I know maybe she would, due to my stepdad, but if it was just me and her or whatever, I know my mom loves me, but I don't know that how it was brought up, the um shame, the disappointment, like, I don't
It's
know.
it's
I'm
hard.
sick, I'm sad, I don't know. It's
And
so hard.
when I tell you I feel every single thing that you're saying right now, I really and truly do. And I'm gonna tell you the moment that I made the decision I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was sitting in my apartment And the way it was positioned, I had like a fireplace to my left, and the like sliding glass doors to my little patio was right in front of me. And I was sitting there, and I always like nature. I always like love nature. So I was sitting in my living room, listening to some music, just looking out the window, and I mean out the screen, the patio door. And I was thinking, I'm like, what do I do? I do not want to disappoint my dad. I didn't want to hurt him, and I knew knowing this would hurt him. And I had to ask myself, like, I talked, my parents lived, my dad's passed now, but they live in Georgia. I'm in Virginia. And I would go home like maybe 3-4 times a year. We talked regularly. But I had to ask myself, do I want to feel like, I know he would be disappointed. I know it would hurt him. And I know I would feel that sting when I was around him based on how, the things that we would talk about or wouldn't talk about. But then I asked myself, how frequently can I get away from the disappointment I have in myself? And I can never get away from that. I can never get away from me. And if I can't make me a safe and authentic and comfortable place to be inside my own mind, living my life the way that I know I want to live it. Because the reality is, I'm not saying I want to go out here and explore the field of serial killing. I'm not saying that I want to transition to being like a dog kicker or a kitten kicker. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this story that you've told me that represents reality doesn't match what I see. This book that you've told me is a guidebook from a God. When I read it and I see that he's telling people to bash babies' heads against rocks and rape women, I don't like that. I can continue to pretend as though I didn't read it. I can continue to pretend as though it doesn't bother me, but that pretending I'll never get away from. I'll get away from your stare and your judgmental looks. I don't have to I don't live with you 24/7. I live with me 24/7. And when I had to make that decision, I'm going to have to choose me every single time, because in choosing me, I'm also showing my child how to choose him. I'm modeling for him the example of authenticity that I want him to be able to live his life with. I can't give him that if I don't have that. And I know you said you don't have children, but your life is just as valuable without a child as it would be with one. So you owe it to yourself to be able to live the life that you want to live, not by somebody else's rules. You're not trying to say you want to go out here and, burn churches or do anything negative to anybody. You're simply saying, hey, this was a negative experience for me, and you don't get to tell me otherwise because it hasn't been for you. And I don't think that's dishonest at all.
Yeah. And even though it has been negative for her, it really has. It's been so negative. But at this point, she is so indoctrinated in what she believes in that there is no me telling her or helping her, or there is nothing anyone could say to her. The elders, whatever. Like, my stepdad has bullied the elders to becoming a ministerial just because they don't even want to deal with him as a person in the congregation. And I'm just like, our entire lives, he's bullied us, he's done this, he's done that, just because you guys move congregations, right? And they would not do anything with him in that congregation. Now you've moved and they are allowing him to do this. He's still doing the same things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not right. I'm telling her, ma'am, listen up. There are so many cases just like yours, abusive relationships. You're telling the elders you're doing this, you're doing that. Like, no one is helping these people. I've gone through my own essay abusive things that happen with people who have said they are anointed. You know what I'm saying? Like, and still, y'all are saying like there'll be a better time, there'll be this, there'll be I can't get through to her, but I love her. I don't know what else to do.
Well, you can't change her mind, right? Like, the acceptance is going to be key here. There are going to be people who, I don't care how much information you show them, I don't care how much data you show them, it's not going to sway them. They didn't step into this position using logic and reason. Logic and reason is not going to sway them out of it. They're in it usually for emotional reasons. They're in it for community. It's the sunken cost fallacy. They've committed too much time, energy, money, resources, everything to even look at it through a skeptical lens. And a part of your work is going to be accepting that. You can't accept something for people. I say this all the time, like what you drink will never quench her thirst. So you can't do that for her. You can model for her how you live yours authentically. You can let her know so I told my dad, I'm like, I love you the same way I always have. I'm the youngest of 3 girls. Love my dad. He was a painter, like he used to do construction work. I was always with him. Like my long ponytails up inside the painter's hat, so I didn't get hair on my ponytails. Like I was always with my dad. And my love for my dad did not change. But I did have to accept that the version of me that he knew is not who I am as an adult. And I have every right to be who I want to be. I told him, I was like, you grew up to be who you wanted to be. I was like, you grew up at a time where you determined your path. And he was like, and I hated it. I was doing this and I was doing that. And I'm like, I get that. And this religion saved you from that. I didn't have that. I wasn't afforded that opportunity. I was told from the day I was born who I was supposed to be. And I had to figure out a way to squeeze my ass into that mold. I'm stepping out of that mold. I'm still the same person, just a different shape right now. Nothing's changed about my character. Nothing's changed about my personality. Nothing's changed about who and what I am as a person. But what has changed is your ability and me giving you permission to tell me who I am. That has changed. Then we can go and rebuild this relationship. But what she does, whether she stays, whether she goes, that's going to be her journey. And just like you don't want anyone dictating yours, you can't dictate hers.
Yeah. And I guess I'll have to accept that. I'll have to accept that, but it's just hard. It's so hard.
Yeah, it's hard, but it's hard not doing it also. You got to pick your pain.
Yeah.
And to Fee's point, she said that, you don't have to tell anybody. It's none of their business. I am from a family filled with ministers and pastors and elders. None of them know my journey. Because like Fee said, it ain't their business. And it might be harder. I heard Fee say, it was harder because the conversations start to shift. And then if she picks up on it, have the conversation, but don't force it, because I can hear the pain and the conflict in your voice, and I'm hurting for you. And I revealed a couple of weeks ago that my biggest thing for not saying anything to my family is my mom, because she's so into her God and she's so into her religion that it would literally tear her apart. She got sick once because my cousin, who is an atheist, said F God. Like, she literally got sick from that. So it's like I'm protecting her by not saying anything, but I'm still the same person that I
And
always will be.
one part of it is just the way the things that have happened in our lives. My mom had 5 kids. you know 2 of my brothers have passed. My stepsister
Sorry to hear
passed.
that.
And she has this thought of a paradise world where you'll be all these things, right? And I don't want to take that from her, because that's something that she truly feels, and she's hoping in, and that's what's keeping her going. I don't want to question and take that from her, because I feel like she honestly needs that. But also too, like, this world is so sick and sad and weird. Like, come on. I don't You're talking about the way that we were taught, from I don't know how many years ago. Like, how long will it take till what we were taught that's gonna happen and come to fruition and uh blah 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 and all these things like I don't want to take it from you, but also too like what the hell, what's going on? Is it gonna happen or it's not gonna happen? Like I don't want to question that to her directly, but also too for me it's just like what the hell, like if it's gonna
I
happen,
get it.
come on, and if it's not, like what's going on? Ooh, I'm just like fed up, tired.
And I think that that's a valid claim, and I think it just shows your compassion because we say in our time, honesty without it is cruelty. Like you, Selena, I get it. Like you don't want to crush her. You know how she is. That's why I say she doesn't have to know. You can deconstruct this information. Do you live with her? Like, do you still go to the Kingdom Hall with her?
That
I
would be
don't.
my question.
Yeah, I don't know what your situation is. But you can, as an adult, you absolutely have the right to say, no, like I've got some questions I'm looking into. Or even if you don't even live in proximity to her, she doesn't even have to know. Like you can understand for yourself. Putting the responsibility of managing this for your mom on your shoulders as you're managing it for yourself is doubling your work.
Yeah, I don't live with her. I live in Houston. She lives in Cali. And although we don't live together and all of that, like anytime I talk to her or we're conversating, she's always praying, she's always, you know, talking to me, and I get it. You know, I don't ever feel like what she's saying to me is out of harm or something that she's just trying to push on me, like just in a way of just pushing it. This is something that she really believes, and I get that. But also too, I don't believe it, and I just don't have the heart to like push it. I tried to push it before and it didn't go well. And I don't want to lose her. I love her. I love my mom so much, and my mom has gone through so much, you know? And I just can't bear to to push it any way that I feel like can hurt our relationship. I'm 36. She's 64. I'm not going to have her forever. And I don't want to put myself in a position that something can come between us in that way.
I agree with do that and don't.
Yeah, I was about to say don't. I was literally coming off mute to say the exact same thing. Because we've said this to people before. If you don't want it pushed on you, then you don't push what you don't believe or what your beliefs are on anyone else.
Right. I don't have to follow what she believes.
No.
I don't have to. Like, I live my own life. I don't have to, even though I'm struggling with where to go and what to figure out and how to how to even start with believing anything, right? I can go through that on my own, but I just don't want to bring up something and just I don't want that with her. I don't want that. If she believes it,
It
cool.
doesn't Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're positioned to have to. So this may be an additional labor that you're adding on unnecessarily. If you don't live with her and she's not like checking your publisher record card to see how many hours you're getting out in field service or anything like that, then you're not even in the same state with her. Like this is
No,
this is an additional. Hmm?
no, but just every day talking to her, she's like, I'm always praying about you. I'm always, and I'm, Jehovah, or I don't know if you could say whatever. God is always, and I'm always praying for you guys. And, if you would come back and do this, and if you guys would, I'm always praying for my kids. I'm always doing this, and and it makes me feel bad because I'm not coming back. I if I know anything for sure, I'm not coming back. I'm not.
Yeah, and her statements are her statements. They're representations of how she feels, and that's okay. Like you are not under any obligation to respond to that in a certain kind of way. It was the same way with my dad. Like, we would talk and well, how's it going? And this, that, and the third. And I'm like, yeah, he'd say something about Jehovah's Witnesses, and I'm like, okay. And when I didn't, he noticed the pattern. Like, my dad was a very smart man. He would notice how I wasn't adding input, and I waited until he asked
Crickets,
me. Hmm?
like hella crickets, and
Yeah.
we'll say something little, but it be crickets, and I feel bad, but also too, like, I don't I don't know what you want from me at this point. So many things have happened, and there's always an excuse, or God, things happen and people aren't perfect and blah blah blah, and great, that's great, but also too, like, okay, what you want me to do? Like, I keep telling you, I have religious trauma from the life I lived under your religion, and then this is supposed to be perfect, it's supposed to be right, but who gonna help me? God damn it, who gonna help me? There's
Yeah. And I think,
never been an answer. Never
right.
Hold
been.
Naisha, real quick. Um, Try not to cut off
Sorry.
folks when they're talking. Yeah, you you cut in a lot, and then give pauses because this is a back and forth conversation. It's a really good conversation, but we want to make sure everyone gets out of it what needs to come out of it, and that you're not just jumping in the middle of a statement. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I would say just, stick around the community, listen to more of these conversations, because oftentimes we do talk about like things that we've done in our experiences that can be helpful to people who are navigating these waters, for the first time, or, at different points than we are currently. But it seems as though you're shouldering a lot of the mental work for her, how she's going to feel. It sounds like you're trying to battle on a battlefield you don't have access to. Her mind is hers. How she deals with this information is how she deals with it. The only thing you can do is show up and determine what you want to share with her and what you don't want to share with her. The crickets don't kill anybody. The silence is awkward, but it doesn't have to be awkward for you. It's awkward because she's looking for the call and response, the typical God is good all the time, or all the sayings that people have. Like, it becomes uncomfortable for the person who is holding the expectation. So if you focus on you, right? You focus on being honest, you focus on understanding and figuring out how to trust your mind. Your relationship with your mom is solid enough, it will evolve. All relationships evolve, that none of them stay the same. That's the nature of life. So I think if we trust ourselves enough to go through that process with our parents, we'll hopefully come out on the other end of this more being able to have a more authentic relationship with them. Did you have anything else, Naisha, before we moved on to the next guest?
No.
I didn't hear you. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
She said no.
Okay. All right. Well, I thank you for coming up, and hopefully we'll be able to chat with you again. You can come back and give us an update.
Alrighty.
And also, I can't pull up. Oh, I can't pull up the box because if you're
Nah,
assuming it could.
yeah, you good.
It's Shelly. Hi,
Yeah.
Shelly.
Hi, good morning. Oh, sorry, afternoon. That's not where I am. But I guess it's morning where you are.
It's daytime for me. Uh, I don't guess I
Yeah, like is it
remember seeing you here.
I guess not. Is it noon or morning for you? Because it's like right now it's 1:12 p.m. for me. So it's afternoon.
It's 7:12 for us on the East
Are you sure?
Coast and
I was right.
6:12 for Thinker.
Oh, okay. So I was right. It's morning for you guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Um, did you come up to talk about one of the topics?
So I think I just wanted to comment like on the Jezebel theme, like my experience like growing up. For me, it was just like a
Charlie,
Hmm?
you
funny.
have a lot of background noise. I don't know if it's just for me or not, but there's a lot of feedback on your side.
Oh no, maybe like I can hear some like I don't know whether it's mowing or something or
Like your
construction, but
phone is rubbing on like something.
is, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, like the whole Jezebel thing, like growing up, I mostly heard that like I mostly heard that said to women that men believed dressed seductively and were provocative and too much, like doing too much, maybe doing too much makeup or doing too much jewelry or both, and that kind of vibe. Like if they just thought that this woman was not dressing in a way that is decent to them, then to them that was a Jezebel woman. That woman had a Jezebel spirit. So that was what I grew up knowing Jezebel spirit as, right? Like, oh, Jezebel spirit means that like you're seductive and like you're overly seductive and you seduce men and you cause men to sin. Like you dress too much, like you dress immodestly, right? You don't dress decently, you dress indecently, and you are too much as a woman. And when I read the Jezebel story in the Bible, I can't remember it's like perfectly because that's been long since I read it. But when I read it, I realized that it was not even about that. Like her dressing was barely mentioned, but it was. I think the bone of contention was that she unalived somebody for their land, and I'm not for that. I don't condone that, but I don't think her dressing was the focus.
She
So it
she
was
also
very.
didn't do that.
She didn't do that.
Yeah.
I guess sure about that
I mean,
because the when I
you can
read
walk
it.
us through it.
Okay, I have to, like I said, I read it a long time ago, so I have to Google it or something. I have to like, Google where it is. But in the account, like where I read it in the Bible, it said that she was the one that like um basically encouraged her husband King Ahab to basically unalive the man for his land. But let me check. Let me just open it.
Ahab didn't even know about this, so that couldn't have been the case. It's First Kings chapter
Y'all,
21, in case you're curious.
y'all tap the screen up. Help Thinker finish out the gift goal. Also share the live and give panelists of your choice.
Yeah, what I understood is that she was the one that got him unalive to get the land for, like she had eyes on the land basically, and so she. What the hell is this? Sorry, I just saw something in my. Okay, first let me just open it. First Kings 8. Okay, from where? Let me see. I just want to go straight to it. I don't know. I don't want to read any extra. Let me.
And Shally, if you're talking while you're doing that, we can't hear you. If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
Really? Okay, okay. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah. So,
Yes.
all right.
Yeah.
I'll
Anytime
just
you're
wait.
off the app, we can't hear anything
Yeah.
you're saying.
Okay, okay. Thank you for telling me that because I didn't I didn't know that. Okay, so sometime later, this from verse 1. Sometime later there was First Kings 21, verse 1, from verse 1. Sometime later there was an incident involving a vineyard belonging to Naboth the Jezreelite. The vineyard was in Jezreel, close to the palace of Ahab king of Samaria. Ahab said to Naboth, "Let me have your vineyard to use for a vegetable garden, since it is close to my palace. In exchange, I will give you a better vineyard, or if you prefer, I will pay you whatever it is worth." But Naboth replied, "The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my ancestors." So Ahab went home sullen and angry because Naboth the Jezreelite had said, "I will not give you the inheritance of my ancestors." He lay on his bed sulking and refused to eat. What a weak ego. But anyway, uh, like he's really giving princess. Not even princess, this is a weak man. His wife Jezebel came in and asked him, "Why are you so sullen? Why won't you eat?" He answered her, "Because I said to Naboth the Jezreelite, 'Sell me your vineyard, or if you prefer, I will give you another vineyard in its place.' But he said, 'I will not give you my vineyard.'" So far, I'm like, that's valid. Like, he doesn't want to give you, and that's it. Like, he doesn't have to give you. So, 7, Jezebel, his wife, said, "Is this how you act as king over Israel?" She was actually sick of his shit. "Get up and eat. Cheer up. I'll get you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite." So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, placed his seal on them, and sent them to the elders and nobles who lived in Naboth's city with him. In those letters she wrote, "Proclaim a day of fasting and seat Naboth in a prominent place among the people. But seat 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring charges that he has cursed both God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death." So the elders and nobles who lived in Naboth's city did as Jezebel directed in the letters she had written to them. They proclaimed a fast and seated Naboth in a prominent place among the people. Then two scoundrels came and sat opposite him and brought charges against Naboth before the people, saying, "Naboth has cursed both God and the king." So they took him outside the city and stoned him to death. Then they sent word to Jezebel, "Naboth has been stoned to death." And as soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned to death, she said to Ahab, "Get up and take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite that he refused to sell you. He is no longer alive, but dead." Sorry, I don't know if I can say that, but yeah. When Ahab heard that Naboth was, he got up and went down to take possession of Naboth's vineyard. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah, "Go down to me, King of Israel." He's now in,
That's
he's
slightly
now in
different.
Naboth's vineyard where he has gone to take possession of it. Okay, so from that, like, unless I can't read, Jezebel was the one that killed him. Sorry, unalived him.
How? She said to the elders of the city to hold a trial for him. They held a trial. They got witnesses. The witnesses corroborated the story that he blasphemed the God, and then they took him out to
Mm-hmm.
the city and stoned him. She didn't have a hand in that.
She did by asking them to lie against him, knowing that he would get killed for that.
Did
That's
did she,
basically
did she
conspiracy
hold
to
on?
murder.
Did she lie against him?
No, but she asked them to. She basically is like it's basically
What was
like
the
paying
lie?
someone to do something for you.
What was the lie?
That he cursed
Where
God.
is hold on,
And
where is the
Where's the lie?
asking them to lie? Where is the ask? I'm sorry, I
see,
just got
and she
that.
sent letters. She wrote letters in Ahab's
No,
name.
no, 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 no,
Placed
no.
his
Where
seal.
is hold on, hello. Where in the letter does she say ask them to lie?
She said, where is it? In those letters she wrote, "Proclaim a day of fasting and sit Naboth in a prominent place among the people. But sit 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring charges that he has cursed both God and the king. And take him out and stone him to death." So that's like a clear
I still
order
I
to lie
still
against
don't
him
hear
and
I
stone him.
still don't hear I still don't hear ask them to lie. The scoundrels with that word there in Hebrew just mean wild men or lawless men. Where does it say ask them to lie? Where does it say ask them to lie? When a person
Okay,
she's
so.
asking for 2 witnesses, right? People that were not that's not going to be scared. When she says go get 2 wild men, go get 2 men who are not scared to testify. Hey baby, hey love bug. Y'all, that's my daughter typing in all caps in the comments just to let y'all know. Hold on for a second, Shally.
She was about to get got.
I know that's my daughter typing in all caps in the comments, and she's asking y'all to stream her music on Apple Music. So that's what she's asking y'all to do. I appreciate y'all's support. But what I was getting ready to say, yeah. So she's saying go get two lawless men, two wild men that are not scared to testify, and have them testify against Naboth. That's what she says, and there's nothing in there that says ask them to lie. Right? When a person goes to trial, do they not find witnesses to testify against a specific case?
Yes, but
Okay,
had
that's what she
first God.
asked. Hold on. That's what she asked. In Hebrew, the word used there is ud, and that just means to bear witness. It doesn't mean to bear false witness. There's no false witness there. She says, "Go get two wild men who are not afraid to testify against Naboth." That's what she says. And there's no ask them to lie. They held a trial. She wasn't even at the trial, and she didn't pick the witnesses. She told the nobles and the elders to pick witnesses, to get witnesses.
Okay, so where was it stated that he cursed God? Because if someone did not curse God, and you're telling people to testify that he cursed God, you're basically telling people to lie.
Well, he
And also
did. He said
it says
he
like,
invoked, hold on. He did when he was talking to Ahab, and he told Ahab that the God of Israel forbade him to temporarily to sell his land. He did. That's
who
not a
says that's a
law.
lie?
That's not a law in the land of Israel. He invoked the name of the God in his response. They are allowed to temporarily sell their land as long as they get it back during Jubilee. So he didn't want to sell his land. He didn't have to. He didn't have to temporarily sell his land. He could have just told Ahab no, but he invoked the name of the God, and he in Israel they were to obey the king of Israel unless the king of Israel is telling them to do something against the God. And so when she says that he blasphemed the God, he did by invoking the name of this God in his lie. And two, he didn't obey the king of Israel. So that those are the two charges she brought against him.
So okay, I'm gonna need proof that the Lord did not like was did not actually forbid him to sell his land
Sure,
because
Leviticus 25 verses 23 through 28.
hold on, 25 verse 23 to 28. Okay, the land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine and you reside in my land as foreigners and strangers. Throughout the land that you hold as a possession, you must provide for the redemption of the land. If one of your fellow Israelites becomes poor and sells some of their property, their nearest relative is to come and redeem what they have sold. If, however, there is no one to redeem it for them, but later on they prosper and acquire sufficient means to redeem it themselves, they are to determine the value for the years they sold it and refund the balance to the one whom they sold it. They can then go back to their own property. But if they do not acquire the means to repay, what was sold will remain in the possession of the buyer until the year of Jubilee. It will be returned in a Jubilee, and then they can go back to their property. Okay? But then Ahab did not, was stop it on land is mine and becomes poor and sells some of them. But like I don't see where him saying that the Lord forbade him to sell his ancestral
You
inheritance is
you didn't
cursing
just
God.
read that. You didn't read that. What you read was the land law. When you read the conversation
Read,
between Ahab and Naboth, you will see him say that the God forbid him.
yeah. I just read what you said in what you told me to read in Leviticus, and I read that he
No, you
said.
asked me where does it say that they cannot, I mean that they are allowed to temporarily sell their land. That's what you asked me for. That's what I just gave
Exactly.
you.
Exactly, and I just read
But
that.
but
I'm
but
saying like,
what you're saying now is I don't see where he said the Lord forbid him. That is in the
no,
story
no, no.
with Ahab and Naboth.
No, I said I don't see how him saying the Lord forbid that I give you my ancestral inheritance is cursing God. How is that him cursing God?
Because it was a lie.
Exactly. He invoked the name of the God in a lie. The God does not forbid that. That's
Hmm.
blaspheming.
Okay, so was there?
He used the name. He invoked the name of Yahweh to reject the authority of the king, and he did it in a lie. Even if we say, because we're talking about a law, even if we say that Naboth misunderstood the law, right? Like the honestly, this case could go either way. If Naboth had a lawyer
Mhm.
and Jezebel had a lawyer, it could go either way. One could argue that maybe Naboth understood the law differently, and Jezebel understood the law differently. But
Okay, so
Naboth,
if
Naboth explicitly said Yahweh forbids it in order to reject a request of the king, and Yahweh does not forbid it. That's not true. That's not in the law. And
someone
so
would
when
just let
she
me see.
brought the charges, hold on. So what Jezebel did, according to her understanding of the law, she took it to the judges and the nobles, and she brought charges against Naboth for invoking the name of the God in a lie and rejecting the authority of the king. And she told him
Okay,
to find two people who would testify to this, that were not afraid to testify, that were wild men, what they call, or that word there can mean goat men, that are not afraid to testify. And they held a trial. She wasn't even at the trial.
that doesn't mean that she didn't give the instruction to testify
She
against him.
that's like going to court. That's like going to court and filing a motion saying, I want to bring charges against these people. This is what they did. Here are the charges. Hold a trial. And then you hire a lawyer, and the lawyer go find witnesses. All she did was file a case. That's all she did. She did not tell anybody to
Filed a
lie.
case knowing that it would end in his death. That is murder. Like that is.
Because that's the law.
What?
You blaspheme if she used the law to her advantage. He
Advantage. That,
blasphemed. Okay, what
so
he blasphemed the law.
He
He
still did
first
the
off he
crime.
disrespect. Yeah, he rejected the authority of the king, and he blasphemed. She used the law. That's the law of the land.
okay, she just wanted she was helping her husband, but the truth remains that she connived to unalive the man to get his land, whether or
That
not
wasn't
He
he.
conniving.
blasphemed
What?
the God.
No.
Like, this is the crazy thing. Y'all will say Job's wife deserves for her pain to be ignored because she told Job to curse God and die.
Nah,
Naboth,
I didn't say
hold
that.
on, hold on, hold on. Oh no, I'm talking about Christians. Christians will say that Job's wife deserves for her pain to be ignored because she told Job to curse God and die. She told Job in the story to curse God and die. Naboth and literally curses the God. He literally lies on the name of the God. He rejects the authority of the king. But because a woman was smart enough to use the law against him in order to help her husband, she's wrong because she used the law of the land.
Bruh, okay, so if he cursed God in saying that, then how come when he was killed, the same God came to Elijah and said that he
Because
has
it
just
was
killed
a
someone?
woman who did it. Why isn't that God mad at the nobles and the judges who found him guilty and executed him? They held a trial. If the witnesses were lying, it was on the nobles and the judges to determine whether the witnesses were bearing false witness. Why wasn't your God mad at the witnesses and the nobles for stoning him?
Because
Yeah.
the whole case traces back to the king and him
It
being
doesn't
salty
trace
that
back to the king. The king had no
anytime verse
authority.
1.
The king has no authority in Israel over judicial matters. The judges do. The judges, the prophets, and the priests have more authority in the land of Israel than the king does. Your God set it up that way.
She literally sent the letters in
That's
his
like
name,
going to court. I already said that. She is the
yeah, and
queen.
sent them to the
Queen,
elders
the
and
queen's,
nobles.
hold on. the queens use the king's signet all the time. Their family members use their signets all the time. And she had her own signet, so that they obviously knew it came from her because they sent word
Exactly,
to
because they
her
sent
that
it as back.
exactly. So
Exactly.
she had every right to sign his name. She was the queen.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is
Mm-hmm.
you're saying she's wrong for being smart and using the law. Not
No,
you're saying she's wrong because she brought charges against Naboth for Naboth lying on the God.
This is crazy. This is like
I'm
if
not saying she's
somebody like
wrong.
assaulted you and and someone else says that you were conspiring to get them thrown in jail by going to the police about it. Like the motherfucker committed
That
a
is
crime
very
that was
different.
punishable by death. You're right, because this crime is punishable by death and not just fucking going to jail for a little bit, right? Punishable by death.
Yeah.
She brought it up to the people who it mattered to. They conducted a fucking trial. Turns out he was
But
guilty. The book even
you
tells you
guys,
that. And then he fucking died for it. And you're saying that she conspired? He did the thing.
Like, why
you
aren't
guys
y'all
are
mad at
forgetting
the?
the
Why
part.
hold on? Why aren't you holding the judges accountable? They held the trial. They picked the witnesses. They believed the witnesses and they executed him. She wasn't there, even if she asked them to. Whose responsibility was it to make sure that they did it? That false witnesses did not condemn a man. Whose responsibility was that at the trial? Let's say she did lie.
Yes, I guess.
Hold on. Let's say she did want them to lie. She didn't pick the witnesses though. She told them to pick witnesses. Let's say she did ask them to do that. Whose responsibility at the trial was it to say no? These people are lying. We're not going to execute him. Whose responsibility was that?
Was their own, but
Who's
you
on?
guys are ignoring theirs, but you guys are ignoring the
Hold on.
blatant order
No.
at
Wait,
the
wait,
end of
wait.
her
I said,
message.
hold on. Stop. I said, let's say Jezebel did ask them to lie. If you go to a judge and you ask a judge to lie on your behalf and the judge does it, who's responsible for that? You or the judge?
Both of you. That's
Oh,
conniving,
okay.
basically.
Thank you. Now, thank you. So listen to the question that I asked you. Why aren't you or your God mad at the judges?
I don't know. I don't know that God was not mad. I don't know. It's not because it's not
Show
accounted there.
me
It's
in the
not.
text where your God calls out the judges for lying on Naboth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that he was because it's not written
You
there.
know,
So I don't know if he
it's
was.
crazy. Hold on, it's Shelly. It's crazy that you don't know if your God was mad at the judges for lying on Naboth, but you're up here saying Jezebel did. It's crazy that you're up here saying that Jezebel was
Because it
wrong.
said, it literally
Hold
says
on.
there.
Listen, stop. No, it doesn't. Jezebel used the law. Yeah, that your God and Elijah and them were mad because a woman was calling the shots. Her name literally means without a man. It's a slur. That's not her real name. Jezebel is a slur for without a man. If you read the Talmud, they would say that Ahab was weak. He was a sickly king, and he let Jezebel rule. And they didn't like it because a man was not supposed to let a woman rule. They are literally killing her because she was smart. And you are
I am
perpetuating it.
not.
You are holding it up. Like I'm asking you right now, with
I'm
you
not
find hold
holding the
on,
question.
with you reading this and you realizing that it was the nobles and the judges who held the trial, who picked the witnesses, who listened to the witnesses' testimony, and who deemed their testimony credible enough to execute him. Then they sent word to Jezebel that he had been executed. If hearing that and reading that, why aren't you questioning or stating that the elders are just as responsible for Naboth's death, or even more responsible? Because in
Or yeah.
Israel, yeah, in Israel, they were responsible for making sure that a person was not executed due to a false testimony. That's their responsibility, not the kings or the queens. And your God set it up that way.
Okay, but I'm not gonna absolve any of them. I'm also not for them killing her, but I'm saying in this case, him dying was the fault of both her and those that executed it. because she gave the order. In her letter, it literally says, "Then take him out and stone him to death." She
Because
gave
that
a
was
clear
the
order as well.
law. The law says if you blaspheme God, you are to die. It's no different than the people dragging an adulterous woman to court. When they drag an adulterous woman to court and there are witnesses that say that she committed adultery, the expectation is for her to be stoned. This is why y'all say Jesus showed mercy. That's the law.
And I understand that, but whether it's the law or not does not mean that she still did not get, like, or does not mean that she did not get him killed. She did get him killed.
She
Lawfully,
didn't
yes,
get
but
him killed. He got
He got
himself
himself
killed
killed.
when he
Right.
blasphemed the God. He committed the crime. He blasphemed the
okay, so
God and he rejected the authority of the king. In order to reject the authority of the king, he invoked the name of his God to do it.
so my thing is, if he blasphemed, then why was God defending him by going to Elijah and saying that they have murdered him?
Again,
Because it was
it
a
is
woman.
it is exactly. It's because it was a woman who did it. Your God, it wasn't mad at the elders. The elders were the ones who issued the execution order. They held a trial according to the law. They held a trial. The elders were responsible. Deuteronomy, read Deuteronomy 16, 18 through 20. Hold on, we're gonna go through it. This is what your God set up. Deuteronomy 16, 18 through 20.
You're a believer.
So when you're
She,
saying I'm an internet,
We
I have
started
Shelly,
internet.
that.
I do
Shelly is
not like.
deconstructing.
Honestly, I'm pissed off right now because people are saying I have internal misogyny. I don't
No.
fucking have internal misogyny. I do not have internal misogyny.
That's
Don't
funny.
See
read. Don't
someone
read the
that sets
comments.
an
Don't read the
order for
comments,
someone to
Shelly.
be killed,
Shelly,
whether it's lawful or
Shelly,
not,
stay
it
up
was
here.
a
Stay up here,
killing,
Shelly. Stay up here with us.
bro.
Don't read the comments. But Shelly started
Like, am
deconstructing
I
yesterday, and
mad or
I
something?
think
I'm
she's
not.
still in
I know what
denial.
I'm saying. I know what I'm seeing. I know what I'm reading.
Mirror, a
So whether or
motherfucker,
not the
ain't it?
text is true
Sure.
is
Okay.
a different
All
debate.
right.
But from what I'm reading, he got him killed.
Deuteronomy.
He
Stop.
and the
I don't care about
judges.
any of that. I don't care about any of that.
Let me read. Let me read what
Deuteronomy chapter 16, start at verse 18. This is for the judges and the officers in Israel. This is the law. You shall appoint judges and officials throughout your tribes and all your towns that the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall render just decisions for the people. You must not distort justice. You must not show partiality, and you must not accept a bribe. For a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. Justice and only justice you shall pursue, so that you may live and occupy the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Now let's go to Deuteronomy 17, 6 through 7.
Someone said they pick me yet. You guys
Can you
fucking
stay out the
Don't,
comments, please?
Shelly, stay out the comments. Stay out the comments, Shelly. That's one thing that we ask when you're up here. Stay
yeah,
in this
I'll try
conversation. The
I'll try my
comments.
best.
Swipe the comments away. You can swipe the
I'll try
comments
my
away
best
if you can't
because
not read them.
like
It
literally
says, on the
I'm
evidence, oh my goodness. On the
hearing you.
evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, the death sentence shall be executed. I'm going to read that again because you were talking. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, the death sentence shall be executed. A person must not be put to death on the evidence of only one witness. The hands of the witness shall be first raised against the person to execute the death penalty, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Okay? Deuteronomy 19, 15 through 19. I don't like childish ass shit. Like, what are you laughing at right now?
The comments.
Why
But
are
you
you
guys
in
said I
the
shouldn't say
comments?
anything. No, you said I shouldn't say anything, so I'm just laughing
But
because it's
the
ridiculous.
fucking
No,
laughing. Like what?
Shelly, we had such a good day yesterday. Why the sudden change
I'm
today?
reading what I'm reading, and like you guys
But
are like,
we so Shally, no, because when you're up here, you can't give your in reading the comments, you can't give your full attention to the conversation, and that is rude for you to read comments while Thinker is literally reading the verses for you to help you better understand what you think you understand. It's very rude for you to ignore her to put your focus on comments that are gonna be there regardless, but they are not your concern right now. If you
I'm
want to
paying
be in the
attention.
comments and have if you want to be in the comments and have a conversation with them in the comments, you're free to be demoted to the comments. But if you want to have this conversation up here, stay out of the comments and be up here.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to
I
her.
don't want to talk about the comments anymore. I turned the comments
Seeing.
off. I turned the comments
Yeah,
off.
that's good. I think
Like,
that's the best solution
I,
because
Hey,
That's not the best solution. Be quiet.
I honestly, I feel like this is a waste. Like you've kind of shown me
hmm
that this is a waste of a conversation, and I don't feel like doing all of this fucking work because I think it's just gonna go in one ear and not the other. And I'm not gonna punish the people in the
listening.
comments because you have no self control. I don't even feel like this is too much. Like to even understand this story, it takes a lot of attention, and I don't think that you have that or the maturity level for me to fucking waste my energy. So I don't know. Y'all want to keep talking to her?
I mean, I spoke with Charlie for a long time yesterday on Zena's live, so this is a little different than how that went, which is kind of surprising. But I think the piece that you're missing, just I've been listening to the conversation. I don't think that in any other regard you would give give clearance or give a pass to to the people that actually were the judges of any order. But you do in this. Like to Thinker's point, there's nothing in this book that says that what Jezebel accused Naboth of doing was a lie. There's nothing that says that. That's what you've been taught, but it doesn't say that. When she went to the actual law, what the law states, he did do what she accused him of doing. The only thing that you're focused on is the fact that the way this book frames this story, which is intentionally in a way to vilify Jezebel, that's what you're holding on to. But in any other regard, you would say, okay, if Melania Trump told the leader of the FBI to do a thing and create this trial, and this person was found guilty of whatever they were charged of doing, you would see the people that held the trial, the people that were involved in all of those things, you would see them equally as culpable. But you don't do that with Jezebel, and there's a reason that you don't do that, but I don't know that you're able to or willing to kind of explore that a little bit. Because to Thinker's point, she didn't do what the narrative says that she did, but even if she did, she would not be the only one that's guilty. So you have to ask yourself, why does your God, who appoints his own elders, who has a hand in the judges, who's supposed to be the one that's overseeing all of these things to ensure that justice happens, why wouldn't he hold them equally as responsible? Because that's nowhere in the story. And I think that piece of it not being in the story is the biggest story. But that's not what we can talk about, because I think you're a little bit too tied to or married to this narrative of Jezebel being the evil person.
There's
I
absolutely
just, I
nothing in
literally,
this text that says that conversation didn't happen, and the witnesses could have very well been telling the truth. There's nothing in the text that says that there were no one else there that heard Naboth say that to the king. There's nothing that says that.
There's nothing that says the charges were trumped up. There's nothing that says to find two witnesses who will lie for me. There's nothing that indicates any of that, but you believe all that to be true because of the way the story has been framed.
so you guys, you just said that I'm absolving the judges of responsibility. No, I just said that both of them, both the judges and Jezebel are responsible for him getting killed.
She did nothing
That's what I'm
wrong.
saying. But you guys
You,
said he got
I
killed.
literally
It
asked
was
you, I literally asked you, why would the God not bring, and Fee just said as well, you are not concerned with the fact that the God does not bring charges against the elders for executing a Naboth. They are the only ones who can make the determination to execute Naboth. Jezebel can't, and neither can Ahab.
Gotcha.
An order of execution has to come from the judges, and your God set it up that way. That means your God's judges were crooked. And he doesn't call out his crooked elders, and neither does Elijah, neither does the church, because they are men.
Exactly. So if wait, I've lost what I wanted to say now. So if truly the law was that if you use the name of God wrongfully, then you die, then you guys are right. Naboth got himself killed. Yes. But my thing now, or my contention now, is if that was truly the law, then why would God have an issue with it being executed? And that's my thing. Why did he not call out the judges? I don't know. If you guys are saying that to make a point that that God is misogynistic, then in this case, yes, I would agree with that.
Y'all should probably read your own book before y'all get up here making points. A man whose mother was an Israelite and whose father was an Egyptian came out among the Israelites, and the Israelite woman's son and a certain Israelite began fighting in the camp. The Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name and a curse, and they brought him to Moses. Now his mother's name was Shelomith, daughter of Debri, and the tribe of Dan. And they put him in custody until the decision of the Lord shall be made clear to them. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the blasphemer outside the camp, and let all who were within hearing lay their hands on his head, and let the whole congregation stone him, and speak to the Israelites, saying, anyone who curses God shall incur guilt. One who blasphemes the name of the Lord shall be put to death. The whole congregation shall stone the blasphemer. Aliens as well as the native born, when they blaspheme the name, shall be put to death." That was the law.
Yes, so I agree. Based on this law, if Naboth cursed God, then he killed himself, right? He basically got himself killed, right? And Jezebel just used the law. But I'm saying that if there was nothing wrong done, then God shouldn't reach out to if because then God shouldn't reach out to Elijah saying that something wrong has been done. So that is my contention. If you guys can clear that up, then I'm gonna completely agree with you guys. But I'm saying yes, if
What?
that was the law and he did curse God, then Jezebel only used the
I don't
law
even know
and
what she just said.
I don't think she does either.
She's saying that God is doing the thing that God does, where he is unfair to one person but fair. like what he did with David. David was supposed to die for his sin with Bathsheba, but God decided to put that on someone else and still uphold David. This is what God does. God has his people chosen.
so okay. In that case, that would make sense because that's what I'm saying. That's my issue with the text because from what I'm reading, if Jezebel sending the charge and getting him killed lawfully was right, then God should not complain. So there are two possible conclusions. Either them sending the charges and getting him killed by lawfully was wrong, or God was wrong. So I'm not trying to insist on any particular conclusion. I'm saying that there is a contradiction in the story itself. If the law was if that was the law,
What you
then
were
God should not
told,
complain.
what you were, it's because she is a woman.
Then
Like
that means God is misogynistic.
literally, this story is framed as Jezebel is the one who, like, y'all, the way y'all are taught is that Jezebel was the one who made the Israelites worship other gods. It doesn't say that in this story either. The woman takes the blame.
Yeah, I never agreed.
The story literally says that Ahab put up the statue to Baal, not Jezebel. Doesn't even say Jezebel asked him to. Ahab made that decision, but nobody is saying you have the spirit of Ahab. It's all Jezebel.
I agree that part is misogynistic. That part is definitely misogynistic. I'm just saying that
there is a contention, there is tension in the story, because the saying, the law, from what you read, which I read too, the law was that if you blaspheme, you die. And the charge is that he blasphemed, and so he died lawfully. But God now complains about him being killed. So there's a problem there. So it's either God is misogynistic and wrong, or
Of
there's
course, your
something
God
wrong
is
with the way he did it.
misogynistic and wrong. Of course.
Okay then. Okay then.
That's what.
So I'm not trying.
What do you think he did when David slept with Bathsheba and killed her husband and let David live, when the law said David should have been stoned? David should have been stoned for premeditated murder and committing adultery, and he
Yes.
coveted his neighbor's wife.
Yes,
Uriah
that
was
was
his neighbor because Uriah was the general of the Israelite army, and he lived in the land of Israel at that time, although he was a Hittite. David committed 3 crimes, and your God let him off easy. He was
yeah, that
supposed
was
to
crazy.
die according to the law.
You're right. You are right. So yeah, like that was crazy. So I'm not trying to defend God or Jesus. I'm saying that there has to be a resolution to the story. So it's like, if um God complained, because that is where my contention is. If she did the right thing, everything lawfully, then why is he complaining? That's what I'm saying. So yeah,
Because it is
if the
a
conclusion,
woman doing it.
This has been
It
said
was
like 5 times.
gosh.
yeah, I understand that. I'm just telling you guys where my mind is at. I'm telling you my conclusion. Like, it's either she was wrong or God is wrong. So yeah, I'm not so. It's like, if your conclusion is that God is wrong, then that's all right. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not, because I never said that the men are right. I said that, if from what I'm reading, both the men that executed and the woman that wrote the letter asking them to execute, basically to charge him and execute him, are responsible for his death. But according to you guys, the law, according to what you just read in the same Bible, right? The law was that if you blaspheme, you're put to death, and the charge was that he blasphemed, so he lawfully died, like so, right? But
They
then,
held a trial. She didn't just go and grab him and say, stone him because I'm the queen and I say so. They held
yeah, I
a
understand.
trial.
Exactly. So now my issue is just like, God should not complain if it was done rightfully. So that's what I'm saying. So it's either she's wrong or God is wrong. So basically, I'm just saying the same thing again. So yeah, it's okay, right? I'm not defending. I would never say it's her and not the judges. That's stupid. I'm saying it's both of them that are responsible for executing
No,
him.
all she did was use the law. All she did was use the
It's
law.
still
The
an
same way people.
execution.
No, he did the fucking
It's not
crime. He did the crime.
exactly.
It ain't her fault that the charges that is death for the crime that he committed. He
Yeah, that's
did
what I'm
the
saying. I
crime.
agree. I agree with you guys
No,
that he
she's
got himself
not
killed.
wrong for that. She isn't
This
wrong
is
for that.
crazy.
You're
I'm
literally
not
saying she's
saying
wrong for being smart. She's wrong for being strategic.
I'm not saying she's
She's wrong
wrong.
for
I'm
seeking
saying that
justice.
I agree. I agree with you that he got himself killed. If that's the law, then that's the law, right? But I'm saying that it's still an execution, whether he did the crime or not. She and the judges got him executed. So that's what
For
I'm
God
saying.
set the
So
law for
He got
execution. What?
himself executed. Why do you
exactly,
keep saying
exactly.
that? He got himself as executed. She didn't have shit to do with that.
No, she did, because she's the one that enforced it. It doesn't make her wrong.
She
How did
Just
didn't
she
because
enforce
enforce
she
it?
shit.
did that.
She
How did she
requested.
enforce it?
She went and found a
By
fucking
sending
case. The
the
same thing.
letter.
No, she found a fucking charge. The same thing you would
Exactly.
do. The same
If
thing you would do. You would go to the courthouse and file a charge against somebody. That's what she did. She didn't enforce
exactly.
anything. The nobles and the elders enforced it.
Yes, but they wouldn't have enforced it if she did not send a letter. That's the point. I'm not saying that she's
Are
wrong.
you
I'm
are you
saying,
are you fucking
Yeah,
I'm
okay?
R.
saying,
Kelly wouldn't be in jail if motherfuckers didn't
I,
talk about what he did. Like, what's the point?
Shelly,
the
what do you
point
think?
is that she had a hand in
Hold on,
it being enforced.
Shelly.
I'm not saying that it
Shelly.
being enforced is wrong. I'm saying that.
I don't think you're listening to what we're saying. Let me ask you this. What did she do wrong? Just start with that. What was she wrong about in your understanding of this story?
That's what I'm saying now. From all the points that you guys have made, I'm saying she's not exactly wrong. She's not wrong, but she had a hand in executing him. Executing him in this case is lawful, yes, but she still had a hand in it happening because it wouldn't have happened if she didn't send a letter. So she was smart by using the law to her advantage, yes. I'm not saying she's wrong,
Wouldn't have happened
but
if
I'm
he
saying,
didn't lie. It wouldn't have happened if he didn't do the crime. That's the thing.
yes,
He did the
yes,
crime.
and I'm saying I agree. You guys, from the point of it being the law, yes, he got himself killed by breaking the law, and that's the rightful way, like the lawful thing, right? But I'm saying like she had a hand in the death sentence being enforced because she sent the letter, and then the judges executed it. So
She
she's
she
telling
she did not have a hand in it
not.
being enforced.
She did because it wouldn't have
She
happened if
did
she didn't send
not
the
because
letter.
she
Nobody
didn't
would have known.
enforce it. She requested. She brought a charge. She used
That's
the
having a
law
hand.
to that no, not in enforcing it. She yeah, exactly. All she did was press charges. The judges enforced it and held a trial. The judges picked the witnesses. The people at the trial, the assembly heard the witness testimony and they believed the witnesses.
Exactly, but that's having a hand because if they did not know about the case, they would have enforced the case. So that's having a hand because she sent
Bro,
the
this is
letter
so
and
fucking
pressed
I don't think
charges.
stupid just to
I don't think any
defend something stupider. This is
I'm
crazy.
not saying she's wrong. You guys are stuck on me saying that she's wrong. I'm not saying I'm saying she had a hand in Naboth
This is
lawfully
just
getting killed.
stupid. Who cares?
I don't even think anybody is refuting her involvement. That's not what we're pushing back
Exactly. So
against.
yeah,
Okay, so
that's my point now.
hang on a second. Her involvement is usually, when we have these conversations, automatically seen as being the villain. So when you say she had a hand in it, you have to understand that that's going to be heard from the standpoint of she did something wrong. That's why I asked you the question the way that I did. What did she
No,
do that was wrong?
nothing. That's what I'm saying. Based on the law, nothing.
So if and
Right?
then with her making the statement, stone him, she knew the law. She knew what the penalty was for what she was accusing Naboth of doing. It was up to the judges and the elders to determine whether or not he was guilty of that.
Exactly. So
I
that's what
bet
I'm
you that
saying.
I bet you they don't she doesn't care about the man being executed for picking up fucking sticks.
Mm-mm.
Huh? Sorry, I don't get that. But basically, that's what I'm saying. So if God is complaining, then there's
To
an
not get
issue
that is
with
wild.
God. What?
Do
I
you not know
understand.
that story? Do you not know that story?
I've not, I don't
Where a
think.
man was put to death for picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
Yeah, I've not. I can't remember that. I can't. I don't. I've not heard about that or read that. I don't think I've read that properly. But yeah, so in this story, that's what I'm saying. I think there's an issue with God Himself because from the law, what she did is right. It's fair play. That's the law. That's the law, right? So she enforced, like, or rather, she requested for the law to be enforced, and that's what I mean by she had a hand. I'm not saying that she was wrong. I'm saying that she was involved because she decided to send a letter and make sure that the law was enforced in this case,
I don't think
This
anybody ever
right?
means
said she
nothing.
wasn't
It
involved.
means nothing because no one gives a fuck about that. It literally means nothing.
Okay, but according
I
to
don't
the
think
law,
anybody claimed that she wasn't involved. That wasn't even the prompt. The prompt says she was innocent.
yeah. So according to the law, she was right. That's what I'm saying. She was right? So it's like, my bad on that. But that's what I'm saying now. The issue or the contention is if everything done was right, then why the hell is God complaining? So it's like that's back to what I'm saying. So I'm just going it's just going in circles now, but so I'm
Well,
just going to round up. But
I
basically,
think part of the issue is that you're looking for consistency in this God, and He is anything but. Right? You're like, I don't know if your expectation is that this God does what He says, because He doesn't. Like like they were, Selena and Thinker and also was just saying how He doesn't even follow His own law. He uses liars and uses manipulation throughout this book. So if you're looking for fairness and consistency from this God, then I would suggest you stop, because it's not going to be found in this book. If you're trying to
okay.
square that circle, that's damn near impossible, because
I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, because that's my issue. That God is complaining, but He's the one that set the law. So that means that God, in this case, is misogynistic, or because, like, I
Kelly,
think Fee or Connor.
do you ever think about the fact that God hardened the heart of the Pharaoh from doing the thing that the God was telling the Pharaoh to do? That makes sense to you? Before
No.
before the Israelites even got to Egypt, he knew he was going to harden his heart. And he's hardening his heart not from the standpoint of getting him to do what God desires, but getting him to do what God is telling him not to do. So he works against his own. None of this is logical. So if you're looking for consistency in this God, it's not going to be found in this book.
Yeah, I have an issue with that too. Like I've heard about the hardening Pharaoh's had. Like, so that to me that was crazy because like you wanted him to let them go. Why are you changing his mind to show your power? Like you don't have to do that. But yeah, because to me that's basically you getting him killed, like making him kill himself. Like, but anyway, yeah. So
Like yesterday, somebody commented on the post about Hagar, and they was like, all of the people in Israel, it was always the second born or the third born that got the inheritance, never the firstborn. I said, are you ignoring the fact that your God had to do some deceitful shit in order for that to happen? The law of the
what?
land, the law of the land was that the firstborn gets the inheritance. That was the law in the ancient Near East. That was also the law of Israel. But anytime your God wanted his chosen to get inheritance, he did some deceitful shit. He allowed Hagar to give he allowed Sarah to give Hagar to Abraham so that Abraham could have a son, which doesn't make sense to me, because if he was going to give Sarah Isaac anyway, why didn't he stop that shit?
Allow
Then
Hagar.
when Hagar
Exactly.
left, he told her to go back, right? Then he lets Sarah kick Hagar out so that Ishmael, the firstborn, won't get the inheritance. That's how Isaac ends up with the inheritance. Ishmael gets nothing when Abraham dies. It all goes to Isaac. Then Jacob deceives his dad Isaac. Esau was supposed to get the inheritance. Rachel and Jacob deceive Isaac so that Jacob could get it, because your God wanted Jacob to get the inheritance. Joseph gets the inheritance from Jacob because your God, Jacob was mad because Reuben avenged his sister Dinah for being raped, and that was seen as a bad thing.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Anytime the second born that your God wanted to have the inheritance, there was some bullshit involved so that the second born could be blessed. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything in a straight line or lawfully. He does what the fuck he wants.
Yeah, so it's like breaking protocol when it favors him, or when it basically favors what he wants to do. Yeah, I agree with you for most things I just said, but for the Jacob thing, I don't think it was God that, or rather, I didn't see where it was stated that it was God that wanted Jacob to get the inheritance. Like, I think it was just a play among men. Like Jacob
No,
deceived
literally, an oracle of your God prophesied that Jacob would get the inheritance. Like, did you forget that she was prophesied that?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but yeah, because in when the parts of the story of Esau and Jacob that I've read is where Jacob first deceived him to get his firstborn. So if you think about it, rightfully, Esau had already denounced his firstborn rights by making a
That
deal
ain't
with
got
Jacob.
nothing. Birthrights and inheritance are two different things. They're not the same.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Your birthright is what allows you to claim the inheritance. Because if you're firstborn, then that's your birthright. You are born first until you get the inheritance. But Esau sold his birthright for a pot of porridge, right? So it was not even. I don't. As far as I
If that was
know,
the
I
case, then
didn't see God
he
in
didn't
that
have to
sense.
deceive Isaac. What's the purpose of
Yeah,
deceiving Isaac? If that was the
I
case, then why did he have to deceive his father?
I think that's because his father was not aware that they had done that trade, and Esau was still wanting his inheritance, even though he sold it out. So it's like it seems to me that Esau wanted to eat his cake and have it, right? Because from what I read, they made a fair deal.
Even
Like,
let's say, even if that, well, how does that erase the fact that your God wanted Jacob to receive the birthright, to receive the inheritance?
yeah, that's what I'm
And then
saying. I didn't read. I've not.
your God blessed Jacob in the middle of all this deception. and bless put whatever blessing he had on Isaac on Jacob in the middle of all this deception?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At that part, I don't know. Like, I've not properly read that part. But I'm saying
I
like
mean,
the part of the
that's the
human.
point. That's the point.
Yeah, but the part of the human interactions is just like, I think it
I'm
was
talking
fair play.
about your God. I'm talking about your God. And anytime we
Okay.
talk about the things that your God does, y'all always point to the human because you don't want to deal with the fact that your God does shady shit or your God accepts shady shit.
No, I'm not saying that he doesn't. Like in this case, like from what you're saying, like I just said some minutes or some moments ago, I agree with most of what you just said. You just said. I'm just saying my thoughts on the Jacob and Esau part. Like what I saw was a lot of human relations, like human interactions,
What does
right?
that have
But
to do with your God? Did your God have to bless Jacob just because humans did some bullshit?
no, you're right.
Right. So
I was
why do
just
you
making my
keep pointing to the human when we're talking about your God?
because I wanted to comment on that particular story, that particular.
Why when we're talking about your God?
It's
What does it
irrelevant.
matter what the humans do when your God, we're talking about your God's actions?
I was trying to point out like part of why the whole inheritance was switched. That's what I'm saying.
Uh,
But
okay,
you're right.
What?
so does that change the fact that your God did what he did?
No, it does not.
Okay,
It
so it
does
was
not. But I'm
irrelevant.
not.
The reason y'all keep bringing up humans is because you want to blame humans for the shit your God does, and the reason y'all
No.
do that is because you know that humans make decisions for your God. Yeah, if humans can take the blame for the things that your God does, then humans are your God's God. But y'all don't want to admit that.
I'm not saying that they are responsible for what God did. God is responsible for his own
Then there was no
actions.
point in you bringing them up when we were talking about what your God did. There was no point in you bringing
Yes,
them up. It doesn't matter.
I was
It
just
doesn't
making a
matter what they
comment.
did then. It doesn't matter what they did. Doesn't matter
Okay, but
that he sold his birthright. It doesn't matter that it was humans who tricked Isaac. Your God knew it. Your God didn't say to Isaac, hey, don't bless Jacob. That's not Jacob. Isaac has talked to your God. Your God didn't speak up and say, hey, Isaac, don't, that's not Jacob. Your God sat idly by. Then he meets Jacob in the wilderness and he blesses Jacob. He gives Jacob the inheritance.
yeah, so that's on God. That's on God. I'm saying like the human interactions also they are relevant to the outcome. They matter in the outcome because they also led to the outcome.
How are they relevant to the outcome when your God makes a decision? How does your God have to go by what humans do?
No, but God made
Is your God subject to your free will?
no, but God
So it's not
allows.
relevant. So it's not relevant when we're
It
talking
is
about what
because
your God
God has.
when we're talking about what your God does, the decisions that your God makes. How is it relevant?
I'm saying it's relevant in itself because God makes his decisions and humans make their decisions too. Like as a
How
human being, you
are
can
we
say, "Oh
talking
God, don't
about
do
humans'
this."
decisions, or are we talking about your God's decisions right now?
My God's decisions, but I'm just
So
saying.
how are the humans relevant if we're talking about what your God does?
I'm saying they were relevant to their own outcome in this particular case. I just wanted to comment on the
How
particular
are
story.
they relevant in the conversation pertaining to the decisions your God makes?
They're not, but I'm saying they're relevant to the
Thank you.
outcome in
Not
this
relevant.
particular story.
Irrelevant. There was no reason for you to even bring them up when we're talking
No,
about
because
your God.
you mentioned the inheritance being like going to the second born, and I'm saying like human interaction played a part in that. I'm not saying that that's
Who gave the
simply what God
blessing?
did.
When you're talking about humans giving inheritance, then it's relevant. But when we're talking about your God giving the blessing, it's not relevant. Your God made the decision. Your God knew that the promise was going to come through Isaac. He knew he only wanted the promise to come through Isaac. That is your God's doing. That's your God's decision. There's nothing that a human in your mind can do to change your God from that. Your God blessed Jacob. And even though Jacob did some deceitful shit, your God knew Jacob had lied to his father. And your God blessed Jacob with the double portion. That's your God's decision. There's nothing that a human could have done to make your God do anything different. There's no reason for you to be bringing in what humans did.
Okay, so I brought it up because it affected the outcome. But so are you saying that
How did it affect the outcome? Does your God obey humans?
nobody lets humans do what they want to do? That's what I'm
It
saying.
doesn't affect the
So
outcome then. It does not affect the outcome. If your God does not obey humans, it wouldn't have mattered if Jacob so if Esau sold his birthright to Jacob. If your God wanted Esau to be blessed and get that inheritance, then your God would have blessed Esau regardless if he wanted to go by the laws of the land. But your God
yeah,
wanted Jacob to have it. So your God allowed the deception and your God
yeah.
gave it to Jacob.
So that's what I was about to ask you. Do you think that if no human interactions ever happened, like Jacob never made a deal with Esau for his birthright, and Jacob never deceived Isaac, do you think that God will still have blessed Isaac over Jacob? Sorry, God will still have blessed Jacob over Esau. Do you think that?
Again, humans are your God's God to me. And you asking me that question proves that humans are your God's God, and I don't understand why you won't admit it. The very fact that you are asking me, do I think if Esau and Jacob had not done what they done, would God had still given Jacob the inheritance,
Blessed
tells me
over
that you
Esau.
think that's what you just asked me. That's what you just
Yeah. So
asked
do
me.
you think? Do you
And
think
that
that? Do you
tells
think
me
yes or
that
no?
you think that the reason your God did it is because of what Jacob did. That means your God is subject to human behavior.
So what's your answer? Yes or no? Do you think he would still bless Jacob over Esau
I already
if
answered that, and
Esau
I
and
don't know
Jacob never
why
made a
you
deal?
didn't understand that. I already answered you.
No, I need a yes or no, not a long-winded answer. Is it yes or
I
no?
answered you before I gave the explanation.
So what was the answer? I didn't get it. Sorry. Yes or no? Do you think he would have still blessed Jacob over Esau if they never made a deal
Oh
to
my
exchange
fucking
birthrights?
gosh. Your God is
I think that
subject
Yes
to
or
humans.
no?
I just already answered that. Your God is subject to humans.
So is that a yes or a no? Well, that's what I'm saying. I need a
Oh my
straight yes or
fucking
no.
God. Your God is going to do
the thing.
whatever the fuck a human wants it to do.
That's the
So
crazy
is
part.
that
Like
a
you
yes
realize
or
that
no?
there, Shelly, you do realize that there is no one right answer to this because whatever the believer thinks that God wants is what the believer would do. So whatever your answer is for what God have blessed Esau over Jacob, then that's what your God would do because you are your God's will. The moment you stop telling us what your God needs, then we won't know until you decide what he will and will not do. When a being's attributes, his actions, his voices, his choices, his morality, his instructions, all of that is contingent upon human interpretation, who are you following other than the human that's interpreting it? Thinker has been saying repeatedly, you are your God's God. So when you ask this question, would God do X, Y, or Z? You have to provide the answer, just like another human would have to provide the answer. That answer is
No,
not coming from a God, it's coming from their interpretation.
I'm asking her what she thinks. I said, do you think that he would have blessed
I already answered
Esau,
that. And
Jacob
the
over
fact that you don't understand, like the fact that you need a yes in this situation, the answer would be yes because you are your God's God. Because your
Thank
God does
you.
what humans want it to do. You fucking knew that. I don't know why the fuck you are refusing to use your brain.
I am not. I just wanted you to say it, like say yes or no. That's what I'm saying, because
I
it's
already
better. Yes.
said yes when I said your God does what humans want him to do. That is
Yeah,
a
and that
yes.
is yeah, and that is why I asked you. Do you think that he would have blessed Jacob over Esau if they never made a deal? And that's why I asked you. So I just wanted to hear it like as a straight answer. That's all. It's just part of how
I
my
did
brain
answer
works.
you. I did answer you. I don't know how many times. I answered you. I don't know how many times. I don't know why you need kindergarten level answers.
No, because you had made several points, but I wanted a yes or no to just finalize, make sure that I was getting what you were thinking. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said
Told you
so.
what I
So
was
are you saying
thinking. Like that doesn't even make any fucking sense. I told you what I was thinking, but your smart ass wanted to say that I was being long-winded. I told you exactly
no?
what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said long-winded because I only wanted a yes no at that point. Like
How
I
the
understand what you
fuck do
said.
you ask for a yes or no so that you can see what I'm thinking when I fucking told you what I'm thinking?
That's the whole point. Like you said what you said about him being subject to humans.
You don't
And
make any fucking sense. I can't. I'm
following
sorry.
to that question, I now ask, so do you
This
think
type
so
of
like
shit irritates the fuck out of me.
it's a conclusionary question. I want to conclude on your thoughts.
I
So do you
fucking
think
cannot.
that
I
he would
can't.
have blessed
I
them
don't ask
over
that
and
fucking question
over
again, and I've answered it like 4 or 5 times already.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. But I'm just saying where I was coming from. I just wanted a yes or no. That was I wanted to conclude on your final thoughts on it. That's what I'm saying.
But I think
But
Shelley,
it's all right.
I think that conclusion could have been inferred when the moment she said,
Yeah, but I
"You
just
are
wanted
your,"
to hear it as a simple answer.
it was a simple answer. Like, and I'm not sure why it didn't convey that way. Like, you rescue your God from his own behavior constantly. Humans justify God's actions. He never justifies himself. So the very fact that you have to ask a human, do you think God would have? It shows that you don't have access to what this God would do. The very fact that Thinker has said repeatedly that you are your God's God, and then you follow up with, do you think God would? There's a disconnect there that I don't think you're recognizing. If you constantly have to rescue this God from his own behavior, that is not worship, that is babysitting. And y'all babysit every single day without realizing you're doing it. And it does get incredibly frustrating.
I'm not rescuing him. I'm pointing out the human components or elements of the story. So I
The
made a point
fucking
that
the fucking and I've said
that's
this I don't
right.
know how many
So
times.
I said
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking. That's why you don't understand anything.
you interrupted me.
Oh my fucking gosh. The fact that you keep bringing up the human element is you rescuing the God. You keep trying to turn people's head from what the God did to what the human did. That is you rescuing the God. That is why y'all cry free will. If free will can answer for why your God does something, then your God is subject to your free will and you are your God's God.
And I understand that point. But what I was trying to conclude on was, do you think the outcome would have been the same if there was no human element? That was my whole point of that question. And that's why I needed a yes or no. That was my whole point, because I said this before. God is responsible for his
Girl,
own
I don't
actions,
think your
and humans
God is
are responsible for
real.
their
The
actions.
fuck? I don't think your God is real. If I say to you
That's
that
all
you
right.
are your God's God, you asking me that damn question is stupid as fuck.
It's the
I've
disconnect.
already told you, exactly. I've already told you that you are your God's God. That means that the answer to that question is no.
Okay.
I mean, you talk about the human
Wait,
element.
what?
That's all you
Shouldn't
have.
the, shouldn't the answer be yes if you were what if we're God? Because you're saying that God wanted to bless them and bless Jacob regardless of Esau being the firstborn, right? And so he just did what he wanted to do. But you also said that humans are God's God. So that's kind of contradictory. So that's why I asked you, like, do you think the outcome would have been the same? Do you think God would have still blessed
Asked me if there
Jacob
was
over
no
Esau?
human element. You asked me if there was no human element, would your God have still blessed Jacob? If there's no human element, there is no God.
Okay, so that's your thoughts then, because what
I
you were
fucking
saying.
said that word for word. I fucking said that, Shelly. I
No, you said
fucking
that we are
said,
our God's God.
Shelly, stop talking. Stop talking. I literally said you are your God's God. The God does what you want it to do. So if there is no human telling the God or saying the God did a thing, then the God does nothing, Shelly. There is no God if there is no human element.
Sorry. Um. Yeah, but so now you've kind of lost me, because what you were saying was that at that point earlier was that God does what He wants to do regardless of what humans do, and then
In
and
the
then I have the
fucking
story.
story, Shelly, you didn't ask me anything about the story. In the story, the God says that he wants to bless Jacob. In the story, Jacob's mom gets a prophecy In the story, the question that you asked me was, if there is no human element, would your God do a thing? How could he if there was no human?
Because he has his own will. But if for what you're saying now is that he's not even there if humans are not there. That's what you're saying now. But that's not what you said before. That's
Oh my
my
fucking, I
confusion now.
can't.
Because
I
what you
can't.
said before, just follow me, please. What you said before was that God
I just fucking
does what he
explained it to
wants to
you.
do, and God, like, basically he's not consistent. He changes his own word and
Shelly.
he changes
In the
the rule and all that.
fucking book. Oh my God. I cannot.
Shelly,
Yes, yes,
it's
yes.
in
Yeah, I'm
it.
following you. I'm
Hold
following
on,
you.
hold on a
So,
second.
but now you're
Hold on.
saying that without humans there is no God, like there's no God action. But what you were saying, there was God's action and there was humans action too, which is what I was pointing out. I was saying that there was a human element to the outcome, but you were saying that no, the outcome would have been the same because God wanted the outcome to be like that, right? And that's
That's
why I
because
asked you,
that's
do you
what
think
it
that the outcome would have
says in the story, Shelly. You didn't ask me anything about what. Oh my fucking God. I can't.
I asked about what you said you thought about it because you
Shelly, you're
said that
going. You're Shelly. Hold on, because this is getting ridiculous. You are moving. You are not realizing that we are vacillating between an internal critique and reality. The internal critique, we can speak about this God as though he has a will, right? In this book, this story says this God wants, this God does, these are the things. That's an internal critique. That is not acceptance of the fact that this God is real. When we step into reality outside of the fiction of the book, like leave Hogwarts off to the side, we're talking about the reality. You are your God's God, meaning that the thing that you think this God will do, it will do. The things that you think this God won't do, and when I say you, I mean every single person that believes in this God. You are the one that sets the parameters of the God. You draw the shape of the God. You are your God's God. That's you're conflating and mixing two different perspectives. And I think that's why everybody's talking past everybody.
yeah. So like, I'm just
She didn't get
like
that,
a
fee.
bit confused now because I understand what you just said, right? Like, there are 2 points made. You are your God's God, meaning that the God does not really exist, but you make him exist based on what you say he does or he does not do. But and from the
She don't
text, it's
get it.
like,
She don't
can I
get it.
just okay?
I can tell
From the
by
text,
her explanation right now, she's not understanding that you're talking about an internal critique with the book versus reality.
yeah, I'm about to talk about the internal critic part, but on the book, right, in the text, right, God has his own will and humans have their own will. So that's what I was talking about because you said that God does what he wants to do when it pleases him, like even though he previously said something against that thing, right? And then there's humans too. So my point was, in this case, humans played into the outcome, but you disagreed. You said no, that
I told you
regardless
she
of
don't
that,
get it.
God wanted to
Yeah.
bless Jacob over Esau. And that's why I asked you, do you think he would have done that if they never had their own elements, like their own interactions, the Esau and Jacob? Do you think he would have blessed Jacob over Esau, regardless of the firstborn rule being there, if they never ever made a deal? And if Jacob never ever deceived Isaac? That was my question. It's really
Shelly.
simple.
Yeah, and the reason, and it's a simple answer that for some reason is escaping you. The answer is it's up to the writer. It's up to the author because this shit is fiction, right?
Okay, you're saying there's no God. Okay.
The internal critique is where we're able to see that there's inconsistency with the way this God behaves. Internal critique, you would expect your God set a law, you follow that law. You set a consequence for an action, that's what you do. That's not what happens in this fictional story with this fictional God. Maybe if we start doing it that way, it'll be clear. That is not what happens in this fictional story with this fictional God. He does
Sorry,
what he wants to do to accomplish his goal that is in this book, to have, I guess, certain people procreate, certain people become kings, certain people placed in different positions. That's what happens within the story, right?
Yes.
So when you ask what would have happened if this, I don't know, what would have happened if Harry Potter had been given to a different aunt, as opposed to being the little boy under the cupboard? We don't know, because this is an internal critique. It's going to be up to you to use your imagination as a believer in this God to conjure up what your God would have done in a different scenario. In reality, because believers speak about this God and you very easily talk about what he will and won't do, what he can and cannot do, you create his limitations. You are your God's gods. Those conversations are in two different categories. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So sorry, I didn't get the part. You said something about that does not happen in this book. What are you referring to?
Consistency,
Hokey pokey.
logic, reason,
Consistency.
rationality, all of those
I mean, the
things.
hokey pokey definitely happens in this book, but
Okay, and so
Hokey
it's
pokey.
like
I'm thinking
I'm
of.
so sorry that I frustrated you guys. Like that was my intention. I was just really trying to understand the
I'm
final
not
conclusion
frustrated,
of
McCoy.
your point, because it's like it seemed like you were saying there was God's will, and at the same time there was no God. So I'm like, those two things cannot be true at the same time. So I was trying to get you guys final conclusion. So that's why I was trying to
I mean,
like
there's a Harry
explain.
Potter has a will in the book, but there's no real Harry Potter.
Okay, but like you can't tie those two together if you want to reach a conclusion. I don't know if you get what I'm saying,
What?
because that is fiction. No, that is fiction. So obviously Harry Potter
Oh
does
my
not
god!
exist.
She everything that you just eloquently said, Fee. For her to say that's
I
fiction,
understood
she
what she
didn't
said.
understand anything you said, Fee.
I understood what she said. If the Bible is fiction, then that applies. But I'm saying that I was
She
asking
didn't
that
say
question
if.
based on the assumption that God is an
Yeah, she
actual
didn't
being that
say
has a
if.
will.
She didn't say if.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying like she said the Bible is fiction. I understand that point based on Bible being fiction, but I'm saying with the conversation that we were having, we were still looking at God as someone that actually exists and has a will. At
No,
least at least that was
no,
my
no,
understanding.
no,
Yes,
no,
exactly. Which is
no,
why I got
no.
confused because
Shut up. No. The same way we would discuss Harry Potter. If we would say Harry Potter did XYZ and Harry Potter wanted XYZ according to the story. But in real life, Harry Potter doesn't exist. So if someone says, do you think Harry Potter would have done XYZ? I don't fucking know. You would be Harry Potter's god. Are you going to write that part of the story? Because in life, Harry Potter doesn't exist. Harry Potter does what the author wants Harry Potter to do. Your God does what you decide that he does. And he doesn't do what you decide he doesn't do. In the book, what your God does and wants is already decided. The authors decided it.
yes, yes. So I understand your point. I was missing. I think I was missing that you did not think God actually existed. And that's where the confusion came in. Sorry about that, but that was my confusion because from what you said about God doing what He wanted to do, I didn't know you were referring to God as a written character that does not truly exist.
What
I
what
thought you
do
were
you
referring to God as
think?
God.
What do you think you are your God's God mean?
It
And
means
I
that we
literally
control
said,
what God
I
does.
don't think your God is real. I literally said, I don't
Yeah.
think your God is real. You are your God's God. What do you think that means? How did you miss it?
No, because you said that down the line. Before that you were
I
before
said that
that
maybe
you
what, maybe 10 minutes ago?
yeah before that you were talking about examples where he just did what he wanted to do, ignoring the rules that he himself set, right? Or ignoring what had been written about his character, right? So I thought you were still talking in the line of him actually existing and doing things that contradict his own word. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then later down the line, you said
No.
he's not real. So I'm like, okay, that changes the whole context of the
That was
conversation.
10 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes ago. And if you heard me say that 10 minutes ago, then everything that we have been discussing right now was a fucking waste of time. And it means you understood it 10 minutes ago.
No, I understood you to be saying that God, an actual being that exists, does things that he wants to do, regardless of humans
You have never
input.
heard me say shit about your God actually existing. You have never heard me say that.
Yeah, I'm telling you that was my understanding because you were saying, oh, God
You
does
didn't
whatever he
hear me
wants to
say
do.
that, but what you did hear me say was, I don't think your God is real. And you
Yeah, I
admitted
heard
you
that,
heard
but
me say
down the
that.
line. But before that, you
Down the
were saying
line, shit, nothing. You did not hear me say that I think your God is real or that your God is a real being. You did not hear me say that. What you heard me
yes,
say
I did
was,
not.
I
Yes,
don't think your God is
Adam.
real and that you are your God's God. And that was 10 minutes ago. And you
yeah,
and by your own admission, you understood me saying that I don't think your God is real. So for you to be
yes.
asking me 1 minute ago or saying 1 minute ago that you didn't know that I didn't think your God was real is a lie, and this whole conversation has been a waste.
No, I'm saying that I didn't think you started the conversation out with that notion, because at first you made a statement that God does what he wants to do. So I'm taking that God does as you looking at God as a being that exists. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you didn't say it, but you inferred it, at least to me, from my
Are you saying
understanding.
you
That's what
didn't?
I'm saying.
Are you saying you didn't realize that we were doing an internal critique, so that when we talked about the God, you thought that we were saying that he could do a thing?
Yes, pretty much, yes. So
Well,
I
why
didn't know
would
you
you?
were talking about God as a fictional being. I thought you were talking about God as a real being. And then when you said that he wasn't real, then I understood that. Obviously, when you said it like outrightly that he wasn't real, I then got that. But my confusion was now, okay, but you started out saying he was doing things regardless of human input, and that's why I brought up the human input. But when I brought up the human input, you guys said don't bring up the human input because your God does not care
I'm sorry, but
about the human
she's
input.
lying because you brought up the human
No.
inputs way before I said anything. Like I just can fucking not. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
can't.
when I
I
brought it up,
Also,
can't.
you
don't
said
understand.
don't. You
I also
said
don't
you said don't
understand.
bring up human input because you are critiquing.
Also don't understand how that could be the case, because you came into Thinkers Live. Like Zena did such a good job yesterday telling you what this live was about. The fact that we are atheists, the fact that we do research and we deconstruct, from religion, and we read this book. Like I'm not sure how the last 30 minutes have actually occurred, because to me it would have been an understanding that this would have been an internal critique, because you're engaging with people that don't believe in this God. So I'm just a little curious as to how that confusion happened to begin with.
Especially when we've said internal critique maybe 50 times. Especially when I've said you are your God's God. I don't think this God is real. The God does what you say it does. Especially when we said all of that. And you are trying to tell me that you thought that I thought the God was real. I don't believe you. I think what you are fighting for is for specific words. You want a specific answer. And that's what you're fighting for. You understood us a long time ago, just like you kept fighting for the word yes. You understood what I was saying. You wanted to make me say yes. And until I said the word yes, you were not going to move on, although you understood it. And that's what you are doing.
No, there were like contradictions in the along the conversation, right? Like at least in the way I was understanding what you were saying, because we started out at you saying God does whatever the fuck he wants to do, regardless of whatever rules he has said, sets down, and whatever he has said he's supposed to do. Basically, whatever is supposed to be his character. And then you said, I now said, I agree with most of what you said, but on the Jacob and Esau story, I wanted to make a comment about the human's behavior. And you said, oh, we hate when you guys bring up the human's behavior in your God's actions because human's behavior does not affect your God's actions. So at that point, I'm thinking, oh, so you're referring to the God as his own person with his own will,
I
and
said,
the humans
if
as
you
their
believe that
own.
your God is all powerful, oh my
Yes.
fucking
So I
gosh.
missed, yeah,
If
that's what I
you
meant. So I
believe,
missed.
if you stop fucking talking while I'm talking, if you believe that your God is all powerful, when we are talking about what your God does and you turn people's heads to the humans, then you are admitting that that your God is subject to humans' behavior. If you don't believe that, then stop doing that. There is no point in you bringing in what the humans did if your God is all powerful and your God does what he wants to do. Y'all don't realize it, but y'all are admitting to us every damn day that you are your God's God. That's what I said.
Yeah. So the my bad, because the issue now is that at the point where I asked that question, do you think that he would have still blessed Jacob over Esau if Jacob and Esau did not make a deal? At that point, I was still thinking that you were talking about him as someone that actually does things, as someone that actually has a will, that's actually, as someone that's actually a person and has a will.
What?
So that's why I asked. kind of should try to understand me. I'm trying to understand you guys. I don't want you all to agree. I'm just saying like that was my notion. That's what I understood from you at that point in time. That's why I asked, because you had been saying that it doesn't matter what the humans did because he would have done what he wanted to do regardless.
Is your daddy
So in
named
my mind,
McCoy?
you're still talking about him as someone that has his own will,
Sure. Is
right?
your daddy named
But
McCoy?
then what?
Is your daddy named McCoy?
No. But anyway, yeah, so that's why
You
I
got a
asked that
cousin
question
named
because
McCoy?
no, can I just finish?
What about
So
an
that's why I
uncle?
asked that
Well,
question.
the reason why I'm cutting you off is because no one gives a fuck. This is the 18th time you explain some shit that no one cares about.
Okay, you know what, it's fine. Thank you guys for your time.
Also, if I say to you, um, God flooded the earth, and you ask me why, and I say, well, because the humans, and then I say God commanded David's wives to be raped, and you ask me why, and I say, well, human free will. If every time I say God did something, and then I say, well, the
Mhm.
humans, who are you gonna think has the power between God and the humans?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go with the humans.
The humans.
Hmm.
Does that make sense, Shally? If anytime I talk
Yeah.
about somebody who's supposed to be all powerful, and then I say, well, the humans made him do it, who has the power? If humans can make a god do something, who has the power, Shally? The god or the humans?
The human.
Thank you.
I don't think humans make God do something. I think people say that humans do something and it's not God. I think people absolve God of the responsibility. I don't think people say that humans make God do it. I think people say that humans do these things.
I think you just sat here
But
with that bullshit ass conversation. You just gonna say that shit just like we just didn't. Are you serious?
you just said that we say humans make God do things. I
You
don't think
just fucking
I'm
did it,
talking.
Shally. You just did it.
No,
And that is why that is literally why I said stop bringing up the humans. They're irrelevant in this. We're talking about what your God did. You did it.
exactly. So what you just said now is saying we're talking about what your God did. I said, okay, since we're talking about just what my God did, do you think he would have still did the same thing if there was no humans? But then you're now saying that he's not there and it's just the humans. So it's like, which is it? That was my
Oh, I'm
confusion.
done. I can't McCoy this shit no more. I'm
You're
sorry.
saying like God, this is what God did, right? God did this, so you cannot bring in humans. But then when I say, okay, then do you think he would have still done that if there were no humans? You're not like, no, he's not. He does not exist. He's not real, so he can't do things because so where he's God. So I get those 2 points, but I'm saying like they're not connecting, and that's my confusion. But you know what? At this point, let me just go down. Thank you guys for your time. Bye.
I
The fucked up part about it is like we talked for almost an hour, if not more, on Zena's live yesterday, and it was a really good conversation. I don't. I did not expect this. Like I didn't expect her to engage like this because the I get the concept of internal critique. I know a lot of believers don't get that. They come in here, well, if God's not real, why are you talking about all of that? They don't understand that. But once we laid that out, which I think you did very early in this conversation, that piece was gone. That piece was clear. I don't know why she kept going back to that as though it was a point of contention.
think she didn't want to accept that this guy does fucked up shit in order to um get done what he wants done in the story. So she wanted to say it's not God, it's the humans, and she fought that point. And she said that she's deconstructing, but she's fighting hard
Oh yeah, she's fighting
to
even the label of deconstructing. Like Zena went around the panel yesterday. She's like, "Y'all keep telling me I'm deconstructing, but I don't think I am." Like I think she's pushing back. Yeah,
I
that
don't
was
think she's
surprising.
deconstructing though. I don't think she
Right.
is.
Right.
I don't think she's deconstructing. Like she's a hardcore believer. She's fighting
Hmm.
hard for this God. I
I
don't
think
know.
she
I think she lied to y'all yesterday if she
Yeah.
said she was deconstructing.
Her initial statement out the gate was, yeah, growing up, I was taught that Jezebel was bad because of the clothes that she wore. Turns out that was wrong, but she definitely did cause this, or she definitely was guilty of killing Naboth. And I'm like, So you think that you went back and you figured it out, and now it's like nothing we're gonna be able to talk to you about, which is why that conversation took so fucking long. Because she thought that she go back and like figured it out. Like there was no room for her to be wrong in that, even if you lay out every single fucking piece of the conversation. Like I don't know. It wasn't about finding out what was true, it was about being right.
That's why I think she was doing all that fucking laughing when I was bringing up the laws.
Hmm.
Pulling out the scriptures and bringing up the laws, and she was doing all that childish ass laughing. I don't think she expected that.
Anyways,
But
minus
honestly,
10 points from Selena because she set me up. I would have.
oh, Selena told you about her.
Yeah, she disarmed me at
How?
first. She was like, "Oh, hi, Shelly." I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess this person is in a weirdo."
Well, it was a different conversation yesterday. Bash put in the comment. You're absolutely right, Bash. She said she's reorganizing. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Like identifying the issues, but still trying to construct a belief system using the same pieces. I think that's exactly what's happening.
My bad, also.
I won.
Man,
Tell
that's so
Jesus you
friendly
lost.
too, ain't it?
Tell Jesus you lost. He still ain't got nothing on the demons. Okay.
What the fuck was that?
That's so
That's how they
friendly.
when they can't. That's a friendly.
Yeah.
I don't know them.
I
How is that a
mean,
friendly? Who is that? Who is that?
hold on.
I don't know.
I don't know them.
Send you their profile. If I can find it, down.
I don't know them. They're not a friendly to me. I don't know them.
I think she was actually asleep though, for real.
This a
Wow.
friendly too, also?
No, this is actually another authentic one. This is real. I can tell. That's real. That's real.
That well, you can tell by the rate of the
Hmm.
snoring. Yeah.
I think I found Precious' biological father.
The resemblance is
Wake up,
striking.
He coming back for my son. Well, he's mine
Jay.
now.
Jay's not sweet.
Jay
Jay,
Global.
wake up.
I don't know how that song go, but you get it.
You good?
Pressure, come over here, man. Meet your daddy.
We need to call CPAP Jesus. What is uh what's her name? Mini Quan's commercial.
Oh,
CPAP
Yep,
Jesus. What was it called?
I remember
was
that.
it not that?
No, the CPAP stood for some Christ something. I can't remember.
Why did the snoring, the very authentic snoring, stop all of a sudden?
I don't know. Maybe because I was saying I yelled "wake up" and they turned over. Because sometimes I
Mm,
used to have to like turn over my husband whenever he would snore. So if you turn him over, the snoring stops.
right.
Interesting.
Never had a snoring problem.
I'm pretty sure you snore.
I don't.
He snores like you
Here
remember
it is.
Clippers? Oh,
Here
it's
it
bad.
is right here. Uh, a commercial for CPAP Jesus. We just need one good snore.
I think he has performance anxiety.
I,
Yeah.
they
It
make
happens to
pills
men
for
of a
that.
certain age. Yeah.
And action.
How the door open in the background?
Damn. I thought he was gonna do it for us.
I mean, think about doing all of this for a God that you think has all the power in the world. Like, you got to do all that.
That's crazy, ain't it? Crazy.
Hey, did y'all know it's been raining all morning?
Yep,
Yes,
it's
it's
been
cold as
raining
shit
here.
too.
I thought I was seeing snow on the ground, and I looked out and they're just large puddles.
I think we are supposed to get some flurries today at some point.
It's supposed to snow in Columbia yesterday.
Supposed to be on an alumni panel this evening. Let me see one flake. My black ass going home.
Alumni panel.
Yeah, it's a. I go back every year. This interpreter training program I went through. They for the um, upcoming graduates. They talk about like what we're doing, how we got into the field, and stuff like that. They let the graduates ask us questions.
Oh wow, it's
Mary
funny because they
Jane.
didn't
Oh, go
send
ahead.
me an invite, so it's kind of interesting. But go ahead.
Mary Jane.
You like you already.
Mary Jane.
I'm in love with Mary Jane. Okay.
Mary. Damn.
Did you know? I thought you was gonna finish it, so.
Oh, that my baby boy is sleeping on the floor.
I thought you was gonna say sofa.
Well, he's on the floor right now. Sometimes he gets tired of sharing a bed with me and he jumps on the floor and protests. And it's like, okay, nigga, this is my bed anyway.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hi. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Uh, I would say I'm a believer, but I'm in the process of trying to deconstruct. I just can't. I grew up in the church, so it's kind of hard for me to believe anything otherwise.
Okay. And how old are you?
I am 31.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
What if Adam was abusive?
All right. And what are your thoughts on that?
I don't. I don't know if he was. I mean,
No,
how
it says what
how
if? What if he was abusive?
what if he was abusive? Then I would say that Eve had the right to eat of the tree of knowledge. Then
Well, she had the right to eat of the tree of knowledge, if even if he was abusive or not. Like, why would his abuse give her the right?
do not know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just
Do you think it's possible that he could have been abusive before they ate from the tree?
mm, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Most people don't think that because they believe that because they lack the knowledge of good and evil, they could not have done anything bad.
Well, that's kind of stupid because if they lack the knowledge of good and evil, who's to say that they won't do that because of the lack of knowledge?
Christian.
I'm just trying to get to a point to where it's like, you know, I don't want to be indoctrinated anymore. That's where I'm at. I don't want to be indoctrinated because of the beliefs that was pushed on me since I want to say 5.
It
And
sounds
it's
like you
not.
have the ability to logically think, though. Like if most Christians that come up here, they think that the knowledge of good and evil is the ability to do good or evil. So they think it's virtually impossible that Adam could have been abusive before eating from the tree. And the fact that you're like, oh well, he could have been abusive because they could have done bad. Just them not having the knowledge of good and evil doesn't stop them from doing good or evil. I mean, you're already in a good place to where you can logically think about what it is that you believe. What are you struggling with? It doesn't sound like you're struggling with belief. You might be struggling with
family judging you for not believing.
That's true. Well, my grandmother's passed. It's been like 14 years since she's passed, so judgment from that isn't what I'm scared of. I think I'm scared of. I think what I'm scared of is not believing in God, because then my mind goes to, if I, then I would be going to hell, and that's something that I'm petrified of. Like when I think about that, my heart sinks.
So, have you ever touched something hot here on Earth,
Yes,
and your skin burned, right? And your
yes,
nerve endings felt all of that.
yes.
What goes in the ground when you die?
A casket?
What's in the casket?
Oh, my body?
The same thing that burned when you touched something hot here and your nerve endings and all of that.
Yes.
What would be burning in hell?
I would say my spirit.
Does your spirit have nerve endings?
Mm,
Do you have a spirit right now?
yes.
Do you think your spirit can feel something without your nerve endings? Like, what do you think? Why do you think your body needs nerve endings if your spirit can feel? If your if your spirit can feel the same stuff that your body can feel right now, why does your body need nerve endings or pain
I
receptors?
don't pain receptors. Wow, I'm really trying to think about that one. That's
Like, your body has pain receptors so that your brain will know that your body is experiencing pain. But if you have a spirit that can experience this pain without your body or your brain, then what's the point of the pain receptors in the brain and your body right now? You don't need both.
no. I guess you
That would
wouldn't.
be duplication. I also think that the concept of hell is just like logically inconsistent. Most believers tell us that God is the very thing that we depend on for breath, life, for animation. But then they tell us hell is separation from God. How the fuck am I going to be separate from the source of the thing that's keeping me alive? It can't logically exist. And if there is a being that has to give me life and expend energy, even if he doesn't necessarily need it, or if it doesn't drain him, if he's going to do that just for the purpose of torturing me consistently for being born with a brain that thinks through things, then it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Do you fear Muslim hell?
I I I I don't believe in Muslim,
Yeah.
nor
So
do I
that's
know
the
anything about that. I'm
right.
sorry.
So yeah, and that's kind of like my point, right? Like nobody fears the hell of the belief that they haven't been indoctrinated into. But those people that have been indoctrinated into it fear their version of hell just as much as you fear yours. But there's no demonstration that any of them are real.
And then I'm
The
still trying to
concept.
figure out, like, oh, go ahead, V.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm still trying to figure out, like, how your spirit is gonna burn. With,
That's a good
like,
question.
fire is an earthly element, right? And if your spirit isn't flesh, isn't material, what the fuck is gonna burn?
How can it burn? Like, is it fire that we recognize and know? Because there are elements in things that are needed for that to be the case. How does that work?
And is
Mhm.
your spirit scared, or is it your brain that's scared? Are you scared of your spirit burning, or are you scared of what you, like, feeling what your flesh would feel? Like, what is your brain? Is your brain scared, or is your spirit scared of hell?
I would say it would be a bit of both, because I can. No, because then that's my brain again. I would say my brain. I would have to say my brain, because I don't.
Yeah, your brain is can only conceptualize what it knows. And it knows physical fire, it knows your physical body, and it knows physical pain. You have no idea what spiritual hell would be.
Your brain can't fear that. You don't know it. But when you think of hell, you think of physical fire, right?
Yeah, yeah, I
And,
do.
and you think of your physical body burning and that physical pain that you know fire would cause to your physical body.
Yeah.
The body
So I
that
have
would be in the ground rotting.
right. So I have I do have a question. So what is hellfire? That I was taught of when they said like there would be hellfire, gnashing of teeth, and so on and so forth.
Well, how, do spirits have teeth?
No.
Teeth are right. Teeth are physical. They're a part of your flesh. So if your body is in the ground rotting along with your teeth, what is gnashing in this hellfire?
I don't know. I just read it in the Bible. I
Right. People wrote based on their knowledge. Like this is mythology, and basically they're insinuating that a human's body is going to be thrown in fire. But your body rots in the ground. We know that. We see that. We see people
so
go into the ground. Like,
so what does happen after we die then? Because
I ain't never dead. I don't know. Also, do you know? You've been dead. You know what happened?
I only died the one time, and when it
What?
happened, I forgot everything.
I heard Biggie Smalls was in a blender.
Yeah, somebody was hanging by their nuts too. Like the reality is nobody has ever been like clinically dead and come back, like brain dead and come back to life. So whatever they tell you, even what they report to you is a functionality of our brains. Like what happens in our minds when the dying process starts to occur. Like I have no knowledge, no recollection, no awareness of what happened prior to probably around the age of 7 or 8. There was a whole ass like eons of times that happened, of history prior to me being born. I don't have any awareness of that. So I personally have no reason to believe that after death would be any different than before life. Where was my spirit then? If it's eternal, then it was in existence. I don't know what it was doing. I didn't feel any heat. I didn't feel any cool. I didn't feel shit. So I don't have any reason to believe that would be if any different than that.
I wish to God that this person didn't cut me off. I had a person she said that she had died twice. Once when she was 5 and once a few years back. I wish I remembered what she told me.
Well,
I
what she
mean,
told you wouldn't mean it's true.
yeah. Like my 14-year-old niece, she stopped breathing. She wasn't clinically dead, but she stopped breathing and they had to resuscitate her and she said it was pitch black. She said she just thought she was asleep.
I didn't even grow up in a religion that taught hell. Like the religion that I grew up in uses a scripture that says that the dead are conscious of nothing. So, I mean, if anything, read that scripture until it makes sense to you because it literally says it. There's no devising, no knowledge, nothing. Like the dead are conscious of nothing. So I didn't necessarily have to overcome the fear of hell. I mean, there were other things and scary things that were taught, but I, look into where it came from. Learn about Dante's Inferno. The thing that we fear, I think that fear decreases the more we learn about it. Look into where the concept of hell came from and how it was contrived and built as a part of this religion for the purpose of scaring people into submission.
Yeah, like humans are millions of years old. Hell, the concept of hell is like 6,000, not even 6,000, maybe 2,500 years old.
Yeah.
So prior to that, like even the ancient Israelites didn't have a concept of hell. So like they didn't have to live with this anxiety of burning forever. So prior
Which
to that, 2,500 years ago, what did humans do?
right. So I wanted to ask, was it Faye or Fee?
It's fee.
Fee. You said that the religion that you were indoctrinated into didn't have a concept of hell. I wanted to ask you, was that Jehovah Witness? Because I know for a while, because I started to question my own religion. I started religion hopping, and
Yeah.
I went towards Jehovah Witness, which I'm still I still don't want to believe that as well, because there's just no.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't make sense. But yes, it was Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, it was. They don't teach hell. They say that Earth is going to be made into a paradise, and all non Jehovah's Witnesses will be dead. So they don't teach eternal torment or hellfire or anything like that. I mean, their belief systems are just as illogical. But I mean, think about this. Like, there have been hundreds and thousands of gods that have been worshipped over the years. Like, to Thinker's point, humans are millions of years old. And the moment the last person who believed in that God passed away, that God passed away. There's no God that survives lack of belief, which means that there's no punishment associated with those gods that survive lack of belief. These gods are only existent in existence as long as there's a human to believe in them. And if you think about it logically that way, like, look into the ancient Greek gods of Greece, the ancient gods of Rome, the Norse gods, the Germanic gods, all of these gods that have been worshipped and believed to be true and believed to have a way of punishing people. Some of them, the ones that didn't follow them. These concepts are no different than the concepts that we are entertaining today. It's just that in our day and age, it's Yahweh. But there's no demonstration of where the fuck is hell? Where does it reside? How do you get there? And who's there now? Why keep a place going for the purpose of infinitely punishing humans for finite crimes? That is not anything a loving God can do. That's not even logical. And to me, it gets, once I started looking into it, not that I necessarily had a fear of it, but I was interested in it because it is a core tenet of just typical Christianity, understanding where it came from and how it's neutralized all of the fear for me.
Yeah. Wow. So okay, so taking God out of everything, would you believe in spirituality? Like, would you believe that you would be connected with the universe and things of that nature? Like, you would have certain, not, I wouldn't say powers, but certain gifts.
I mean, I believe things that my brain believes things that it finds convincing. So belief isn't a choice. I don't have a reason to believe anything that I haven't experienced, that I don't see and I don't understand. I think a lot of people move from. I think honestly, religion is a more modern form of spirituality in a way. It's a more controlled and contrived form of spirituality. I think spirituality at its core is just curiosity about the things we don't understand, curiosity about the world around us. Um, I'm not saying that, you know, I know all things, because I don't think any of us do. So there could be some forces or something at play that we don't yet understand, but the time to believe them is when we do understand them. So when you say spirituality is such a nebulous word because so many people mean different things by it. Bash was talking about this the other day. Like, when we were at his concert and we were all in the back, dancing, like right before you broke your tooth, and Twin was in his hot dog costume and the music was
Whoa.
playing. Like, like, to me, that's about as being with people that I care about, enjoying ourselves and connecting and listening to music, and the, like, to me, that's the closest spiritual I'm gonna get. Like, I sit in nature sometimes outside and, look at the trees. Like, I feel at peace, but that's me being at peace. That's me taking a moment to breathe and enjoy the world around me. If you want to call that spiritual, okay, I don't need to, but I know, but spiritual is what I think a lot of people just make it. It's, to me, it's more about how they understand or synthesize the world around them, as opposed to this structured belief system that's supposed to be X, Y, or Z, or you have to see it this way.
Okay.
That's just me.
So, okay, so then I would say that I would have the belief of astro, and this is going off different, on a different, I guess, way or path, but I would say that I would have the belief of astral projection just because I've known myself to do it once, and that was when I was, what, 19, I would say, and I was asleep in my brother's, would say, living room, and I watched my brother open up the front door. When I woke up, he was walking inside.
Oh, okay. Like I think that people have experiences all the time. I shared one the other day about seeing a red car, in front of my house, and then like hour or so later, my family pulled up in a red car. I don't know why that happened. I don't know what that meant. It's nothing like that has happened since then. I don't know what that means. If we get to a point when I'm still alive and we have the technology to describe or understand it, or map the brain, or understand what's going on neurologically, then we can talk about it. But other than that, this is like, I don't know. I just don't. I think it's dangerous to name an experience because you don't know what that experience is or where it came from. Because in reality, if something happened, I don't know how it happened, I don't know why it happened, and then I tell you what it is, I don't see that as being honest. So I can't tell you you didn't have an experience astral projecting. I've had lucid dreams that felt like I was literally in that moment. I don't know what that means, but it's so much about the brain that we don't know. It's so much about the way we function as humans that we don't yet understand. And I think the time to believe that it is a thing is when we have evidence that it is.
Okay. All right. You learn more every day. I just didn't want to be one of those people who doesn't try to understand where other people are coming from, or who doesn't try to understand the way other people think.
Yeah, I think that's a laudable quality. I think more of us should do that because we don't have to agree. Like, you don't have to see the world the way I see it. I was talking to folks, yeah, I think yesterday, a friend of mine is just as woo woo as she can be. She thinks we're all light orbs, and she has this whole thing in her mind about how we, find. My bad. She thinks that she and I were like destined to be friends. She is a wonderful human being. I love her to death. I absolutely do. She and I don't see the world the same at all, and we don't have to. But I think being willing to hear what other people believe, but not only that, show me why you believe it. Show me how you landed at this conclusion. And if it's all, vibes and good feels, then I love that for you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to adopt it. I want to understand the things that I accept to be true. But I think it's admirable to be willing to listen to other people, because unfortunately, in a religious mindset, you're not really encouraged to do that. You're encouraged to, like I say all the time, you're not encouraged to meet them where they are. You snatch them to where you want them to be. And I don't think that that's respectful or kind to. I don't want telling anybody else how they should see the world any more than I want them to tell me that.
Right. So that's true. That's very true. I think that's why I'm trying to come. What am I? Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna breathe, and I'm gonna think. I think that's the reason why I don't want to push anything that I believe or have the belief of anything onto my son, because I want him to come to his own conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Mad respect for that. I was the same way. Like, my son is grown now, but I say all the time, I felt like my responsibility as a parent, I looked at him like a blank canvas, where it's my job to frame it, but it's his job to paint on that canvas. It's his job to determine through his life experiences how he understands the world, because his experiences are not going to be my experiences. He's not growing up in a world that I even had any idea of, right? Like, his time and his experience and growing up is completely different from mine. So my job is to, tell him the basics, like, from us. just be a decent person. Like, treat people kindly. Like, don't be a dick. Don't steal. Like, do the basics of just being a human. All the stuff that religion's trying to tell you you can't do or be without religion, but that's not true. If you force a child to believe a thing, they may comply, but that doesn't necessitate belief. Say it all the time. Best teachers tell you where to look. They do not tell you what to see. And if you empower them with the ability to critically think and you trust them enough to, walk through and bump their head sometimes and learn those lessons and figure it out, like, wherever they land is going to be a place of authenticity, and encourage curiosity and encourage being wrong. That's the only fucking way we're gonna get it right. Like, I think that should be encouraged with children as well, and model learning with them. Parents oftentimes like to make want kids to believe that we have all the answers. No, the fuck I don't. It's so much shit I don't know, and we're gonna figure it out together. Like, this is my first time on this day, as it is yours. Like, we both just got here, so let's figure it out together, as opposed to, oh, I've got the answer. This is the only right answer. You can't believe anything else. You can't question. You have to serve Jesus. No, like, that worked at a time that we no longer live in. That groupthink does not work anymore. We live in a society now that should be celebrating diversity, because it's that diversity of thought that moves society along, not this tethering to old ass antiquated ideas.
Let me ask you a question. You said that you don't want to be indoctrinated anymore, um, and that the thing that's keeping you indoctrinated is your fear of hell. What brought you to the conclusion that you no longer want to be indoctrinated into this specific God?
Actually, it was my roommate. About, I want to say 2022, 2021, she started asking me questions about the Bible, and I, with my indoctrinated self, kept arguing that no, 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 I cannot question the Bible because the Bible is, and it is what it is. I was taught that you don't question the Bible, you don't question God, because then you become blasphemous, and then you become, you know, evil in a sort. And so she just kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions, and then it got me to thinking. I'm like, well, what if?
The things that she was asking you, um, were you when you're having these discussions with her? Let's say she's talking about slavery, and she says, "The God that you believe in condones slavery." Is that something that you would fight back against him and say, "No, he doesn't"?
At the time, yeah. At the time, I would have, but now, seeing that in one of the scriptures, I I cannot. I just can't, because condoning slavery is wrong. It's morally wrong.
So
You
you've seen
you
things that the God does or allows or commands that you don't agree with morally, is what you're saying. You've
yeah.
accepted that this God does things um, that you don't consider to be moral, and so you're
Well,
saying I don't want to be indoctrinated to that.
yeah, and on top of that, a lot of people will say that God is just in everything He does. When my question is, how, when you say the devil is evil and God is good, when the devil hasn't killed nobody and God has killed millions, if not billions, of people?
Mm-hmm.
It
Right.
doesn't
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make no sense to me whatsoever.
Right. I agree. I agree. And so, is it worth it to hang on to a God that you do not agree with morally, that matches what you were taught the devil would be, to not go to hell?
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding. Can you rephrase that question?
Would you worship this God knowing that he commands slavery, that he commands the raping of women as punishment, that the his characteristics match the devil character that you were indoctrinated into, just so you don't go to hell?
I would not follow that God because that's just hell no.
So there's your answer right there to help you get unindoctrinated into this hell belief, because the God that you're saying that you no longer agree with because of the immoral things that you have had to come to accept that he is, and that he has commanded, allowed, and done. It's not worth it for you to worship him, so just so you don't go to hell. So why are you fearing going to that hell?
That's yeah, no, that's a valid question. Guess I wouldn't be anymore.
Because
I'm
the only other solution is to worship him so you don't burn. Is to accept his immorality so that you don't burn. That's the only other solution in this belief system. Accept me being immoral. Accept me condoning slavery. Accept me condoning and commanding the raping of women, the prioritization and favoritism of the male species, the supremacy of a chosen people, the demonizing of other people who are not like my chosen. You got to accept all of that. You got to you got to call it good, and then blame it on this other entity, and then I won't burn you for eternity. So you have to make that decision. Am I willing to call all of that good so I don't go to hell?
no, no. I'm not willing to accept none of that just to not go to a hell. I really, really don't, because I know what's right and I know what's wrong in my mind. And if God is telling me that what he's doing is right when I know that it's wrong, it's no. Just no.
Right. So that should. What happened? Fee. That should help you with your fear of going to hell.
I'm sorry, thinker. That was
That,
not what I was trying to do.
that's
My
okay.
my screen is
Wow.
frozen. I'm so sorry. My screen froze up on me, and it still is. I might have to drop. Can you drop me and then I'll come back up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't bring her back up here because that was crazy.
No, but that should help you, because like anytime you get the fear of hell, just remind yourself like, okay, so I'm scared that this God's gonna send me to hell, but am I willing to, compromise everything else so that I don't go to hell? But also researching where the concept of hell came from, learning more about it, is also going to help you. Facts and critical thinking, like just the fact that fire is an earthly element, your body is flesh, you need pain receptors to feel pain. A spirit would be immaterial, and so just the way the book describes it, like if there is a God, they say the Bible is in the inspired written word of God, which means that the Holy Spirit is feeding this information to the minds of the men who wrote it, right? And so this God is telling the humans that spirits have teeth that are going to be gnashing together. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like the human is writing from their limited knowledge of what they know, and they know the flesh. That's all they know. And so they're writing from that information and using their imagination. And in that includes the flesh, the body, that, you have teeth, and in their mind, if the pain would be physical pain, right? Not some spiritual, immaterial, metaphysical pain. They didn't describe that because that didn't come from some immaterial entity. It came from a human mind. Everything that they're describing is human. This God is very human in this book.
That part on so many different levels. I would also question, why would God give us free will if He did not want us to disobey Him?
You actually like free. The answer to that is learning what free will is, where it came from. The idea of free will came from Saint Augustine of Hippo, and that was his answer to like the problem of evil. Like, why is there evil on the earth if God is so good? And he came up with the concept of free will. Like, there was no concept of free will prior to Saint Augustine of Hippo. And the definition of free will is the ability to do or make decisions without the constraint of an outside source, like a god, your mom, like your upbringing, your cultural teachings, right? That would be outside influences. Uh, Fate, death, losing a job, getting sick, having a car accident, or necessity, food, water, clothes, money, love. We don't make decisions without the constraint of that. Every decision we make is influenced by either some necessity we have, some expected fate we either want or fear, or some a belief, or an upbringing, or a law, or a, a culture. Every decision we make is based off of something. So we don't necessarily have free will as humans. And then there's nothing in this book that says that the God even gave humans free will. The Catholic Church reads that into the text. And honestly, what Christians mean when they say free will, they mean choice. You have the ability to choose whether to serve the God or not. And that isn't even free because it comes with an ultimatum. If you don't choose him, you burn. And then if you do choose him, he says he will bless you. And that is after you die. And you might get blessed during life. Like he might bless the works of your hands. And if he doesn't bless the works of your hands after you choose him, then it's because you couldn't handle it, it wasn't his will, or you didn't have enough faith. It's not free. None of it is.
Alright. And I have this necklace here that is just like, I don't even want to wear it anymore because it says, God is within her, she will not fall. And I'm like, God was really with God. What?
What does it say again? I didn't hear it.
It says, God is within her, she will not fall. Psalms 46 and 5. My thing is, women fall every day through the choices that they make. So that I don't believe in that anymore. Or the fact that I have a friend who believes she's a literal angel, and that end of it's up to cuckoo crazy, but you know.
Okay. You might be shocked at what you see in there.
Oh,
Morning,
well.
Ria.
Good morning.
Hey Ria. I am running off 3 hours and 25 minutes of sleep.
Oh, you sound like a
I'm
me.
sorry, y'all. Hey, Thinker. Hey, y'all.
Hey,
Hey,
morning.
Good morning.
You.
you pulling a all nighter like my ass be doing.
How you think I feel? I would not expect it to be up this long.
I'm gonna go to sleep when I get off live for about 2 or 3 hours, and I gotta finish working on this song because I'm gonna post a new song today.
Nice.
But yeah,
Speaking of, I love your songs.
Thank you.
thank you.
Also, 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 my God.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's really been very enlightening.
You're very welcome. You're welcome to come back anytime. Anytime that you have a question, because as you're going through the deconstruction, you're going to be thinking about all kind of stuff. One thing that we like to say in here, deconstruction never ends. You're going to realize that it's something that you're still holding on to, that you haven't dealt with or haven't questioned. You're going to learn something new. You can be like, oh shit, I got to talk about this. That's what this space is for. So
Alrighty then. I appreciate that.
you're welcome. I hope you go get some rest and have a great rest of the day.
I gotta see my son in like 3 hours.
Goodness gracious. I hope you get some rest. How old is he?
He's 4.
Oh, girl. Go get some rest.
All facts. No printer.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
I wonder if Eric is. Do you think Eric is in there on purpose? Since he came up,
Mm,
this time we don't know because he actually came on stage.
He broke protocol.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Passion. How are you? Evan, I see you. I see
Stop.
you. Kimmy. Kimmy, are you there?
You didn't pronounce it right. It's Kim E. Kim E.
Kim E.
Me.
Uh, Crystal White.
God damn. Reminded me of that one scene from Jurassic Park when they was in the kitchen and the raptor was coming for him.
Mm, I can't remember.
Damn.
I only seen Jurassic Park one motherfucking time, and that was
No fucking shot. Once.
once, and I probably didn't even watch all of it. I can't fucking remember that movie.
I mean, all 20 of them are basically the same storyline. Same with
Yeah, but the
Avatar.
first
There's
one is
20.
good.
There's 20 Jurassic
No,
Parks.
no.
Oh,
It's too many of them. I'll put it to you like that. Like, they
It
don't
is
change the
like 10.
storyline.
I ain't gonna lie. It is like 10. It ain't
It,
20.
mm,
it's like the jump scares are the same. The dialogue is like, it's not creative at all.
Damn, see.
interesting.
I thought you was like a
Interesting.
what was it called? Conference or something?
I was like, what?
I thought you was at a conference or something. Y'all here shitting on dinosaur movies and shit. That's kind of crazy.
Hey, I just wanna make sure I understand chattel slavery. Right. So when I read this, can somebody point out chattel slavery for me?
Mhm,
Let's see. As for the male and female slaves
mhm.
whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They
Mhm.
may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property.
Oh yeah,
These you, that's chattel slavery.
yeah.
Which part? For them to inherit as property? The
Right, because
passing
they're
down of the
movable.
children.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. That's child. Is this what was done to our ancestors in the transatlantic slave trade?
Huh?
Yeah.
This right here?
Like,
Yeah.
exactly. Hmm.
Damn, but
Otherwise,
that's
slavery would
crazy.
have stopped with the first generation of slave owners.
Oh, okay. So would a wait? So I thought the God loved us though. Why would he put something like this in the book?
He loves us like Chris Brown loved Rihanna.
Oh,
Damn.
Oh, so why would you say that?
Oh my god.
Because Chris
Or
Brown don't
so.
get
I
slandered
swear.
enough.
I swear. What?
Like
Chris Brown
you
don't get
never
slandered enough.
Oh
know what's coming out of his mouth. I don't know.
man, sometimes I wish
Like,
I had
quite,
digital tape.
For
yeah.
real.
It's called the mute
I
button.
don't even think it would work. I don't think it would work,
Mm,
thinker.
yeah, because the mute button don't fucking work.
For real. Look at him.
Y'all, I
Digital.
swear, let me read y'all this message I got yesterday. And I feel like when I read it, I swear it sounded like a jingle in my head. Listen to this message that I got yesterday. And it sounded like it need to be like auto-tuned or some shit. But this is what it say. It say, "Hi, Cream Queen. Real quick question. I'm in your life, not really doing much of anything. Why did you mute me? That's a question that I have. Why did you mute me? And then let that white man get up there and talk all kinds of shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? I never did anything to you. I'm just sitting in the room. I'm not being rude, nor am I fucking being disrespectful. Now I'm being fucking disrespectful. Why did the fuck did you mute me? And you let the white man drag you by your fucking lace and embarrass you and make you look stupid. Get a fucking grip. That was rude as fuck." I feel like the song needs to be, "Why did you me? Why did you mute me?" I feel like, "Why did you mute me?" I feel like that needs to be like a fucking jingle or some shit.
I like you're not wrong.
I'm still on
They were
Cream
pretty hot.
Queen.
The mods, y'all be getting my ass in trouble because I don't even know who the fuck this is. I ain't
You,
mute nobody, but they pissed they got muted.
I
See,
blame
you
y'all.
stuck on what I'm stuck on. And not the cream
I know,
queen.
right?
Which
The fuck is
what?
that?
No,
Cream
that part
queen.
makes
Like,
sense.
Cream
why
queen.
you keep
Yeah, that
on
part makes sense.
muting me?
What
Yes,
is
why
that?
you keep on muting me, girl? I wanna
How
know.
that makes
That's
Sure,
why
sense,
I feel
sponsored
Evan?
like
by
it needs
Creme
to be
Fresh.
like, huh?
I said you're sponsored by Creme Fresh. So that cream part makes sense.
How?
She's sponsored by Creme Fresh. I don't know how. Her people got with their people.
Okay. You don't have no answers for me then, because I'm still stuck on what you stuck on.
She's
Yeah,
the
and then
face of
I
Philadelphia
don't even
cream
have a
cheese.
fucking lace. Like, why they assume I have a lace?
I did spread that one nasty
That's
rumor.
He
dumb.
said drag you by your legs. So you know too much. You know too much about, like, you're doing too much. Now you think everybody wearing lace. Now
Oh,
you
y'all
think
gonna be
everybody wearing
shocked.
lace.
This person's
Oh, it's
name is
probably a black woman.
Alicia. This person's name is Alicia, the Soul Sister.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a black woman. That sounded very
Oh well, there you go.
I mean, Dragon by Lace kind of gave away the gender pretty
yeah.
I just
clearly for
assume.
me.
Some men be saying some wild shit.
Matter of fact, Rhea, what were you doing yesterday?
Taking care of my child. Anything else?
No, you got it. You got
Yeah, you thought.
it.
Also, why do you like to antagonize her? Like you know what's gonna happen.
It's my
No.
favorite. I like bothering her.
What's up, Evan?
Hey, what's up, Thinker? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I got the All-Star panel up here. All right.
Hey, Evan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
You're
I wanted to, I was just reading out of my new Hans Drivers Briggs Hebrew English lexicon, looking at the word die. I was excited to get it. If I could, I want to kind of start with the topic of Jezebel. I
You
was,
know you can do one topic though, right?
that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Um, so I just, and I wanted to, if I can compare her, like kind of compare her to Rahab because of this connection. Notice because I was really wondering where the idea came from that she was an adulteress because I was reading like traditional evangelical idea of what Jezebel is, and it's like spirit of Jezebel is like um a spirit of adultery and fornication, and I couldn't find where she committed adultery in the story. Like, did I miss that?
No, the committing adultery is extra biblical shit. Jesus calls her a whore
It's
in
rude.
Revelation. That's why they. But the some a lot of scholars say that Jesus was like using her as a slur, like he wasn't saying that Jezebel committed adultery. He was basically using her as like a type of woman. Like he wasn't talking about that Jezebel. That's what a lot of scholars say. But it comes from what Jesus calling her a hoe.
Gentle Jesus, meek and mild.
Huh?
Is it gentle Jesus, meek and mild?
Yeah, the same one that called the Canaanite woman a bitch.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I did find verse, I found Second Kings 9:22. It's after Ahab died and Joram, his son, became king. And then it's when Jehu like came to meet him before he like murdered him. And the verse says, when Joram saw Jehu, he said, "Is it peace, Jehu?" He answered, "What peace can there be so long as the many prostitutions and sorceries of your mother Jezebel continue?"
Yeah, that's not talking about her having sex. That's talking about idolatry.
Exactly. No, you already know all this. But yeah, there's a footnote that says prostitutions or idolatries. So it was really just that she stayed faithful to her gods, and that's it. And that somehow makes her a prostitute and a whore.
Well, not a. It doesn't. It's not saying it's making her like a literal prostitute. It's talking about idolatry. So, because in Israel, fornication was also idolatry. Like the concept of fornication in Israel was idolatry. It wasn't sex. Fornication didn't start meaning premarital sex until like the 11th century Rome. But there was a concept of fornication in ancient Israel that referred to idolatry.
See, yeah, because I mean, in the church growing up, like they would literally say she was adulterer, and so they took she worshiped. Basically, it's gone from what it actually says is that she was faithful to her gods and all like, but then the church says she committed adultery because they get that from prostitution, which is really idolatry.
Yep,
Like, look at
she
this.
didn't. She couldn't have. But they're saying she is responsible for the Israelite men doing it. She wasn't in covenant with Yahweh.
Right.
Yeah,
So all
she
she
didn't
was
commit
faithful to
adultery.
her God.
Well, right, they're saying that she caused the men of Yahweh to commit prostitutions or adultery by worshiping her God. And because she kept worshiping her God, that influenced them to do the same. So basically they're making her responsible for the actions of men.
Their free will.
Well, they didn't believe in free will.
True.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just looking at it from like where my indoctrination was, and just kind of trying to turn around a Christian argument because Adam and Eve sinned. Oh, and, or they ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, they had free will, but then these men worship, the gods. I guess they were Phoenician, and that's not their free will. That's Jezebel's fault.
Well, if you think about it, from Adam blaming Eve, men have blamed women in this book. Like women take the fall for men all the time in this book. Even uh the concubine being pushed out to protect the man. Like women are the sacrifice for men in this book. They take the blame for what a lot of what the men do in this book. They're seen as the wicked thing that make men go astray. And I think in Ecclesiastes it says like basically to enjoy your life and to stay away from wicked women. It like having I think it says having a wicked woman is worse than death. Like the way they talk about women in this book is crazy.
It's almost as if it was written by men to institute patriarchy.
Right.
Almost as if, but if I can now draw this comparison, because I was reading Joshua, and in chapter 2, it's the story of, which was told different in Sunday school. I'll tell you that, the spies to go to check out Jericho, like Joshua sent, and it, it said that Joshua sent 2 men as spies check out the land, especially Jericho. The verse says, so they went and entered the house of a prostitute whose name was Rahab, and they spent the night there. Like, I mean, were they maybe deviating from the mission? Why'd they spend the night with a prostitute? Of all the people they could have, you know, hung out with. And then I noticed
Because she
later,
was she
oh, go
was
ahead,
the one willing to betray her people. Her
allegedly.
prostitution, like she was a basically it's she was an unclean woman made righteous by helping the Israelites, by being willing to lie to her people, bow down to the God of Israel, and help the Israelites. So in her filthiness she became righteous. So this is why James mentions her when he talks about Abraham, and when there's he's arguing with Paul, and he's like, you stupid idiot, faith without works is dead, right? And he brings up Rahab and what Rahab does, and her being obedient to the God and helping the Israelites and trading on her people and hiding them. Those were works, and by her works she became righteous, no longer dirty in her prostitution.
Right, and the author of Hebrews, um, seconds that, or I guess James seconded that, because of course, she made it into the faith Hall of Fame with Abraham and Moses and all these people. But the reason she makes it, because obviously Hebrews 11, but verse 31, by faith Rahab the prostitute did not perish with those who were disobedient, because she had received the spies in peace. But down at the bottom, or back in Joshua, it she does. It's not that she received the spies in peace. Maybe she was just working. When she talks to them, she says, now then, since I have dealt kindly with you, swear to me by the Lord that you will in turn deal kindly with my family. Give me a sign of good faith. Blah, blah. The men said to her, our life for years, if you do not tell this business of ours, then we will deal kindly and faithfully with you. What business? Like, I'm just wondering if this is like a,
She gave them all the plans. Like she let them hide out in Canaan so they could um, uh, scope out how they fortify the city, how they close the city down, where the military is, so that they could attack them. Like she let them hide inside the walls. Like Canaan was a fortified city in the story. So she let them inside the gates, hid them so they could scope it out.
this is my conspiracy theory. Oh, wait, I can't say this word into effect. This is my alternate idea, that she gave them the Jericho Wall 2-for-1 special, and they didn't want her telling what they had done. And I mean, it might be silly, but just rereading it, I'm like, is that it? But just another contradiction to Hebrews where it says, she, by faith,
Wait, are you trying to say that she slept with them?
yeah, I mean, 2 dudes went to a prostitute's house, spent the night, and the next day they're like, don't tell anybody about this business of ours. And she was like, yeah, you know what I mean? You've never heard of the Jericho
Uh,
Wall 2-for-1 special?
no.
I'm kidding.
No, that what the story is saying is that she hid them and she helped them learn the city so they could capture it. She traded on her people, and in exchange for her trading on her community, her family and her family would not be captured, and would not die. They would not be killed because everything in Jericho was supposed to die. So she basically saved herself and her family by betraying her people and hiding them within the walls.
That's what they want us to think.
Well, I don't see any other reason to think anything different.
Drop that idea. But I think the
Huh?
biggest point I said, all right, I'll drop my theory.
No, I'm saying what would be the reason to think she had sex with them? That it means she had sex with them. Like what would be the point in the story for that? Other than to just make fun of the story.
Well, no, but I mean, the story goes that they spend the night with a prostitute. Like, I just, of all the people there, and then, like, if they were just like, oh, yeah, like, if that is, like, imagine if the oral tradition was like, these dudes, went and spent the night with a prostitute, almost like scandalous, but they got out of it and and Rahab got saved and they still destroyed Canaan and Jericho. But then it got like, when it was written, it was like, oh, well, they just went there and she kept them safe. So this. Like, what if that wasn't the real story, but when it got written down, they wanted to protect the men?
But I'm still trying to figure out like what would be the point. I don't know like I guess I'm not connecting it. Like what would be the point of them not just saying that they slept with a prostitute?
Like, if they deviated from the mission? That's a good point. I guess no one would care. So, all right. You win,
Because
thinker.
huh?
So you win.
No,
Um,
I'm trying to find the connection.
No, it's just that's just how my brain was working at that moment. But the true part of it is that she told them that the reason she was letting them go, though, is that they were afraid of their God. They said, we've heard what happened. She was like, we heard what you did to the Amorites. You utterly destroyed them. When we heard it, it says, our hearts melted and there was no courage left in any of us because of you. So she's basically, it was because they were scared shitless because they heard that they were slaughtering everybody. Like, that's the reason. Like, was it by faith? Sounds like they were just like, holy shit. Like, she just realized like they're about to genocide us and, you know, help me out because I helped you out. Not like, what did faith have to do with it? Like, how does the author of
It
Hebrews
wasn't. It, well,
get
there
that?
isn't no a concept of faith in ancient Israel, or like that. What does faith have to do with what Abraham did? But Paul attributes it to faith. This is just like the New Testament reading, like the authors of Jesus's story, making Christianity relevant in the Hebrew scriptures. But like in ancient Near East, right? The Each nation had their own gods. They had their own stories about how their gods helped them win wars, and that's how they warded off other nations from attacking them. The bigger the stories, the uh, less likely a nation would try to attack you. And so what Rahab is doing is saying, "Oh, we've heard your stories. We've heard how your God is with you." Right?
She was
That's
just
that.
afraid, and that.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that. Like that's just the way the gods were used back then. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I get it. I guess Paul was just being a shit as usual and just changing the Hebrew Bible to make it work for him. Or not Paul, but whoever wrote Hebrews. That's the conclusion.
Well, we know that that's what they did, right?
Yeah.
Unless, are you looking for it to be accurate and from the
No, no,
New
no.
Testament?
No,
Oh,
I was just looking at it and it's just kind of like infuriating that he twists it so bad because that's not what happened. And then, you've got in my church we definitely read, or I think that new believers, like they'll say like, oh well, I've read, the Gospels and maybe Hebrews because Hebrews is so famous. And then, they're just that's if that's all they read, like they're not understanding it. If you're not reading through the New Testament or the Old Testament, which I understand can be tedious, but actually like reading what it says, like that is not what it says. And so they're getting this Pauline doctrine and thinking it's correct about Jesus, which it doesn't seem to be, and then just taking, these authors' word for it. It's just really like it's frustrating. And I think that's part of the reason that people think that Christianity is just such a nice religion and, faith and all this. And but if you read, like that is not what is happening. And I think that's really frustrating because they're not like seeing it. They're just listening to the pastor and reading a couple New Testament books, and then yeah, they're Christians, you know.
How are you connecting these two? How are you connecting this to Jezebel?
Well, I was just reading about Jezebel, and I was like, she wasn't an adulteress, but here we have an actual prostitute who makes it into the Faith Hall of Fame.
I'm still confused. What do
Just
you
that
what do you
Jezebel
mean?
is condemned, called a prostitute, but then Rahab, who, but there's no evidence of her being a prostitute, right? Because they're misunderstanding idolatry, which wasn't even what she did because they were her gods. But then we've got Rahab, who it clearly says is a prostitute, but that's no problem. She's a hero of faith. So, but like Jezebel's wicked. She's a whore. But Rahab, who is this an actual sex worker, which there's nothing wrong with that, but according to how I was indoctrinated, it's filthy. But like you said, she's afraid of the God. She goes ahead and lies for the people of this God, and she's a hero of faith. So what really is the deal with
The,
this?
the the thing is, like with Rahab though, she was a prostitute before she was made uh, righteous through her action of hiding the Israelites. So her obedience or her willingness to help the Israelites made her clean, and that's why Christians don't have a problem with Rahab, because she was made righteous through that action.
I don't know, I just think it's just like mega hypocritical. Like you just want to hate Jezebel.
Well, Jezebel was a woman that did what she wanted to do. Rahab helped the Israelites.
That's what it all comes
So,
down to.
huh?
That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, like it's not really about her being a prostitute. It's about her, the fact that she helped the Israelites. Think about Jael. Jael wrote a man to sleep and then drove a nail in his head after she made him come, and that was seen as righteous
All right.
because she helped the Israelites win against their enemy with sex.
These authors are gross. They're a bunch of misogynists. Well, that's it. I was reading Joshua and I was like, hold on. And then I saw you brought the topic up here and I was happy to see it because I just saw this like mega contradiction. So I wanted to talk it out. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope it wasn't wrong.
No, you're welcome.
All right, cool. Well, thank you, everybody.
You're
I hope you
welcome.
all have a
See you,
good day.
Evan. Have a
You
good one.
too.
You
Thank
too.
you. Love you all. All right. Can you let me down?
I got you.
Thank you.
You said who was doing that?
Doing what?
said something about
I
jizz
knew
and
it
then
was
killed the dude.
Who?
You said jizz and then she killed the dude.
Jael?
Yeah, you got a phone number or something?
You want to die by?
I think it's what
You want to
happens
die
right
by that?
before death. I think it's what happens right before death that also is interesting.
But he's
I mean,
willing to
either way.
die for it.
It's a it's a wonderful point.
Legendary.
That's
They gonna know
insane.
my name.
It wasn't. It wasn't that. That's what killed him. She just put his ass to sleep. Rockabye baby. What's that? What's that movie? Rockabye baby. That's what she did.
Oh, so
New
the
Jack
Kirk
City.
special is
New
crazy.
New
Jack
Jack
City,
City.
baby.
Yeah, she New Jack City his ass.
Oh, man, I'm just saying.
Not a fire nut. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, she's praised for that. For using her body and helping the Israelites. She's not, and she wasn't an Israelite either. I think Jael was from a different nation too. Hold on. Let me see. Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible or deconstructing 21 and up or an atheist. My ass is sleeping in a motherfucker. I know y'all hear it, and I'm sleeping.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
She was a Kenite. Jael was a Kenite.
Interesting.
Ain't it?
Hey,
She was
Brian
a
McKnight or
like Cain Kenite, like a descendant
oh,
of Cain.
it's different.
Considering Cain was before the flood, Jael should not have existed. But yeah, she was there to help the Israelites. But according to Judges 14:7, Jael was the wife of Eber. She was the wife of Eber?
Wait a minute. Whose wife?
Eber, like Abraham's dad.
Mm,
Wait a minute.
what? Hold on.
Get it? Eber,
That's
Ibrahim.
Well, that literally is one of Abraham's ancestors is Eber. Hold on.
Also, y'all remember capsule for mods. Even one word can get you muted. First time 5 minutes. Second time the whole life, or maybe even forever. That forever was dramatic. Sorry, y'all. That was too dramatic.
it says Heber the Kenite.
The Kenite, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
It does.
I'm trying to see how it's pronounced in Hebrew.
Where's the scripture
Oh,
where it
it's
says that?
pronounced. It's pronounced in Hebrew. It's pronounced Heber, Heber in Hebrew, and then you have Aber is Abraham's ancestor.
Mm.
So it's Heber the Kenite, and then Aber the Hebrew.
Where does it say that she did the thing before she killed him?
Judges that they had sex. It's in
Hmm.
the uh, I think it's Judges 4. Let's see.
That's what I'm looking at right now. I see where she took the hammer.
Yeah, it's in the language. What was it? She said she'll ever go. Now even the Kenites.
And then, it's idiomatic. If that makes sense. Jael came out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Turn aside, my lord. Turn aside to me. Have no fear." So he turned aside to her into her tent, and she covered him with a rug. Then he said to her, "Please give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty." So she opened a skin of milk and gave him drink and covered it, staying at the entrance of the tent. And if anybody come, but Jael, wife of Abraham, took a tent peg and took a hammer in her hand. I think it's the milk. Hold on, let me find the
Oh,
idiom. Hold on.
okay, okay. Get strawberry milk and I'm in.
Who the fuck gives somebody milk when they ask for water?
You knew what kind of milk she was working with. Now,
Okay, it
She
says
drove
the
the peg into his
euphemistic
temple.
indicators is Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Turn aside, my lord, turn aside to me." Um, so the euphemism is shor ilay, which is a sexual invitation phrase. So it means come privately with me, and so it's the euphemism. It says she brings him into her tent. And in the ancient Near East, men didn't enter a woman's section of a tent unless it was for sex. She covers him, and she covered him, and that word there is vatekosehu, and it is used as a euphemism in several places for sexual concealment and intimate contact. So it's that word right there, vatekesehu. Let me see if I can bring it up right quick. Just 418. This right here. Vatakasehu. Right here. Oh, this word. That's the euphemism. And then it says he asked for milk, which is he asked for water and she gives him milk instead. And the Song of Songs, milk is milk is for semen. What? And the Song of
nice.
Songs,
What?
it says
I think that
milk
tracks.
and dairy in the Song of Songs is used for semen. She gave him milk
That
instead, so
absolutely
she
does
she
track.
made him come. Oh my God.
I'm already at the tent. Where you at?
Judges 5 says, between her legs he collapsed. There it is. Judges 5:27 explicitly says it. Judges 5:27 says, actually, I'm going to keep that one up. Let's see. My daughter was like, Jael's song got to be, she got to be,
For real.
Written by Nicki Minaj.
fuck her. Let me stop.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just found out that I'm so mad because like love her music, but I just found out she was anti LGBTQI, and I'm like, what? And that she supports Trump. I'm like, what?
Isn't that crazy? Her whole
Yeah,
thing was based off of. Isn't that crazy?
I'm so mad.
And she's pro
Um,
rape though.
huh?
Yeah,
I said she's pro rape though. Pro
Pro what?
pedos. Grape.
pedophiles.
Grape and
Oh,
pedophile.
Yeah, that's when I
oh,
stopped even thinking about her.
oh wow.
Her husband can't
That's
even go
why.
to that child birthday party.
Right.
That is crazy. That is crazy. It says between her feet he sank. This is like between her legs. He collapsed. And y'all know feet is euphemism for vagina for genitals.
Hmm.
So between her genitals or her feet, he sank, he fell. He lay still between her genitals, he sank, he fell. Where he sank there, he fell dead. So it's like the song in Deborah. Like, you know, Deborah's Genesis 5 is a song. So this is what they're singing about what Jael did to Sisera.
She put it on him, and he fell. Hey, shit. Oh God, I'm still waiting though.
The way they didn't like just talk about, they didn't want to just talk about sex outright. They had like this, I don't know, they saw sex as dirty or something. I don't know. All these euphemisms to sex. When he's saying, who Ezekiel says to the prostitute, close your feet, or what is it?
Mm.
Close your feet. Like they were scared to say close your leg. Like why did he say feet? He could just say close your legs. Like why do you open?
I mean, I
No, what do you
guess you
say?
could
Why do
say
you open
legs
your
would be the
feet
same
to every
thing.
passerby? Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like legs is just what we say in order to not say why are you having sex with everybody?
Well, yeah, that's true. At least it make more sense though. Like why skip the legs and go all the way to the feet?
Because the
No,
ankles was taboo.
you can't open
Cause
one
what?
without the other.
The ankles was
He said.
taboo.
He said ankles were taboo.
Why you open your? What does he say? Close your feet, or why you open your feet to every passerby, or something?
Keep your
Wow,
feet closed. Or
wow.
what does my feet got to do with it?
I mean, technically, I guess you could leave your feet together while
That's what
you're.
I'm
It
saying.
would be yeah, that would be a logistical nightmare, though. Just yeah,
Yeah, that's
Mm-mm,
a
it's not.
lot.
Let me go back on mute.
Selena.
That's that's a lot. Like who the fuck?
I'm serious.
Starseed.
Hey,
Ooh.
hey everyone.
She
You
called
come
me
because of the
Batman.
Good
conversation.
Said,
morning.
did I call her Starfeet? Or
No.
did I say Starseed? What did I
Yeah.
say?
I think you
Star
said
Maybe
City.
see.
I said it right. I said it
Yeah.
right. Okay,
yeah.
because she called me Batman. I'm reading her their comment. Why doth thy feet? Hold on, hold on.
No,
Why doth thy ankles not toucheth?
great question.
I tell y'all, we
Oh
need
my
to
god.
remake the Bible.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Starseed, how are you?
I'm alright, thank you. How's yourselves?
I'm doing good.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
good.
pass you off to one of the co-hosts because I am very tired. But I do need to get your age right quick, and
I'm
let me
30.
know if you are okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I understand the Bible and the cultural ways and, human ways of life, I guess. So I do, but I don't understand when people
No,
are saying,
what are you? Are you a
Are
believer
you
in
a
the God of the
believer?
oh, yeah,
Bible?
I'm a believer. Like, but when
Oh,
it comes
okay.
to, when it comes to Jezebel, I'm just
Just one
more,
second. One second. I need to see which
yeah.
host is gonna have a conversation with you. Which
Oh,
one do
yeah.
you
I
want
can
to
chat
take
with her.
this?
Is it making
I
me
want Rhea
nervous?
to do it.
Rhea
Shut
can
up,
chat with her.
Hoso. Go ahead,
Hit
B.
you.
Are you all Jezebel fans or?
What,
or anything.
what do you mean?
Or
What do you
any
mean
other
fan?
building.
Got the
Like,
T-shirt.
like what
Yeah,
do you
I
mean?
sell Jezebel merch.
Oh,
I was
I
thinking
see.
about your merch yesterday. Y'all need to. Are you still doing merch?
Yeah, it's in the link in the bio.
You been getting
Tinker, is it
orders?
in?
I don't know, girl. I don't check that shit. I don't even know. I don't be checking shit.
Oh,
I just
child.
put up. Y'all be like, we need merch. I create the shit and I just set it there. I don't fucking know.
Y'all
I
go
can't
get
Is
the
tell.
it
I ain't
in?
merch
gonna
so
lie.
I'm not the only one walking around with the damn hoodie on. Go get the. Come
Ooh,
on, y'all.
is it in the Discord at all, Tinker?
No, it's in my bio. My TikTok bio.
Okay,
I be wanting to wear my
because I
my
wanted.
hoodie out.
What
I've
I
been
want a
wearing it
hoodie.
out.
That's exactly what I. That's what I'm exactly what I've been looking for. I want one.
Mine's the one I got says, "My sins are forgiven because they don't exist." I love it.
Nice. Do you have any
Love it.
speedos in the shirt or something?
Also mute.
I wonder how, I
Starseed.
wonder how many people bought an
Uh,
Oso sweatshirt.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Starseed, what was your question about being a Jezebel fan? I'm not sure what you mean by that,
Yeah,
but
sorry,
like
I
the
didn't mean to. I didn't mean to say it like that. Like, I just wanted to know, like, what is a Jezebel to you? It's like, what is, yeah,
well,
like,
A
what's your
boss.
definition of a Jezebel? Is it a female? Is it like a cult? Is it an entity?
well,
Like, what do you see
it's a
Jezebel?
person and it's a character in a story that in our day and age has been mischaracterized. Like the prompt says Jezebel was innocent, right? Um, and I guess maybe what do you know about the story of Jezebel in the Bible?
Well, if we're talking on biblical, I don't like Jezebel, to be honest. And last time I checked, I've been looking for her. That's what
Like
I want to know.
IRL?
You been looking for her in
What
real life?
the fuck?
Yeah, because like
Why?
that's where I come into what I believe in, but not it's not for everyone. You get what I mean? So like Jezebel, she's not as innocent as much unless you can defend her.
What do you
So
know
what do
First,
you?
you
what do you
gotta
know about the
tell us what
story?
you accusing her
Because
of.
Jezebel, right?
Exactly.
So where I stream off and what I believe in a higher, like, source than what Jezebel is. So like what's coming for Jezebel is Lilith. So people need to watch out when Lilith comes for Jezebel, because what
What
Jezebel's
does
done for
what does
Lilith.
What is
Lilith
happening right
So
now?
yeah, where are you
Lilith, so
getting hold on, wait,
in the
wait,
first
wait, wait,
testament,
wait, wait. What I said fucking wait. You want Jezebel? Here the fuck I am. I said
okay,
wait.
well I ain't scared of
I
you.
asked
Trust
you,
me.
stop. I asked you, do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Of course,
You
I'm
come in
talking
here
about
talking
the
about something
first
else.
testament.
Okay, so where are you getting this from when you say Jezebel did something to Lilith? Where are you getting this from?
You can
Okay.
unmute.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so what I'm drawing back is to my origins of when I came, like my existence. So I can date back through my bloodlines is date back from the beginning. So in the beginning, right, when Adam,
Wait, are we dealing with psychosis here?
no, well, what
Where
is
are
I think
you
we
getting?
are.
No, hey, yeah.
what do you mean
Where's the
psycho?
story? Hey,
If
are
you
you
just said to
claiming?
you
Are you
cannot be,
claiming to be somebody reincarnated?
I didn't say that.
What the? Okay, so what the fuck do you mean when
I'm
you
talking
came
about my
back?
existence. So that it's not called reincarnation, it's called incarnation. Get it right.
It's called reincarnation. Get it
Girl.
Reincarnation,
right,
Well,
dumbass.
dumbass.
Cheryl, you don't need to yell at me. Like, if you want answers, just
Well,
talk to me
first,
like
don't
this.
Well,
fucking
you
start
need to.
whining when your motherfucking ass started
Yeah,
coming with all
well,
kind
don't
of
be
fucking
preaching
power
some
and shit.
stuff that didn't do
Like what the
anything to my
fuck?
descendants either.
Where the
Fuck
fuck are you
Jezebel.
getting? Shut up. Where the fuck are you getting the
Fuck
story from?
Jezebel and
Where the fuck are you
Lucifer.
getting the story from?
Fuck Jezebel and Lucifer. I'm coming
Where
for
are
them,
you from?
motherfuckers.
We
Where?
don't know what. Sorry,
I
we
don't
don't know what
exactly. I don't know
Jezebel
what the
did yet.
fuck you are talking about. Where are you getting the story
Exactly.
from?
So keep praising Jezebel.
Where did you get the story from? Who the fuck are you telling on us?
I'm telling you, like I told you, my existence. And if you
I
You
said
don't want,
who? I
that's okay.
said
I don't have to
who?
sit here and
I
pick your
said
pocket.
who are you talking to?
Whoever's, like I said, defending Jezebel.
What did she
You
do,
said
Lou?
when you said
I
they
was
keep
telling
when
her
you
in
said
the
hey
beginning.
hey hey
You
hey
don't
hey
understand if you
hey
don't.
hey shut up. When you said they keep praising Jezebel, who the fuck did you say that to?
Well, whoever's praising Jezebel.
But why would you say it in third person?
Well, because I'm not just talking to one person, am I? There's a lot of
You
people
said
listening here.
they and not
Well, I
y'all.
will say
Who the
they,
fuck were
we,
you talking
I
to?
am. What does it matter? You're
Because I'm
talking
fucking
about
asking
spiritual
you.
shit, bro. You're talking about
That
spiritual
so
shit,
that
and
okay,
yet
so this is
you're
why I ask if we're dealing with
starting up
fucking
that.
psychosis. This is why the
It is
fuck I asked
psychosis.
if we're
Fucking be
dealing with
psychosis.
psychosis.
Like,
You are I'm
it's like,
hey, listen, whatever fucking fairy tale you are reliving in your life, I don't have anything to do with that shit. Okay?
be
We are
preaching Jezebel
discussing
and
shut
stuff
the fuck
because
up. We are
that is the same.
discussing the God of the Bible in here. I ain't got shit to do with whatever fucking fairy tale you done dreamt
Jezebel's
up for
not a fuck.
yourself.
Jezebel's a bitch.
Okay,
He's
cool.
got a lot of Nicki
Did you think
Minaj
I was gonna
stuff
get
in that
mad about that
verse.
I'm
shit?
going.
Did you think I was gonna get mad about that shit?
I'm trying. I'm trying to figure out how us that are pro Jezebel, why should we be afraid of you? You can't even stay off mute in this live. Like, what is it that you think you could do to us? That's the weird thing. Like, you talk about bloodlines. Where's bloodlines from the beginning? Like, this literally sounds like psychosis. And the fact that folks come in here
It is.
wanting us to be concerned about these mythical creatures, like, what are you talking about? That's like being afraid of a Demogorgon. Y'all need some help.
And she still hasn't told us what Jezebel did. What is her crime?
Right, just screaming and angry. Like,
If you don't
why
know
are
who
you so
Lilith is, and
angry
you're
about
preaching the
somebody that?
Bible,
Hold on, man.
I think you need to get your heads
Sweetheart,
checked
you
because
need to calm
obviously you
down.
deny. You don't even know
You
who
need to
This is
Lilith
what
calm
this
is,
is
down.
what
and
religion
you
does
don't
to
even
You
know.
need
you.
to calm down. Like, again, I'm not sure why you're so angry off of like mythical like stories and stuff. Like, what is going on with you?
She's a bard.
Oh, I've been looking for Jezebel out in real life. Like, what
Like,
the fuck?
she really put that insult like,
Yeah,
oh, fuck
you're
Jezebel, as
hypocriticals.
if like
You're
we were gonna
hypocriticals.
like,
Don't be
that's
preaching
not
about
my sister.
spiritual.
Make us stop. Fucking make us stop.
Evan says
Are you
she's an
gonna
Like,
Are you gonna
MRI.
be able to do that? Are you gonna be
you're
able to
not
do that?
okay. Like,
Are you
she's
gonna be able to do
Bigfoot
that?
screaming.
hunter.
These folks are
Right? It
not
all makes
well.
sense.
We still don't know what Jezebel did. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
Especially
curious.
to
What the
Lilith.
heck Jezebel
I
I
did?
love
want to, especially
right.
to Lilith.
I low key want the tea. Give me the spiritual tea,
Yeah, me
Cersei.
I
Like,
too.
what did she do?
know.
She took your man. Like, what did she do?
Real Housewives is Heaven's Gate. Let's go.
Jezebel with her good hair.
Adams
Okay.
escaped. What the fuck?
Jezebel and
The
Lilith, like
Real
Monica and
Housewives of
Brandy.
right. The boy is mad.
The God is mine.
The Real
Niles.
Housewives of Eden. Let's go. Can we get the
Niles.
tea?
I'm going to keep praising Jezebel because there's a lot of wives
Hey,
coming
hey, what the
Girl,
fuck
we
did
don't know
Jezebel
what she
do?
She
did.
shouldn't have
What?
fucked a married man. Stupid little
She fucked
slut.
him. There's a
Girl,
Jezebel that fucked your husband.
Know
Oh,
it.
And then
that's
she
what it
just left
is.
us
where she
crazy.
go?
Jezebel fucked her husband. Some woman fucked her husband. I'm
Wow.
like, and then I'm put her ass in psychosis. That's sad. That's fucking
That's
sad.
fucked up.
Dang it.
But why does she think
She
she
thinks she's
Lilith? She gonna be mad if she heard the song that I made with Jezebel and Lilith. I should have played that shit. I should have played that shit.
It's not too
you
late.
No,
should
I shouldn't
have.
have. No, I shouldn't have. No, I shouldn't have. I can't fuck with her psychosis. She is psychosis bad.
That's great. Like the crazy part, like she's dead ass serious.
Yeah. But think about like that's how like when people get cheated on, like it will fuck a person's
Hmm.
mind up. Like it's got her gone. Like whatever those people did, they she wherever that lady is that fucked her husband, she better watch the fuck out.
Mm.
Because she's not in her right mind. And if she thinks Lilith is telling her to go after that woman,
You're gonna get got.
this is what we be talking about when we talk about this religion, believing that you're hearing voices, believing that a spiritual entity is talking to you, a higher source is talking to you when you're not in control of your own thoughts. That's some dangerous shit.
Mhm.
Exactly. And that's what they want is for you to confirm their delusion. That's why I always say I'm not affirming any adult's that needs to tell me about the spiritual world and imaginary friends. Like, no, I'm not gonna contribute to your psychosis.
And looking for a spiritual being on TikTok should be a red flag for anyone. Like, I don't understand why she wasn't concerned with that.
Then she said it goes back to the beginning of time, and then she's like, "It's not called reincarnate; it's called incarnate."
No, it's actually called reincarnated. But the thing about it is she saying that Jezebel's eternal?
Well, they all think Jezebel is eternal now. Like they think Jezebel can possess
That's what it
women
sounds like.
all over the world. They've already deified Jezebel. They just don't know it. They don't realize they have.
Thinker, do
Huh?
you see the comments? Somebody said no abuse without a standard of comparison, so Adam doesn't work.
What?
So
Oh,
if
is
so
that the guy
if they
yesterday that asked what the standard of abuse was?
I don't know, but like a standard of
No.
comparison. So you're basically telling me that someone who is being abused, say a baby that got slapped, they don't know that it's a negative thing because they don't have anything to compare it to. Like they say shit that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
They don't, and they justify and they say this shit just to justify shit, and
Good grief.
I would like to know why men don't want to accept that it's possible for Adam to have been abusive. I think they came up here on accident.
It's the principal from Abbott Elementary.
I thought they was going to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hmm.
That's what it sound like. Like I really want to understand like what they don't. I don't think they realize that they see Adam as this divine entity, even though they are also at the same time preaching that Adam was tricked by Eve or coerced by Eve to sin, and therefore they're sinful. Like, how can he be responsible for you being sinful, but still be this perfect, divine, untouchable entity? Like, y'all are holding some very conflicting beliefs about yourself.
It's easy to do that when you don't think about shit.
Mm.
You don't see contradictions when you only have a one track mind.
And then the crazy thing is, thinking about Starseed, ain't the narrative, the story is that Lilith is responsible for. Oh, speaking of yay! Speaking of Justin, we will be on I was gonna say American Experience,
Nice.
Atheist Experience. Me and Christina will be on the Atheist Experience with Justin, January 25th.
That is so exciting.
It's my
Yeah,
mom's birthday.
Congratulations.
That's
thank
awesome. I'm
you.
so excited for y'all.
Thank you. The producer was like, "This is a late birthday present to myself." I was like, "It's I'm excited." But yeah, January 25th will be on there, and I think he's working on getting you on their feed.
That must
So I
be
think that
cool.
yeah, it'd be really cool. Um, yeah, Justin is cool. But the narrative is that Lilith uh is the one that causes men to cheat, and so for her to be saying that she did she say she's Lilith?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting because in antiquity they used to blame the spirit of Lilith for men being promiscuous or women seducing men. So either Lilith and Jezebel are fighting about who the biggest hoe is. I don't know what's going on in her mind. I don't know.
How dare you out horror me?
Yeah, because like they both have been demonized by men to be hoes and be responsible for men's actions. Like, why would they be fighting? They don't make no damn sense.
I didn't know Lilith was Aboriginal and Japanese.
Well, they incarnate into different bodies, not reincarnate. They incarnate.
You're right about that.
Chap original Lilith is Absolutely.
Chap
Okay. Like
original.
Yo,
how
Fee.
do you get
Fia.
the no? How do
That's
you do that with
crazy.
Lilith? How do you they just say shit. Like, and I don't understand how they don't check themselves. Like that's crazy.
Jap original
Yo,
is
no one's
insane.
getting past that, Fee. Don't act. Come on now.
What?
That sounds like the slogan for KFC in Nagasaki. Look.
I'm so
Oh my gosh. Y'all are true. Is there anybody else that wants to come up and discuss? Oh my god. Shut the fuck up, Oso.
What?
Oh, I can't
It's
stand his
from
ass sometimes.
what?
I swear.
It's from High School
God.
Musical.
Shut the fuck up.
It's from High School Musical, man. That's a little vocal warm up that Sharpay do.
He said, remember female worship before the Bible because women are life bearers. Yeah, it was that. Anybody else?
the book.
Anybody? Huh?
I was just gonna say the book when God was a woman or something. It is so good. I don't know if y'all read that one or not, but it's really good. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I don't read
Yeah.
books anymore.
Yeah. I've read it. It's good.
Jimmy, stop putting my name in your mouth and lying on me. You had a conversation and a discussion with more than just me. Stop lying to Drea. It didn't go smoothly because you don't listen.
What do you mean earlier? When did he have a conversation with you?
It was what? Whose live were we on when Bash came up? It was all of us talking. Wasn't that yesterday? Was it?
I was on Zenith.
I was
I
on
said
Zena's live. Yeah.
Jimmy ain't never came on my live. Jimmy don't come up.
No.
Jimmy sits his
Jimmy
Mm,
ass
don't
in
he,
the
believe in
in the
nothing.
chat.
Yeah,
That's
Jimmy
the
don't
one.
believe in
That's
nothing.
the one that can't read and comprehend. He gonna read some shit.
Jimmy can't read.
He gonna
Jimmy
read.
got
It said
so.
Harry Potter walked through the wall. He gonna be like, nah, he went around the wall.
Jimmy, I ain't never talked to you. Stop fucking lying. You got your ass in the chat. I mean, in the request. You came on stage and then you fucking left.
She said she
It's gonna
opened it up
be.
Oh,
to you
motherfucker,
timeless.
we know what the fuck your ass did. You came up on stage and you sat there, and then you left. You left before what happened? It was right before somebody came on stage and Jimmy bailed.
Mm.
I remember that.
You
But
remember
I mean,
that?
it was a. Yeah, I remember when he came up, but he didn't have a conversation. He did request, but
But
then
he
he dropped
time-stamped it
down
so he can
before we
go and
talked.
lie and tell motherfuckers that he talked. He talking about I got the timestamp. I have not talked to your ass. I don't even know what your fucking voice sound like.
He got the timestamp and he left before. Like, come on, bro. What the fuck?
Y'all motherfuckers taking timestamps so y'all can go and lie? Like that's crazy.
Jimmy don't believe in nothing anyway. I don't even know why he's staying here.
He just wants to prove his philosophical impotent God. Like
Yeah.
I keep saying, like if you can only demonstrate your God in the pages of a book, then you know where it lives. Like your Bash tried as patiently as y'all know how patient Bash is. He tried to walk you through the problems and the issues, entailments with your position. You don't want to hear it. You just want to believe what you want to believe.
Like, ain't there's nobody on stage right now, Jimmy. Why the fuck? Why are you still in the chat? You can hit request.
Rhea went, I mean, they did so much extra work in reading, going through all these John Hopkins studies and all of these things, and it's a pointless conversation.
He's a
He's not gonna
mystic
come.
northeastern hyper Christian that believes in a hyper real God. Is crazy.
He's a what?
He's a mystic northeastern orthodox hyper Christian that believes in a hyper real God.
That's what he said.
Isn't
That's
he the
how he
one?
explained it. That's how he
I
described
think he
himself.
I think he said he was Eastern Orthodox, but
No, he's
because his
perennial.
beliefs are. Oh, I thought he said, who did I call Northwestern Orthodox yesterday?
That's the guy that thinks that that had that long conversation about the Bible, and then the question was, okay, so is Hinduism real? And he was like, yeah.
I don't
Jimmy don't
remember
believe in
his name.
shit.
Oh.
He believe in
Somebody
everything.
just commented and said you should do a Jezebel song and put a twist on it where they have called whorish women Jezebel, and that wasn't her story either.
You should just make a song.
I should, shouldn't I?
The
That
fact
would be
that the fact
very clever.
the fact that Jimmy dropped the timestamp in the chat is insane.
He dropped a what?
Timestamp
He
in
dropped the
the yeah.
timestamp, the date and time.
That he came up here and bailed?
I guess I don't know. He says he was
I
on
didn't know.
9/29 this year at 1:41:36.
And what is that supposed to prove? Like, why the fuck are you taking screenshots of you like being on my stage? Like, what the fuck is that?
Weird, man.
That perennialist bullshit.
Like, I rode the big roller coaster. Here's a screenshot. Like, what? What the fuck?
My faith is deciduous. That means it's
I,
evergreen.
I had a conversation with the devil.
I keep all of my timestamps in my bio. Doesn't seem like that's the case.
I wonder if Jesus is the profile that. I mean,
Damn, your face just got demoted, Jimmy.
oh my gosh. I meant Jimmy. If Jimmy is the profile that tagged me yesterday claiming to be uh thinker thinker eats poop because they put timestamps in their bio too. So is that you, Jimmy? Are
It's
you
so
thinker
weird.
eats poop? Isn't it? Like, but for him to say he keeps timestamps in his bio, so does that profile. Are you thinker
Why
eats
does
poop?
and why does putting all the people that you've spoken to in the chat make a difference? Like
That's what I was thinking
speaking to
too.
multiple people doesn't make what you're saying any more coherent.
Remember, he was doing that yesterday.
It's
That's
like
name
Kept
dropping.
talking. Mhm.
what's his name? Goddamn, no degree required. When I talk to Matt Dillahunty, bro, who gives a fuck?
Hmm.
Wait,
Did
you
Matt say
telling
you
me
were?
that I'm on that level where he name dropping? Is that what he doing?
It
He
seems.
Yeah, he
just
said
likes
you were
to
on the
name
same level
drop
as me.
like in the middle of the conversation. I think he maybe feels like you're supposed to like feel some type of way. He says they invited him for an interview and shit like that. He just trying to one up.
But I heard that he was on. I heard he was one of the first guests on the line, and he got his ass chewed the fuck up and embarrassed
And the
as one
man
of the
is
first guests
delusional.
of the line.
Damn,
Is that right, Jimmy?
damn.
Somebody in the comments on one of my videos said they saw you on the line, and that you were one of the first guests, and you got your ass embarrassed, and that's why you are remembered by people because they embarrassed the fuck out of you on the show. Is that right, Jimmy? Are you known for that? Were you one of the first? You was the first caller. Yeah, somebody. Oh, it was the atheist man. Yeah, somebody in the comments. They remember you. They said they embarrassed the fuck out of you. They
In
like the being it
2019,
right
Right.
being remembered for some shit like that. Jimmy is fucking crazy. Oh, they
2019.
said that then you got embarrassed like a motherfucker, Jimmy. And the fact that they remember you, the, the fact that a random commenter commented that shit and remember you, bro, you got embarrassed like a motherfucker. Ain't
that was
nobody
like
just gonna
6
remember a
years ago
caller.
too. That's
Right. Ain't nobody just gonna
crazy.
remember a caller, homie. I gotta go find this shit. They said you got embarrassed.
You
Oh,
exposed Matt
you talked
Dillahunty.
to Dillahunty? Oh no, Dillahunty wore your ass out. Ain't no way, especially if it was Dillahunty.
You
There ain't no
expose them,
way.
and 6 years later, still nobody heard anything about it except for that one YouTube
He's
commenter.
delusional. He's delusional. I told you he gonna read one, like he's gonna read something that says somebody went somewhere and he's gonna say no, it doesn't say. The man is delusional. I wouldn't be surprised if he was embarrassed on that interview, but he's going around telling his friends that he cooked somebody. The man is delusional.
I think the biggest lie that is
I'll be
perpetuated
back,
in
y'all.
reality is that motherfuckers you know when you are illiterate. Like there's
Right.
just so many people that are illiterate as fuck and don't know it. Like Jimmy, but before that, captures for mods, you can say your shit in lowercase letters. Yeah, I don't know.
I
Jimmy's the
mean,
kind of person that can't really offer much of a perspective because nothing actually matters. Nothing's real. He just says things for the shock value of it. Like it's not really necessarily attached to reality, which is why when you have a full conversation and then at the end of it, you're like, okay, well then it sounds like you're saying anything is possible. Is Hinduism real? Yeah. Okay, well, you don't believe in anything. You want
and
to
the
be the
crazy
most
part
black
about
or
it,
white. But
yeah. No, I was just gonna say the crazy part about it is I felt like Rhea, son of Kalu, Xena, and Bash, like they were so patient in reading the studies that he was bringing up. None of the studies said what he claimed. And the crazy part about it is these studies are looking at the human brain on a fucking substance to stimulate or to connect with God. If you have
mhm.
to have a scientist and a substance, a fucking mushroom or some sort of like chemical in order to induce this thing that you believe is so powerful and natural and necessary, why the fuck do you need something to help you connect to it? But
Look, look.
if you're claiming, oh, go ahead, Rita.
No, please finish.
No, I was just gonna say, like, if you're claiming this power, everybody has access to it. Nobody should need assistance to get that access. It doesn't make any sense. And every logical pushback that we proposed, he's just kept going back. Well, it's there. Everybody agrees. Like, no, they don't.
Also, I dabble in everything from Lucille to the shit that Mario be consuming. That shit is not like that, bro.
Imagine somebody saying the studies were misread, but every time I said, "Okay, show me what you're saying. Show me. Where is it? Where can I read what you're saying? I'm reading it out to you verbatim. Show me what you're saying." You could not. You could not. So like, I think your delusions, man. You believe them strong enough, so nobody can have a conversation with you. Honestly,
And then he's saying you don't need the substance. Well, hop up
right?
on the panel and put
Why did
God in a
they?
box
Why did
next
they?
to you.
The substance. Why would they administer it to those people? Why can't y'all have this mystical experience, on a dime? Why can't you have it, how do you say that? How do you say that? On demand, right? Why can't you see this mystical world right when somebody say, "Hey, go ahead and visit mystical world"? Why do you need medication to mimic that for you? And those studies don't even confirm any of that stuff for y'all. It's willful ignorance. You're choosing to be ignorant and believe whatever you want. Y'all, what's today? Is it Wednesday?
No, it's Tuesday.
Oh, it's
It's
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay. Um, Azure Keeper.
Yes.
All right. Fee.
Yeah. Azor, what's your age for TikTok purposes?
25.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm just listening.
Did you come up to listen from the panel or engage in a conversation?
I can engage.
Can you speak up?
I am here to deconstruct.
Okay, what topic would you like to start with? Or do you want to pick? Hello?
Did you come up on accident?
I may have.
Okay, I'll take you
Did
down,
you?
okay? I'll take you down. Have a good day.
Thank
I think he might be shy.
Oh,
Then why was he being
either.
coy?
I may have.
Yeah, that's being coy. That's not being shy.
Well, I don't care. He's been gone.
Fair enough. I just want to say for the record, if I end Thinkers Live with more gifts than Rhea, then that is officially the world saying I'm better than Rhea.
I just be on my own. Like,
Hmm?
Maddie, are you? Goodness gracious, Maddie, are you in here? I owe you 2 songs. I told you I would play those songs for you, bitch. If you don't fucking stop, what the fuck is wrong with you, G Love?
What was she doing? I didn't even see it.
She
Oh,
come in here typing in on caps about Adam's ass, and then like G Love, you fucking know. You know the rules in here.
and I don't know if it's a literacy issue or if it's just general stupidity, but what if at the beginning of a sentence has a meaning? It's not making a claim. It's not purporting absolute knowledge. It's establishing or positing a hypothetical. I don't know why that's so triggering for y'all. What
Oh,
if?
G Love ain't
It
no
means,
fucking bot. Sorry, go ahead.
and I was just say, what if? It means use your brain. Kick those gears in and start being creative the same way you do when you say you're talking to your God.
She don't have no fucking brain. That's why her dumb ass got muted. Now you can't argue for Jesus. You can't argue for Jesus now. I told your ass to stop coming in here typing in all caps. She can't respond back to you now, Alicia. And since she's pissed about Adam, what the fuck did I name Adam's song, y'all?
Well, to G Love.
I hope Maddie's in here because I promised her that I would play this for her. Here you go, G Love. This is dedicated to you. Jesus and your all caps. Be mad about it. Didn't know the word for danger, but saw it on her skin. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He got to decide and define that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got out of the questions? I bet you wish you could comment now, Hungy Love. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking and eating, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to take? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die?
She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt, and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if he was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learn the danger long before they learn they're free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had lived before you. What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if he wasn't disobedient, she knew it was a lie? What if he was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just the place you learn to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but her spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if he was never sinful, she was fine choosing right?
Did y'all see the person in the comments typing, start trying to spam the 10 Commandments?
No.
No.
Wait, was it in all caps?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is balance in the universe now.
That one is on Spotify. Yeah. American history. American history. Did you come up on accident or on purpose? Okay. Thank you. The book of Jezebel says that Ezekiel is real. I will go through the Jezebel story with you if you can prove to me that you are an Israelite.
Damn.
Hey, good morning, y'all. What's going on?
Well, that ain't happening.
How are you?
You're
I'm doing all right.
That's good.
I wanted to speak to women being gaslit by God and the church. And I think it's a conversation we've had before, but I kind of want to put it on wax, I guess. And especially how it intersects with things that are like going on today or whatever. And I think it all kind of ties in, right? If you look at even how a lot of these things go on, like the question that says, what if Adam was abused, right? That's a hypothetical question. But I think if you took it a step further, right, you could definitely see where God himself is actually very much so abusive as well. If you look at a lot of the things that even abusive men today do, right, whenever, women try to leave relationships or whenever women try to have any type of validation outside of appealing towards um, marriage and stuff like that and like male validation, oftentimes men will make all these different attempts to try and invalidate you guys, like whether you're going out and focusing on your career, whether you're going out and focusing on your education, or whether you're just doing things that don't specifically center on us as men, right? Or things that would appeal to like quote unquote society building and everything. A lot of men will go out our way to diminish the things that you all do. And I think it kind of speaks towards the abusive nature of God and the church, because it's so centered. And I'm going to say focusing on God is also very male centered, in that you're expected to put everything away that was self-serve, right, or that would be considered as more personal, like prioritizing personal development and stuff like that. And I think whenever we look at the things that are going on, even in today's administration, so many things are essentially telling women that, okay, well, what you decide to do with your education or your life doesn't really matter. You need to be here trying to fulfill God's purpose for your life, God's plan or whatever. You need to be trying to have families and kids and all this other stuff. And I think that when we talk about the fact that, like men specifically have gaslit women with the church and stuff like that, and with this notion of God putting a particular purpose on y'all, saying that, oh, well, you're supposed to be here to serve man, and you're supposed to be here to have kids, and you're supposed to be here to essentially give your life for family and building a community, stuff like that. I think a lot of women have been gaslit into buying into men's ideals of what society's supposed to be. I think this is why you have so many men complaining about things like the birth rate and the trying to put like men's mental health on the shoulders of women, in relation to like our whole male loneliness epidemic or whatever, right? Which I think we're the ones causing our own loneliness or whatever. But I think whenever you look at it and actually examine how we gaslight women, and we coerce women really into buying into these ideals, into buying into these concepts, I think it very much so goes hand in hand with how women have essentially been gaslit by God in the church. And it's not even just women that are a part of the church. I think that gets negatively impacted by these things as well. I think it's women that exist in the sphere of influence with these religions and with these ideologies. Like even for me, again, I can acknowledge how I as a man have been negatively impacted by these religions. And I don't believe in this shit no more. I don't go to church, I don't pray, I don't do none of this shit. Yet I can still acknowledge how it affects me in various ways. Being as it is that I exist in a society where people that make laws believe in a lot of this shit. So I think it's very much so plausible, it's very much so understandable how people that have a negative view of women and women's roles and want to relegate women to a certain task and like the back burner in society have used these things to essentially trick women, to essentially lie to women, to essentially deceive women, and subjugate and force women into being into roles that are not really beneficial to y'all, right? Like we try to gaslight women into marriage, which is not inherently beneficial to women. We try to gaslight women into pregnancy, which is not inherently beneficial to women. We try to gaslight women into childbirth and motherhood, which neither of those things are inherently beneficial to women either, unless it's like something you want. But even if it's something you want, those things don't inherently benefit y'all. In fact, those things are more likely to harm y'all. But we've constructed society so well, quote unquote, that a lot of y'all essentially do think that that's y'all's purpose in life. A lot of y'all are very much so. A lot of y'all may not see it this way, but even the God concept that we've projected onto y'all is very much so male centered. And the dynamic that so many of us men embody whenever we talk about women and family, it very much so lines up with the dynamic that the Lord had with like Israel and Judah, right? Like all the times when Israel and Judah were stated to have been, a whoring, quote unquote, after other gods. Yet instead of this God having a common sense, which any man with emotional maturity would have, he sits there and he tries to coerce Israel and Judah into being in that relationship with him, threatening to destroy their children, threatening to destroy their kingdoms, threatening to let these other groups of people come in and destroy them, calling them out the name, threatening them with violence. And those are exact same things that I, as a man, see other men exhibit towards women that wants to leave these relationships. Most often to the point of unalivement or attempted unalivement for a lot of these women. So I think I agree with it being gaslighting, of course, because we are essentially making y'all question the reality and telling you that it is for the betterment of society and for the betterment of you, and this is what you guys actually want, despite what you're experiencing. But I also think it is blatant subjugation, especially when you start bringing in the overt threats of violence and unalivement and all these other things that we do. Whether it be to appeal to our nature as men or our ideations as men, and also in line with what we think these quote unquote deities or these gods will have us do in order to keep propagating the, like the population or whatever. I'll land with that.
No, I agree. I don't know if you saw the video of the young lady who did the paper in psychology class, and
I don't think so.
Oh
she
my goodness.
man, that pissed me off so bad.
I
Grade A
I don't think I
dumbass.
saw it either. What
I'll send
happened?
it to you real quick.
Okay,
Yeah,
send
that's
it to me
Let's
on
goofy.
see.
Discord.
Let me play it. Hold on for a
Oh,
second.
even better.
Okay. Let me see. Oh shit! Can I get your repost on the desktop? I can't remember. Maybe
Mm.
I could just do liked. I don't think I can get your. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Okay.
Anti-Christian bias is on the rise, says Samantha Fulnecke, a student at the University of Oklahoma who was given a 0 by her psychology professor on an essay she wrote about why traditional gender norms are natural and necessary. Source: the Bible. After Samantha complained about the grade and filed a claim of illegal discrimination, OU put the professor on leave. Let's read the essay. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. God is very intentional with what he makes, and I believe that trying to change that would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men. In Genesis, God says that it is not good for man to be alone, so he created a helper for man, in parentheses, which is a woman. God does not view women as less significant than men. He created us with such intentionally and care, and he made women in his image of being a helper and in the image of his beauty. Society pushing the lie that there are multiple genders and everyone should be whatever they want to be is demonic and severely harms American youth. I do not want kids to be teased or bullied in school. However, pushing the lie that everyone has their own truth and everyone can do whatever they want and be whoever they want is not biblical whatsoever. My prayer for the world, and specifically
Mm.
for American society and youth, is that they would not believe the lies being spread from Satan that make them believe they are better off as another gender than what God made them. Samantha, look at me. Facts don't care about your feelings, and the fact is, you can't write. It's so funny to me how white conservative Christians, the same people who are always telling everyone else to stop being such sensitive little snowflakes, are also the people constantly expecting the world to bend to their mediocrity. That the same people who accuse queer people and people of color of relying on identity politics constantly blame their own pathetic shortcomings on their supposed persecution as white Christians. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God has created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. Samantha, it's a university psychology class, not Sunday school. I'm gonna need you to pick yourself up by those bootstraps you all love so much and learn how to write a fucking essay.
The crazy thing about it is
Oh
in
my
the essay,
goodness.
yeah, and in the essay, she points out that the word for helper is azer, and that it is the same thing. The God is describing the woman as the same thing as him. And so she's like, it's not a subordinate role. Then she goes on in the essay and argues why women are subordinate to men.
Mhm.
And just listening to even just that snippet of the essay, she sounds gaslit like a motherfucker to the point where she's arguing against her own fucking point and arguing against herself and she doesn't realize it. That's how I when I hear women comment on the Job song, or not here when read women's comments on the Job song and my comments and they're saying Job's wife wasn't saved and therefore she deserved to be her pain deserved to be ignored, or she told Job to curse God and die so nobody should have sympathy for her. Like
Wow.
you're advocating for people to ignore you in your so-called marriage and prioritize your husband. You're advocating for this type of behavior or saying that you only deserve it if you are faithful. And like the New Testament says, women are saved during childbirth if they prolong in the faith. You're only worthy to them if you are a Christian and you give birth and you advocate for that. Like, women have definitely been gaslit.
And it's certain things in the Bible that, especially when it comes to like the black community, I think certain notions have exacerbated our, I mean, yeah, not exacerbated, but have kind of normalized certain views in us. Like I think God abandoning Israel kind of normalized the ideation of a deadbeat father coming back to take care of his kids every so often, right? Very inconsistent, very terrible example of fatherhood. I think the Lord disrespecting Israel and Judah and, being abusive towards them, I think that normalizes women. Um, I think it normalizes men exhibiting those tendencies, right? Because if God can do this to Israel and Judah, why you can't, as a woman, stay and deal with this disrespect I'm putting towards you? And with the what you just pointed out just now, the notion of not having no sympathy for this woman because the man that she was with was allegedly dependent on God, and God took him to the ringer, expecting her not to be mad or be pissed off over the treatment that she didn't do anything to deserve. That very much, to me, I agree with you 100% in saying that is gaslighting, because why would you think that you deserve to go through the worst of times just to show that you're dedicated or loyal to some man that arguably didn't do anything to deserve that shit either? But you think that this woman is wrong for having regrets of being mad about being essentially abused for somebody else's filthy lucre, for a malevolent bet that he didn't have to make.
And like, but also being afraid that you are blaspheming, or if you say, yeah, she didn't deserve it, because the woman is seen as the devil figure there, the thing that allows the devil to attack the man. And it's like, no, you can't take her out of that role, because then it messes up the story. It messes up Job's story. You can't show empathy to her because it messes up the story. Like, we've been gaslit like a motherfucker to the point where a lot of them in the comments are afraid to advocate for the Job. They want to, they see it, but they're afraid to because they're scared that they're blaspheming. Like,
Yeah, and I think that.
it's crazy.
Oh, oh, my bad. Thing.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just saying it's crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
think
mean, I
that.
think it comes
Go
from.
ahead, Feast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Osa. Did you want to go
I'm just
first?
fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Also,
Oh,
shut up.
quick. Oh, so you made me sick. I think it comes from like these centuries of justified subordination by religion that has truly eroded the confidence that women have in their own moral reasoning. Because just listening to that excerpt from that essay, it literally sounds like she's saying, no, like this is all we're made for. You just have to accept your position in life, your lot in life. But who told you that? And why don't you push back against the person who told you that? Because what you're ultimately saying is that every person born on this planet without a penis wants the same thing. They naturally desire the things that this book is telling them that they're supposed to desire, but reality shows us something completely different. And it breaks my heart to hear the depth of that type of indoctrination, the fact that you would actively support for or support and validate your own subjugation and the continuation of it, and the expectation you're pushing back against just natural evolution of society and humanity. It's the same thing that happened, just for a completely different reason, with slavery. Like, you have people who would, write those papers to say this is what was done, like this is how God set it up, it's supposed to be like this. But they don't see the parallels when it comes to the way women are treated in society and the limitations that are placed on women. This book has consistently restricted women's roles in leadership and our ability to even read. You don't suffer a woman to teach. What? Like what are you actually saying? And where does that come from? It's just crazy to me how many women continue to voluntarily opt into this belief system that tells them about their own limitations, even though innately they know that that's not the truth. Like, I can't imagine a person alive that's going to fight against what their natural, like the natural understanding that they have of their own mind. But that's what religious indoctrination does. It tells you you can't even trust your own mind. Your ability to reason through something, like you were just saying, like any mother who hasn't lost a child or knows someone who's lost a child, has a child, can tell you that that has to be the most heart wrenching thing anybody can ever go through. This woman lost 10. And you feel like even saying or highlighting the fact that no one knows her name is somehow insulting to your male guy. Like, that is crazy to me, but that just shows you how deeply entrenched these belief systems are.
And it, like, honestly, it fucked with me to the point to where it was so draining that I couldn't read my comments because I'm starting to like think. I was asking myself, like, damn, am I wrong for even writing the song? Like, can they even handle me saying you don't deserve your pain to be ignored? The way they're advocating for it. It's like, and I had to tell myself, like, no, hell no, you're not wrong. But it's like they can't handle hearing you're not the bad guy. You don't deserve to be your pain to be ignored. Like, but for me to even have to go through that train of thought with myself and feel that way because of the heaviness in my fucking comments from women who believe that that is
Hmm.
okay.
Yeah, it's
It's
heartbreaking,
heavy.
man. It is literally like it's a gut punch for real, for real.
This is and the reasons you ladies have listed, that's one of the reasons why whenever on these other panels and these other platforms, whenever I speak on it, I do my best to make it a point to show how you cannot have these type of stories or this type of book be projected on a group of people over decades and centuries and not expect for them to have an inherent disdain for women. Like, you can't sit there and make a woman be the reason why a man fell away from God. You can't sit there and say things like, "Oh well, I wouldn't have a woman to usurp authority over a man, for it was a woman that was deceived," and and not expect for the society that you project these ideations on to not like mature and not have a very biased, a very messed up view of women. So whenever I talk to like these Christian men and stuff like that, and even some of these Hebrew Israelites who are fucking dense, but they'll be like, "Oh well, I don't hate women. I have a mother and I have sisters and everything." Yeah, you love your mother, you love your sister. You don't love or care about women. And the thing about it is, especially when I would be talking to like other black dudes, they'd be like, "Oh well, I don't hate women." No, you it's to me it's very stupid whenever we make the argument, right? Because we can understand how you can have like racist microaggressions, but you don't think you can have misogynistic or sexist ideations as well that are not overtly like saying, "Oh well, I hate this, I hate that." We can understand how
Yeah.
there's like the concept of like covert like racism, right, or covert classism, but you don't think that there's such things as covert sexism or covert misogyny. Like, why would you think that the things that women go through, especially when you factor in religion, that you don't think they're going to be substantial? You don't think because you don't overtly feel this way and you adhere to these beliefs, that that means that you're not a part of the problem, or that we don't do things that enable this system of oppression that women still deal with even today. It's
I think
mind
it's
boggling.
I think it's just another way to escape accountability and change, right? Like, if you have the woman there in the same way that you have the devil as the reason that you do bad things, well, if it's not the devil, you can't blame the devil. Then you have to be able to place that accountability or that responsibility somewhere else, because that then gives you an out for accountability and changing your behavior. It's the woman. It started with Adam. The woman you gave me is the one that did this, but you're supposed to be the head. Everything that you say your position grants you by virtue of having a penis, you're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the one that's strong. You're supposed to be the one that can make these decisions. But what, some cleavage and half of a nip is going to throw you off? Like, how strong truly are you? And I just feel like being able to point to a woman, and they come in the comments all the time. The woman was the first one. The woman was the reason. It's women every single time. A certain mental type of man is going to point to the woman as the reason that they did the thing that they did, or the reason that they can't do the things that they know they should be doing. And I think that I say this all the time, that Christianity is not a belief system that creates the foundation for people to walk on. It doesn't create this solid structure for people to build. I think it's a bypass in a lot of ways from personal accountability. It's a lot of convoluted rules and things and belief systems that don't really matter, that clearly don't work. But by holding on to it, you don't have to do the internal work of actually being a better person, of actually sitting with where your weaknesses are, where your vices are, where your thinking errors are. You don't have to sit with any of that when you can just point to a woman to your left or to your right and say, nope, it's her fault. She's the one that made me do it. And you're right about the misogyny. Deconstructing religion is literally like the first domino, but there are so many underlying belief systems that people have that are problematic that they don't want to touch. We were talking about that the other day with, I forget who it was that came up here, and I don't remember whose live it was, but it was the same thing. It has some very strongly misogynistic views as a non-believer. But that guy who was saying he had some cows or something like that, um, extremely misogynistic views as a non-believer or non-Christian, I should say. But they don't want to touch those things, and it's because it benefits them, and it gives them an out from actually being better people.
Like there, if like this is Proverbs 2:16-19. You will be saved from the loose woman, from the adulteress with her smooth words, who forsakes the partner of her youth and forgets her sacred covenant. For her way leads down to death, and her paths to the shades. Those who go to her never come back, nor do they regain the paths of life. But how it really reads is this. It says, the strange woman leads men to death and the paths of the dead. Like they had to make this poetic. Like this is how they talk about women in the Bible. There isn't scriptures like this that describe men as the downfall of women in the Bible. We have to literally read into the text to see how men harm women. For example, Lot throwing his daughters out. But they don't look at it like that. That you don't ever hear someone say God was upset at, you know, Lot offering his daughters up. There was a guy on stage who was saying that the women should have been happy to take the place of the men because they were angels, and he said that he would, you know, make his daughter take the place of a angel being raped. Y'all remember that guy?
I do. Yep.
But like, there's nothing in this book, like, because like you have Proverbs 2 6-19, Proverbs 5 3-11, that says that the woman is bitter as warm wood. She is the man's death. She causes the man a loss of honor, a loss of strength, and she humiliates him. Proverbs 6 says, a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulteress hunts for his life. Proverbs 7, a woman is a trap. She's loose for no reason. She drags a man to slaughter like an ox, drags a man to his death. Proverbs 9 calls a woman a foolish woman. Eve is responsible for the downfall of men. Women are seductress, and they are responsible for the downfall of men. You got Jezebel, Job's wife, Delilah. Don't forget Delilah. She's deceitful and destructive. But you don't have stories like this in the book explicitly saying that men are responsible for the downfall of women. None.
Not, I
And,
mean, not
and I,
anywhere in this book.
I think the women are the devil in this book to the men.
The way it's set up, it actually, I agree, because the way so many Christians view sin is that, oh, well, sin is what separates man from God. And the way we frame it, Eve is the one, is the reason why Adam fell away from God, because she's the one that introduced the fruit to him. So the way many Christians view it, that is actually, I would agree, that's factual. They view the woman as Satan. Um, yeah, and
I think it's
I don't the way the way so many of us men act like it's supposed to be a blessing for women to go through these things, and even the way you pointed out, because I've never really sat to think about it, right? Like it makes sense to me now, but the simplicity in it is something I've never thought to consider. Um, how Job's wife was just casted off as being some bitter woman. Um, and then it's just the story goes on, and I think I think it shows the callous nature of men towards women, because the way that we've treated women throughout history is that, okay, well, I mean, this woman is gone. I'm gonna go get me another one, or I'm gonna go have me some more kids. And I think it points to the fact that not only have men always seen women as property, but also we've always seen children as property. And I think that's one of the dangers of men viewing children as like a quote unquote legacy when it's like a lineage, because a legacy is a thing. A legacy is something that men leave behind. A legacy is something that men put on a pedestal and say, well, this is my contribution to the world. And whenever we make that be our kids, I think it makes it so much easier to detach and view them as simply things. So, yeah, what if I lose this possession? I can go and have more kids or something like that, right? I think that speaks to the, what's the word I was going to say? It, it was a word I was pretty much, it speaks to the lack of actual like care and empathy we have, because we can't empathize with women and children because we've already objectified them, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? We will more so humanize ourselves, which even that is a little bit sketchy. But we'll more so humanize ourselves, and then we'll continue to objectify and commodify both women and children because we use those as competition with other men, showing that again, this is just something that was made for our pleasure. It was made for our consumption. It was made for our helpmeet, and even to the point of pointing out that men have oftentimes led to the downfall or led to the harm of women. That whole thing with Adam being put in authority over Eve, that was supposed to be a punishment. So I think even if you look at it from that perspective, the fact that man ain't did shit with this world, but generally destroyed it and caused different forms of oppression and different forms of harm all over the planet for millennia, I think that goes in line with this being a punishment. If we were to believe in the Bible, it shows that men being leaders of the world has 100% absolutely been a punishment. Most commonly having the biggest negative effect on women and children.
I also think
Like
the
there's a
trope that you
guy.
see, and
Go ahead,
my
V.
bad, David, go ahead.
No, I was
Oh,
gonna say
I was
there's a
just gonna say,
guy in the con.
I think we got a delay. You go.
I'm about to say.
I'll go.
There's a guy in the comments who's brought up like the Proverbs 31 as as if we don't know, like in Proverbs 31 is talking about a woman, a warrior type woman, but there's still so much shit that she has to do to be valuable, to be considered this a virtuous woman that a man should consider as a good woman. Like she has to wake up before her husband. Her strength has to be, for her husband's gain. She has to buy fields and handle the servants in the house, like all the female servants she's in charge of, right? She gives to the poor. She makes her own clothes. Like she takes care of the kids. She's doing so much shit before you can see her as valuable. But is there a Proverbs 31 for men? Is there a long ass list like this that tells women what makes men valuable? Nope.
They don't
Nope.
have
You
to.
just exactly. You're just expected to be that. A woman is supposed to be lucky to have you, not the other way around. And then the
And the
fact that
crazy,
your username is you found God looking for Satan, that's because they the same motherfucker. That's how you found him. But go ahead, Fee.
that was fucking hilarious.
I
And
ain't
then
never
you
seen
see
a
the
more
trope.
realer username than that one.
Exactly. You never lied. I think the fact that the story repeats itself is rinse and repeat. Like it's like because the story of the fall isn't about sin. Like we were talking about the other day, this tree could have been the tree of oranges, the tree of pineapples, because it was about control. Eh, Blame Eve, absolve Adam, maintain male authority. Blame the woman, absolve the man, maintain male authority, and that's all it is. And so when throughout recorded history and looking at where we are in history, if that's all we've known, then and it's being reinforced by this book that's supposed to come from an actual God, then of course we would have a situation where you have men not even looking at themselves to say, okay, if I want a Proverbs 31 woman, first of all, what does that even mean? How does that work in our day and age? Because we are living in a time where it would be great if one could stay at home and live off of one income, but in this economy, not so much, right? So
It's
you
the
don't
what you
have
bring
that
into the
push.
table conversation.
That part, exactly. Yeah. And it's crazy because unless you are the type of person that's really willing to ask those why questions, or who told you that? Why does it have to be that way? Does it work? Are people happy when they do these things? Not are they supposed to be happy, but how do they really feel? They don't care, but because ultimately it is all about control. And I think that's where that gaslighting comes in, because women are constantly told that they're morally weaker, they're spiritually inferior, they're intellectually inferior. That is the textbook definition of gaslighting. When in what we look at in reality is 9 times out of 10 in most households, it's the woman that knows what's going on. It's the woman that's the center of the family, that knows who the teachers are, that knows the birthdays, that knows the friends' names. But we're supposed to tell the man that he's the head, and he's the, I guess, the main heartbeat. No, like that. Just stop.
We're supposed to feel sorry for them because they have to work too, right? We're supposed to feel sorry for them because they were punished with having to work by the sweat of their brow so they can eat. And then when they come home, we're supposed to rub their feet, rub their head, suck their dick, cook them, ride them, fix their plate, wash their drawers, take care of their kids, clean their house because, oh, they got to work by the sweat of their brow for bread. But at the same time, we got to be 50-50. We have to be able to bring something to the table, because they don't want to spend all their money on us, right? Like, but at the same time, you're the weaker vessel. Although your body has to stretch, your body has to let me pounce up and down on it and sweat all over your motherfucking ass. Then you got to birth my babies and stretch out, go through all this pain, bleed once a week, once a month. But you're the weaker vessel. And then you gotta take my pounce, and if I beat you, you gotta be able to take that shit and heal and still stay with me and love me and take care of me and have my babies, go to church with me, tell everybody how great I am. Then your brain has to be strong enough to take me calling you a bitch, or telling me that you're not pretty, or that you need to lose weight, or that dress doesn't look good on you, or I don't like your hair, or you're fucking stupid, or shut the fuck up. And you better still be this strong woman. And don't you open your fucking mouth and complain. And don't you expect people to see your pain. Don't you expect people to empathize with you and sympathize with you because I gotta go to fucking work. That's the ultimate gaslighting. And then you better advocate for it. You better advocate against yourself, and you better advocate for me and tell people that God told you to shut up and sit down and serve me. That is the ultimate gaslight. And that's what the fuck I'm saying in my comments. And when I tell y'all, it is so heavy. It is so heavy that yesterday I slept for 10 hours. It's that fucking heavy to see women doing this to themselves. And then feeling like having to ask yourself, like, damn, can these women even handle waking up? Can these women even handle being able to say, I deserve better? That is fucking heavy.
It is, because you got to claw through. It's almost like Stockholm syndrome. You got to, while fighting these battles yourselves, because the number of messages that I know I can't speak for Thinker, but I know you probably get way more than I do. You're gonna die alone. That's why you have cats. Men don't want women like you. Well, I don't give a shit, right? So you're battling that on your own. But then you're also thinking about the next generation. You're thinking about the current generation of women who are enduring so much like anguish, in reality, anguish. And this is not to speak to the woman that wants that type of life. I tell you all the time, like my next door neighbor to my right, I think her husband is ex-military. She told me straight up, she was like, I don't want to work. I want to be taken care of. I want my husband to be the head of the household. I want him to make decisions because I don't want to do that. Okay, cool. That works for you. I can't tell you it shouldn't. But there are so many women who are living lives that do not fulfill them. And they're living lives that don't fulfill them because they think a God told them to. They think that a God has placed them in a subservient position to a man, and that's the only option that they have. So you have articles or papers like the one that you just played that girl wrote, where you have people saying these things that sound and feel so anachronistic. They don't match anything in reality. We know that that's not the reality of women. We know that shit doesn't work, but they're still fighting for it. And it's like, I can't fight you to save you. I can't, and I also can't save you. Like, you got to save yourself. But if I got a windmill on you for you to stay subjugated, then that shit is heavy AF. I'm not gonna lie.
And even like what, like I'm where you're at as far as, if this is what they conscientiously want, then okay, fine. But sometimes I really sit and think like these ideologies and these notions have really done uh, um a real number on us as people, but specifically on women, because a lot of these things, like, they're not self-certain, like they don't really fulfill anybody, but you have to sell these things so hard, to the point, and they started, I'm not gonna lie, the plan to do it is really diabolical. They started these things when a lot of us were kids, when our parents were kids, to make sure that it stays ingrained. So like people grow up looking forward to these things. So if they don't get them, a lot of times they feel as if they're not accomplishing in life. They feel as if they may have failed. They feel as if, oh, well, I'm not doing what God wants me to do. Even the notion of saying, that notion of, what is it, like all life is sacred, or the sanctity of life. I think just like a lot of women have essentially forsaken themselves in order to appeal to some God concept, I think those two concepts, the sanctity of life or all life being sacred, I really think that has gaslit so many women into keeping a lot of these people that are now adults. I really do think that we're dealing with a lot of these people that were the result of like reproductive coercion, all these things. And I think the more no, sorry. I think when I hear some of these things that these people say, especially these other men, I'm like, maybe you shouldn't have been born. Maybe you were supposed to be one of the ones that, had it not been for these notions, wouldn't be here running amok and doing the bullshit that you're doing. And I think whenever you actually look at how this machine is so well oiled, right? You're supposed to appeal to God, or you're supposed to do these things and have a quiverful, to show that you're doing your, not only your God-given task, but you're also appealing to your quote unquote genetics or your biology. And if you don't do it, then you're going against both God and nature. And if you don't do these things, then not only are you supposed to be seen as like a heathen, or are you supposed to be seen as like some like some type of infidel or whatever, right? You'll also be seen as being anti-man and anti-family and anti-community and all this other shit. And when you stack it up like that, to me, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of women have succumbed, and maybe even as a way to cope, chose to see these things as being happiness and being fulfilled, right? Or being happy and being fulfilled. And I think again, because I can understand so many things, like from the perspective of like, like black people and our ancestors in America, to how a lot of women have essentially been forced and gaslit into doing these things, or appealing to these things, or formulating their lives around these things, because it's either you accept these things and you take them as your own happiness, or you go through the perpetual misery, which I think still ends up happening anyways. But you have to acknowledge going through the perpetual misery of living in a life where you understand that you don't have a chance to really spread your wings, or have a chance to really express yourself in the way that you'd want to, without being like reprimanded, or without being repressed yet again because you're a woman. How dare you have these thoughts and these feelings that do not serve me and that I can't use to fulfill myself as a man.
You know, like usually I'm usually talking about these word problems from, looking at the continent, looking at um, how much damage is being done, right? And the other day, I try to question myself on the beliefs that I have or the ideas that I have, and I was thinking about how are I playfully say this sometimes, but I be asking like, what is attractive about men really? Like how do women understand that, hey, this might be a potential like um threat to my life, but then as people we still like eat with them, talk to them, be with them, accept them into society, right? And this is on an extreme level. That's how my brain is thinking about it, right? This is my brain is extreme to say, why not cut out the problem, right? And I'm like, oh, Ria, don't think like that, like it's not every single man, right? Like it's not but then another part of what I understand to be the harm that's happening on this planet is that every time a massacre or a militia has been put together on the continent, every time there's been a genocide, every time there's been mass raping, up until the point where um women are unaliving themselves and their children so they don't have to go through the brutality of what these soldiers are coming to do to them. Think about that. People taking their lives. And every time that has happened and occurred anywhere, it's been men. And the only way that they found to enact their I don't even know what it is. Every time they try to enact their leadership or whatever, it always looks like killing women, raping women, taking children, raping children. It always looks like that. For some reason, the only way to show masculinity, or the only way that they can fathom being men or being people, is to enact violence. They can't see it any other way. And I'm just like, I that when you start thinking about a root of a problem, when you start thinking about the root of a problem, all I can see literally is men. That's all I see every time. Literally, as we speak right now, the bloodbath that we were able to see from the satellites, not one woman caused that. You did not see one woman in any of those militias. And for some reason, we sleep with them, we talk to them, we bathe with them, we have children with them, we let them stay in our houses, we let them into the community, we let them be fathers, let them be uncles, let them be. Why? I don't understand that. But I know they're also human beings as well. And I understand that part. But it's just like, but they're the predators. Why are they still in community? I don't understand it. And the last part that really solidified it for me was the amount of research that I've done about these incel groups. Imagine a Discord server with 70,000 men, no women in sight. Literally, the people that investigate this stuff, they said every time they check those group chats, more than likely they're waiting to see a woman pop up. They're waiting to see a wife that, I'm not gonna say, oh, you never hear it, but in the 70,000, 45,000, 500,000 group chats, it's all men and boys. They groom the little ones to become just like them. And these group chats, it's not just a regular group chat like, hey man, hey buddy, what did you do yesterday? Did you play baseball? Nah, that's not what they're doing in there. What they're doing in there is essaying their children, essaying their wives, essaying their
And their
partners,
mamas.
essaying their mamas.
Their mamas.
Their
That's what,
mamas.
like, that's some
And
crazy
they're
shit.
sharing it with each other.
They're sharing it with each other. They're live streaming. They're drugging their partners so they can show other men what they're doing to people. You tell it. Please, 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 please. You can't be natural. You can't tell me that.
Go and cuss him out in Nebo right quick.
Look, if I can, when I tell
I
you,
know,
I'm
right?
trying to look. If the FBI and these, three acronym people want on people's ass, what they're not really doing
Oh
the
yeah,
work. You get what I'm saying? You
yeah, I
can't be
got you.
looking that stuff up. If look, I'll
Yep.
find my way in there now.
And that even to that point, because I remember reading it, and I think for that particular thing, it was on Telegram, right? And actually, I brought it. What's today? Tuesday. I brought it up sometime last week on a panel, and somebody in the comments or on the I can't remember if it was on the comments from the panel, but somebody was like, "Oh, well, 70,000 across the entire world," because I forgot exactly what it was, but I brought it up, but they were trying to make it seem like that's a little bit, right? If
No, that's
there's,
one group chat.
yeah,
That is
I
one
know.
group chat. Not even across the entire world. They're finding more group chats now in Africa on WhatsApp.
Hmm.
Man,
But that's what I'm saying. I think the one that they found that was like in Germany, it was based in Germany, but it had men from all over the world, right? So, and the thing about it is, even if you were to say that, okay, well, there's 70,000 spread out across like what, 200 countries, 205 or something like that, or maybe 300, I don't quite remember. That's still like at least 200 people per country. And if you want to spread it out per, states or however they do it in either one of these countries, that's still, let's just say 5 people in that whole state, right? Or in this country. Like say for instance, if it was the United States, it'd break it down to like 5 or 6 people per state. But the thing that a lot of men don't realize is you're talking about 5 or 6 men that are planning or discussing ways to essay their female family members that you don't know who the fuck they are because they didn't release the names because I think that shit was too encrypted. So at the end of the day, motherfuckers be acting like, oh, well, women need men to be protected from random acts of violence when statistics show us, and I think this still goes back to the whole gaslighting thing, right? Statistics show us that if a woman is going to be harmed, it's most likely going to be by a man that she knows, specifically male family members, significant other, or some type of acquaintance, right? Even more so than she would be harmed by like a random act of violence. So when we talk about even this whole role that men have put on men as far as protecting and provision, we not the fucking protectors. Even historically speaking, when we did protect women, it wasn't because we cared about y'all's humanity. It was because we were trying to protect our property. We were trying to protect our assets. This whole thing about us being protectors, which I think we've gaslight women into believing or associating us with, is really more so we still have free leeway as the quote unquote protectors to still prey on y'all. So when we look at even the things in the Bible and stuff like that, and how God um essentially treats women or allows women to be treated, it's very much so predatory. Once you fulfilled your role as a woman in this position, whether it be as a mother, whether it be as a concubine, whether it be as a wife that gave Job 10 kids and said to curse God and unalive or whatever, right? Once you fulfilled your role as this woman, you're going to be discarded, and God's just going to give another woman to this man. Once you fulfilled your role as a woman in the world, a man can go out and get another woman, impregnate her, and have a whole nother quote unquote family. And that's just
But
the
you're
way
still considered property even after that. Even after
right.
you can no longer bear children, right? Like you're still considered property. Don't you better not dare go out and try to be with somebody else and think that a man doesn't have a right to comment on who you sleep with, even though you've already born children, been married or divorced. I I still have a right to ask your body count. I still have a right to talk about you having sex outside of marriage, even though you're not a virgin no more. Like I don't think we ever lose that from a man. Like they always will feel like they have that right. And then with Jesus, like there's something in the text that talks about women who can't have kids, and it calls them worthless. And then there is a interpretation when Jesus is cursing the fig tree that it is
Aaron,
synonymous with a barren woman, because he then goes on and talks about women being barren. Like if you have the savior of the world saying that women are not valuable when they can't give birth. They're like a dead fig tree. I think we never lose that fucking, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a stain on our existence because of this religion that men think that our genitalia belongs to them, and they can comment on it even if we're not the one sleeping with them. They come in here and do it all the damn time to us. And I ask them all the time, like, why the fuck are you worried about who I sleep with? You have a whole ass wife at home, but you steady coming in here trying to figure out how many what my body count is, or if I'm single.
I think the irony is, we're one of the few species on the planet where menopause is a thing. Where once you're outside of being able to reproduce, you still continue to live, interacting with future generations. So that is really interesting, man. You would think if it was so natural, it would be something that you see happen like it does for several different other creatures. But instead, we don't get that.
Like literally, there's somebody in the comments asking, "Is it religion or is it biology?" Like, are you trying to say this behavior is natural? Of course, it's religion. It is a learned behavior. It is. This isn't biology. It isn't natural. If it were natural, men wouldn't have to be forcing women to behave the way they want women to behave. You don't see women trying to create laws to make men be with them, to take men's rights away.
Imagine wanting to be protectors, right? A lot of the time, like, I don't understand how you can be such protectors, but you don't even see that at some point women rather had put something in your food than live with you. Like there's no record of men like saying, "Oh yeah, this is when this was an epidemic." Men were just unaliving after eating dinner. They don't even record it in history like that because they can't fathom that at some point women were off in their asses every 2 seconds. Like every time your mama planted her hydrangea plants outside and then your grandpa didn't wake up the next morning, I don't think you don't know what the hell happened. They don't even record that way or even pay attention to the fact that like all the traditional nonsense that they keep talking about back in the day, they was offing y'all while sitting there being traditional wives. Like, come on now.
Yeah. What was it like? Hardly any woman, no, or hardly no woman was ever like accused of murder before DNA testing
Yeah.
came out.
Because they thought, what, it couldn't be women, they're not that smart, they wouldn't be killing us, what? Please.
But I think that conflation of biology and it, it being biological or natural is what happens when there's no distinction between biology, no scientific literacy, and no understanding of social and cultural context. Like the reality is that these patriarchy is a result of cultural conditioning. It's not an evolutionary or biological fact. Like we have through like anthropology, we know that we have societies that were matrilineal. We have egalitarian hunter-gatherer groups. Like there are many female-led communities that have existed and that still do exist. And we see that they tend to do better. Like even modern day countries that are predominantly women led, they're more egalitarian, they're more cooperative. It's this idea, and it's not biological. It's not just about testosterone level of physical strength or being naturally more dominant. It's about the utility of that idea in society and how much that allows for control. Because the gender roles and the power dynamics that we experience as a society, they're learned behaviors. You're not going to tell me if you put two children like on an island by themselves, a girl and a boy, and somehow keep them, sustained, but away from cultural conditioning of Western society or any other society and cultural norm, that they're going to come out with, oh, the man is the one that makes the rules and the woman is subservient to him. There may be some roles and some divisions of labor, but it's not going to be this like deeply entrenched belief system that men are supposed to be in control. That is absolutely maintained through societal expectations. It's not at all dictated by biology, and it can be changed. The fact that we have women pushing against that change, pushing against the equality that every single human being has a right to, is absolutely asinine to me.
Well, y'all, it is time to say goodnight. Who is Zena? Oh wait, it's today Tuesday. Ria, are you about to go live?
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and hop on
Hmm.
and move people over to you? If you're
Before we
not
close out,
following, go ahead.
just saying before we close out, I need a point 0.01 just so I can end the live better than Rhea. Appreciate y'all.
If y'all not following Ria, go ahead and do that. If somebody could put her tag in the comments, life underscore with Ria, or life with Ria, or
Sniper underscore with Rhea.
life underscore with Ria. She's about to go live right now. I appreciate the conversations that we had today, Sean. I thank you so much for coming up. You always have great conversations when you come in here. If you were a dragon, I'd have you on stage a lot more. You always bring good points.
Definitely.
Thank you. I appreciate such high praise from you and the panel. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll be back tonight, y'all. It is Maddie's hour. Do me a favor, if y'all know some young ones, if y'all are on other panels today, y'all that do 18 and up normally, let them know about Maddie's hour so they can come in and have conversations with Maddie. I know she's getting tired of talking to 30-year-olds, and me taking over the conversations because we got 30 and 40-year-olds on the panel. So if y'all are out in TikTok streets today and y'all hear 18, 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds, let them know about Maddie's hour tonight so they can come. Maddie can have more people to talk to. Ria's tag is life underscore with Ria.
Cough, cough.
Don't
Tell Maddie
forget,
to quit getting on Javarius panel.
you said what?
Cough, cough. Tell Maddie to quit getting on Javarius panel.
Why? What's
They be
wrong with
seeing
her
her
being on?
ass wilding out on that.
Oh, they scared of her. They probably are scared of her.
They be seeing her on J panel.
Oh, they probably scared of her. What was I getting ready to say? Yeah. Don't forget Hector's GoFundMe is in the Thinker Live chat if you are able. He's trying to get to $650. I don't know how much he's raised so far. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Mm, 400. Okay. Well, that's not counting my. Is that counting my 100, Hector? The 400, is that counting my 100? And then somebody sent me $65 on Saturday. I don't know if that is for you, but I'm just gonna send it to you. I have no idea what it's for. So the 65 that somebody sent on Saturday to my Cash App, they didn't specify what it's for, but I'm guessing that it's for you. And then my 100. So is the 400 that you have including that, or did we just? No, right. So the 400, but I told you I'm going to give you 100. So the 400 is not including the 100 that I'm going to give you, Hector. Is that what you're saying? Because if so, then we're at the 165 that I'm sending you. That's 565. It's not included. Okay, so we're at 565. He's trying to get to $650. If anybody can help him with that, Hector, I will send that to you after this live. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. So I'm gonna cash up you the 65 that somebody sent me, and then I'll donate the 100 to your GoFundMe. Okay. But I appreciate y'all so much. I will see y'all tonight at Maddie's Hour. Go check out Ria, life underscore Ria. Make sure you're following us on YouTube, Art Thinker. like the YouTube stream, share it. Also, stream Unholy Intelligence on all the music platforms. Appreciate y'all so much, and I'll see y'all tonight.
Love y'all. Bye.
Love y'all. Bye, y'all.
Yes.
Love y'all. Bye.
I can't shut down. It won't shut down. It won't shut fucking down. There we go.